And the thing is that you can kind of count on 7 innings, him at least coming out to go in the 7th. Mm-hmm. I know he didn't finish 7 yesterday, but Job, I was a little surprised when I was listening to the game and they said, yeah, his pitch count, I think they had mentioned like 75 to 80 pitches. I thought that was a little bit more than I was expecting. Now, obviously, they're the pros. They'll make the decisions. But I thought he was, God, to see a triple-digit strikeout.
Right out of the gate, first inning, he's throwing heat. He got strikeouts with the fastball, the curveball, the changeup. He looked so much better than pre-Tommy John. And he talked about, hey, could hit the weight room a little more, and you're seeing now the velocity, triple digits. Between Melton and Job, the two pitched 11 innings of one-run baseball. Yeah. 9 strikeouts, 2 walks. Look, you trade 2 guys at the deadline. You need some guys to step up in the rotation, and both those guys have. And I think this weekend is a little topsy-turvy, right? Friday night, they can't score any runs. They can't knock guys in. A little bit of that frustration. But then to find a way to win on Saturday and Sunday, Drew Summers' bases loaded on Sunday, never a doubt, right?
Right, yeah. Hey, double play. That's what we called.
You take it. There you go.
But even going back to Job, right? It was 5 innings, 71 pitches, and I believe early on there were a couple of innings. First inning, it took too long to get out of the inning. Now he obviously did, but as he comes back with this, the confidence that he has, now it's about learning how to pitch in Major League Baseball, and how are you going to deliver pitches in what sequence. And to be able to have a guy like Dylan Dingler behind the plate, I think is really going to help. But as he starts zeroing in on gaining confidence on locations and where he's hitting it, I think you're going to start seeing him go into more than just 5 innings.
One of the headlines you're going to see, the Tigers have now won 7 straight road series.
Yes.
That's a franchise record. More practically, what does it mean? They're 1 game out of a playoff spot, and we know what's looming this week. It's going to be an opportunity to go grab a playoff spot. They're their closest to 500 since May 6th, 2 games shy. They've almost erased the nightmare month, and they have the best run differential in the American League. Say that again.
Yeah, plus 87.
Our Detroit Tigers have the best run differential in the American League.
I'll just say this. Yesterday is a game they've lost 10 times this season. Mm-hmm. Not being able to get a run across the plate to get that lead for the bullpen, and then the bullpen would collapse. Summers wouldn't get that double play. Jansen would blow it in the bottom of the 9th. The fielding miscues. I know they only got 1 error in the 7th, but I would argue they could have had 3. Seriously.
Well, there's at least 2, right? Yeah.
They only gave them 1.
Mm-hmm.
The misplay by Keith and Green that started it. One of them should have caught the ball. Communication. Yep. That was May baseball. And they somehow won a game where they were playing May baseball.
And how about the throw from McKinstry? And the tag by Valencia. I think people missed the tag. Like, to be able to catch that ball, put the tag, get it right to where it needed to be. All things had to be operating at high efficiency for that to be an out at home. And I thought both those guys were great on that.
It was thrown where it needed to be. I mean, It was perfectly placed. It had to be kind of down the line a little bit for him to be able to get the tag on him.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Lions, backup QB roulette over the weekend. You start the weekend with Teddy Bridgewater as your backup. Very quickly, you find out he's retiring again.
Yeah.
And before you can even scour and search, well, who's available, the Lions have already brought in a new backup quarterback. It's Josh Dobbs.
Yeah. I mean, nice job of making a grown-up decision quickly. Not sitting there going with, are we going to go in with the rookie as the... do we want to spend any money? And it's not like you're going to break the bank on Josh Dobbs, but it's much better going into the season with a veteran who we've seen in Minnesota and played well when called upon there. No one is going to sit there and say Josh Dobbs comes in for any length of time and this team remains a Super Bowl contender. But can he come and get you out of a game? Can he start 1 game on this schedule? Now, if if Jared Goff gets dinged up in week 1 against New Orleans and Dobbs has to go in there against Buffalo, that's a completely different thing. But the odds of him going in against a lesser team this year, because the schedule is a last-place schedule, you could see him going in and getting you a win against some of these teams.
You mentioned Minnesota, I'll throw in San Francisco, Shanahan. These are smart offenses. He's a smart player, smart person. I don't know if people are aware of this, but he was an aerospace engineering major. He had a 4.0.
Oh, does he wear a pencil in his helmet too?
His nickname is the Pastronaut.
The Pastronaut.
But I'd say he's a smart guy. He's going to have to pick this up on the fly in camp, but he's been in the league for more than a few years, and he's been in some smart, successful offenses.
Yeah.
His job is to be the backup quarterback. And he's thrown more touchdowns than interceptions. He can complete about 2/3 of his passes on a good day. Like, he is a backup quarterback.
Yeah, he's a backup quarterback that'll be in that room. It's another set of eyes. And you mentioned smart guy. All right. And I think we would all agree that, while Jared Goff may not be an astronaut, I think he's very smart at what he does. So having more eyeballs on everything is going to be. Nobody wants Drew Altmaier as your number 2 quarterback.
No, not as a rookie, not with what's at stake this season.
No.
I don't know if
were you as surprised as I was not?
Yeah, you're on a bit of a heater here.
I am.
Last week, who's the surprise cut? John, Teddy Bridgewater.
Lions whisperer.
I was going to say, were you talking to Teddy when we were out of camp? Did you have any idea this was coming?
No, I've not talked to Teddy, but I'm just not surprised because, part of it's his history. Like, if you just do the math on it, he's already walked away once.
He's done. Like, you're not bringing this guy back to a camp again.
The Lions won't. No, because this has happened before. And it was after the season he walked away. But I don't think he's done. I think he's done for now, and maybe he is. What is he, 33? He's not old for a quarterback. Maybe he just doesn't want to hold a clipboard anymore and wants to go back to coaching. That very well could be.
Maybe he enjoyed coaching and got to practice and said, what, this isn't that fun anymore.
Now they got a Teddy Bridgewater rule down in the state of Florida.
I assume that's what he'll go do. He had success doing it. Probably enjoyed doing it. Got a week, 2 weeks into camp.
Yeah.
And said enough. I'm good.
Not for me.
248-539-9797. So a lot to get into today. I know what's at stake this week for the Tigers, and at 6:35, we're going to look to you guys for some help, some creativity. It's early in the morning. We could use some help. How would you label the week ahead for Tiger baseball? Did you see Jahmyr Gibbs' contract details?
I did.
Okay,
looks nice.
They did it again. This is a team-friendly contract. For all the consternation about whether they should pay or not pay, I would challenge anybody to be upset with the Jahmyr Gibbs contract. The deal is actually going to save the Lions cap space in 2027 and 2028 when you compare it with a 5th-year deal and a franchise tag. Gosh, it's almost like someone sitting across from me made this exact point. They're going to save money in 27 and 28. Yeah, Jim, but what about when the bill comes due in 2029 and 2030? They could cut him for minimal penalty.
Yeah.
I think it's $6 million cap hit and then an out with only $3 million in a cap penalty. And ideally, he's running great and they're comfortable paying him, or they restructure the deal. But John, if there's a concern, well, running backs in 3 years, what if he's a crumpled mess? Then they'll pay $6 million bucks and wave him goodbye.
Yeah. And he still gets his guaranteed money.
Right.
Like this is a masterclass on how you do a contract like this early. And if you move on from him, then you do. The goal is, I think everybody should want the Jonathan Taylor next contract, where he signed a 2-year deal because he's been very productive for Indianapolis. What does that look like in a few years? No one here cares. Mm-hmm. Not right now. Mm-mm. We're worried about the here and now. You get him in camp. He's happy. The Lions are happy. The fans should be ecstatic about everything that's come out around this contract. And now we get a chance to go out there and see, hey, our first opportunity to see this team Thursday night against the Bungles.
Not going to see Jared Goff.
No.
Campbell joked because I think at that point they had not brought in Dobbs. He's like, we'll play Tom Kennedy at quarterback if we have to.
Not a surprise.
No. All right. So you talk about, hey, adult, mature. This is a good contract for Gibbs. It's a good pivot at the backup quarterback spot with Joshua Dobbs. What about kicking the tires on a certain cornerback? We'll get to that coming up next. He was in town over the weekend. It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I'm going to give you a few reasons. again, why I think a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. Seen the Ram side by side with all the other trucks, and right now I am absolutely loving the Ram I'm driving. For power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you like the Hurricane engine, you got two choices. A 420 horsepower version, it's the one I chose, or you get the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane engine. For the competition, I'll just simply ask you a question, and then you can answer it. I think I know the answer. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? Plus, the full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, I've been telling you this. Just go sit in a Ram, and I know you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. Pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today, and when you do, tell them I sent you.
You guys, Cosm Detroit is opening soon, and this is a venue that will bring fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on these massive high-resolution displays surrounded by fellow fans. You can watch a game from inside the dome, and it's going to feel like you're being transported directly to the field or the court. Plus, you're going to have amazing food and drinks that can be delivered directly to you. And there's a huge selection of games, right? From NFL to NBA to college football, Premier League soccer, WWE, and so much more. Plus, if that's not up your alley, they have these like exclusive movies that you can go and watch, which is perfect for the whole family or even a date night. So, hey, to get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
We like that. Jackson Jobe over the weekend, huh? Mm-hmm. Good morning, 97.1. Mentioned some Lions headlines. New backup quarterback. Jahmyr Gibbs contract details, very team friendly. And the Lions working out Trayvon Diggs.
All right.
Cornerback. John, he's a name that had come up around the Terrion Arnold exit. Question is,
what's he got left in the tank?
Yeah. He played one game last year, missed half the season the year before. We are more than a few years away from his 11 interception season. But hey, kick the tires, right?
Yeah, kick the tires. He's 28, soon to be 29. Should have something left in the tank. It's just a matter of they're going to have to measure his want to. How much does he want to get back to more of the 11 interception season? I don't think he has that again. But versus what he was the last 2 years.
Yeah, I mean, he was a feast or famine corner, and when you get 11 picks, it's great. When you don't...
Yeah, there could be some big plays given up.
Yeah.
And so, but is he a guy that's going to come in that they would expect to start? I wouldn't think so. Is he a guy that comes in and gives you some veteran depth? Certainly. And it's not going to cost you a lot.
No. I got some text coming in. Dobbs has talent. He's smart. I think he'd be fine to function for a game if he has to as a backup.
Called upon. Sure.
The thing I should have brought up early, he has familiarity with Drew Petzing too. Like that's a huge part of this. He was in Arizona 8 games where he played. So in addition to working in some of these other high-end offenses, he has direct familiarity with this offense and this coaching staff.
It makes all the sense in the world. And it might have been one of those things where as soon as hey, Teddy Bridgewater walks in and says, you know what, my heart's not in it. I don't want to be here anymore. Drew Petzing goes, I got a guy.
I'm ready.
I got a guy.
Well, don't you always hear about like athletic directors have to have a list of guys ready?
Oh, yeah.
If you're an offensive coordinator, short list of quarterbacks you'd call on if you need somebody.
Sure, and it's somebody that you are familiar with. It's like special teams coach. How do kickers stay around so long? Why do they follow special teams coaches around? Even though they may not be the best out there, it's because there's a level of comfort with long snappers, with kickers. It's the same thing with backup quarterbacks. Sometimes it's not what you know, it's who you know.
Diggs was great, then banged up a lot. He's only 27, perfect guy to take a swing on because if it works, he's a really good corner too.
Well, he's 28 now, but yeah.
If the Lions get Diggs, I think he'd be perfect for zone defense. If you play man, he's going to get burnt. He has good hands, but he's slow. Diggs makes a lot of sense for both sides. If he has anything left, he could earn that second corner spot. He has the opportunity to show it here in Detroit. Again, not signed. They just brought him in for a workout.
Yeah, and is he a guy, is the mindset, hey, I don't want my career to be over. I'm going to scratch and claw, and as long as my body holds up, I can contribute to a team because I want to be in this league. This is probably his last shot.
On the Tigers, 7 road series in a row after starting the year like 6-15 on the road. It speaks to how wild a season this has been.
Yeah. Wild, and we say it every time we get to, whether it's the trade deadline, it's the All-Star break, it's, September. It's a long season, and a lot can happen throughout the course of a long season.
best run differential in the American League and a losing record. Explain it.
It's bizarre. Bizarre.
One came out of a playoff spot. The lineups have gotten so deep and they're so young. We still have Briseño, Anderson, and Rainier all coming down the line. The potential for this team over the next 5 years is through the roof. Also, pay Dingler and Melton already.
I don't disagree with that at all. Dingler is having a career year, and we saw we saw what he did last year, and we were all excited about it. Seeing what he's doing this year,
Dingler will be 28 any day now, and he's under club control for this year and 4 more seasons. I don't know if you have to rush out to pay a catcher beyond age 32.
no, but
I mean, look, if they got a deal done tomorrow, I wouldn't be complaining.
oh, right.
But I also don't feel like it's urgent to pay a catcher for his 33rd and 34th year of age.
No, it's just
5
a matter
years
of
early.
do you want to just lock him up? Because do you believe that the bat lasts longer than the knees?
Right. And at that point, is he transitioning to
DH or
a
first
Right,
or
yeah.
you
But
know.
my point is, why make that commitment right now? It'd be 5 seasons
Yeah.
early.
You probably don't do that now because you have a really high prospect at catcher in Briseño in the system. You don't optionality. Why tie your hands?
Yeah.
So I think he's here to stay. I
Oh,
mean,
yeah.
position wise, like you said, it might not last that long, and that's why they wouldn't do it.
Could we use an improvement at first base?
My point exactly.
There you go.
Torque is now a positive WAR player. That happened over the weekend.
Yeah,
Awesome.
Alert the presses.
yeah, but can you also get better?
Yes, to Greg's point.
I think season high 738 OPS.
Okay.
Let's wait till Cart comes back.
Yeah,
missed you, Greg.
It only took 5 years for it to get to average.
All right, this week's going to be an important one for the Tigers. We want your help creativity-wise. How do we label this week? Is it Prove It Week, Gotta Have It Week, Playoff Week? We'll do it at 6:35. But first, Heather with the news.
Well, a former Detroit firefighter is in some big trouble with the law. Eric Anderson, who spent years as a Detroit firefighter before resigning in 2023, has now been charged with multiple arsons, breaking into a firehouse, stealing puppies, large appliances, and more. Yes.
Oh, he hates puppies too?
Or he
Wow.
loves them so much he had to steal them. So it's alleged that this guy set fire to at least 4 different locations between July 10th and August 4th. And it's also believed that he broke into and stole from some of the buildings and broke into a firehouse while the firefighters were at one of the fires he allegedly set. So the first alleged crime took place on July 10th, and investigators say he forced his way into a house and then allegedly stole a refrigerator, stove, and 2 pit bull puppies. And then he returned about 20 minutes later and set the house on fire. Okay. Then about 5 days later, he was at it again, set 2 more fires to a garage, to a commercial trash bin, waited a little bit longer, did it again, set another fire. And while firefighters fought that blaze, he went to the firehouse, broke in there, stole some personal items, whatever other shenanigans he was up to. And then his final alleged crime came on August 4th when he set another house on fire. Anyway, he was arrested on August 7th. He's been arraigned, given a $500,000 bond.
A fridge
Yes.
and a stove.
Yes.
Obviously not concerned with the quick getaway.
Not at all. The Powerball jackpot continues to rise as no one hit the top prize on Saturday, so go buy those tickets. The prize for tonight's drawing is now $905 million. Tonight's drawing will be the 43rd consecutive drawing in this current jackpot. However, don't get rid of your tickets quite yet for Saturday night's drawing, because somebody in Michigan did win $1 million.
Oh, we checked our
That's
tickets.
it.
It wasn't us.
Yeah, we bought them online. We won $12.
Oh, good for you.
I know. Colin's like, I got an email, a message from Michigan Lottery.
Now, did you just reinvest the $12?
Heck yes, we do. Oh, without a doubt. $12. Yeah.
I wish that the lottery had a better sense of humor, because whenever, like, I like to use the lottery app and scan it, and then it says this ticket's not a winner.
Yeah.
It should just say, you're a loser. Go give us some more money, because we know you will.
Could
Yes,
be
I
fun.
will.
Yes. So, you'll know if you won the $1 million, clearly, but also because it was purchased at Big Top Market in Wyoming.
Oh,
Okay.
So if you bought a ticket there,
Check.
make
Double
sure
check.
you check. Yes. A wedding in Roseville turned into what sounds like complete chaos over the weekend after a fight broke out in the parking lot and it led to a shooting. So Roseville police were called to Athena Hall on Gratiot around 11 p.m. on Saturday night for this large fight. Witnesses say wedding guests started fighting with each other. Then 2 guns were pulled. Shots were fired. 3 people were shot. Police stopped one vehicle that was trying to leave, and they were carrying this woman inside who'd been shot in the chest. The other 2 victims suffered what police describe as non-life-threatening injuries. All 3 were hospitalized and are expected to be okay. There was a couple of other injuries as well in all of this chaos. One man was hit by a vehicle, suffered a broken hip. Somebody else injured their hand. Who knows what happened at this wedding? Like, it sounds... How does a massive fight like this? It's crazy.
Oh,
Alcohol, I guess.
Or the 2 families just don't see eye to eye. And
Yes. The investigation is still underway.
hopefully love finds a way.
Roseville police are asking anyone for information to contact them. Finally, there was a 12-year-old from Rochester Hills who was seriously injured after crashing an electric motorcycle into a parked pickup truck. The Oakland County Sheriff's Office and deputies responded after receiving multiple 911 calls, and callers reported that the child was unconscious following the collision. The child was transported to the hospital and at the time admitted in serious but stable condition. And they say this specific motorcycle, this electric motorcycle, advertised with capable speeds exceeding 45 miles per hour. They did note the kid was wearing a helmet, but said he was wearing a bike helmet, not one designed for motorcycle use, because there are certain things, and police are saying, hey, make sure you're paying attention, because there are differences between electric scooters and electric bikes and then electric motorcycles. And this classified as an electric motorcycle. It also needs to be registered and insured, which it was not. We see them, and not these, but the electric bikes.
Oh, yeah, we see them in our neighborhood.
Oh,
and
they're
I've seen
everywhere.
some of the ones that you're describing as well.
Yeah.
And they
clearly
haul tail.
over 45 miles an hour.
Yeah.
No joke.
Parents need to talk to their kids and tell
Yeah.
them you need to follow road rules when you're on these things.
Yes.
Like, I've seen so many just blow through stop signs.
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Like a regular bike, I don't even think should personally be doing that. I think legally they can. But Greg's shaking his head, no. But you can't adjust as a driver to something moving 30, 35 through a stop sign when you've sat there, you're ready to go, and you don't see this thing
Right.
coming.
They come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
It's Heather with the news. Big week ahead for Tiger Baseball. Plus, Derek Scooble, he said something. We'll play the audio before the end of the hour. I know people are excited for more Scooble talk, but you got to hear what he said specifically about the future and us here in Detroit. It's 97.1. Brightside Dental, community dentist, the people I go to see, cleanings, fillings, whatever I need done. If you've been dealing with problem teeth, if you've been skipping foods, hiding your smile in photos, let's get your life back. Forget about dentures. Brightside offers a better solution. It's called All-on-4 Dental Implants, where you replace a full set of missing teeth with just 4 implants, and it gives you a strong, secure, natural-looking smile that'll actually stay in place. And at Brightside, they can do it with a one-day transformation. Walk in and leave the very same day with a brand new smile. Call to schedule a consultation. Find out if All-on-4 Dental Implants are right for you. Your new smile is closer than you think. 1-800-PAINLESS. BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Extra inning win for the Tigers. 1 game back of a playoff spot. What a season. Best run differential in the American League with a losing record. Yeah, it's been a season of ups and downs. And this upcoming week, John, it's the week.
You're hosting the Guardians and the White Sox.
Homestand all in division.
And it's 3 apiece. You have yet to beat the Guardians. And this is, if you want to be taken as a serious team, you need to win both series. You need to win both series. I'm not going to, would it be great to sit there and say, yes, 6 out of 6? Sure, that's possible. But you just have to take 2 out of 3 against the Guardians and 2 out of 3 against the Sox. Does it make up the entire ground to be first in division? No. But I'm not concerned about that. The division to me is irrelevant. If that happens, hey, we'll celebrate. It's nice. It's fun. But right now, it's simply you are the first team out of the wild card. You're 1 back of the Rangers. Just take care of business on your end. Don't worry about what they're doing. You've got 2 division opponents, and they're opponents that you have struggled with this year. So if you want to be taken seriously, then go win a series.
Right. Beating the A's and the Giants, not the litmus test.
No, and to sit there and say, well, yeah, okay, you beat up on the Guardians, who are now, a half game behind you. It doesn't signal that you're now a really good team. It just signals that you're better than an average team.
But it matters because that team has been a nemesis. Right. That team is in the division. That team is still fighting for a playoff spot right there with you within a half game. No. Make no mistake about it. Well, the Cleveland Guardians are not some rock star baseball team.
Yeah.
It would be more meaningful to beat them than going out west and beating a bunch of, garbage cans.
A minor league team in a minor league stadium.
Yeah, exactly. So what are we calling this week? Is this prove it? Like, there's a playoff spot to go grab. I don't know how you want to phrase this for people, but this is an important week for the Tigers. And it's early in the morning, so the creative juices are still flowing.
I'm not sure. I mean, I kind of think I did. Like, if you want to be taken seriously, it's not a catchphrase.
Yeah.
But if you want to be taken serious as a serious baseball team, you have to win this series against the Guardians. And it's also the audition for the local fans of Max Clark.
First chance to see him at Comerica
in
Park.
person.
Yep. Yeah, look, it's a bit of a prove it spot. It's a last call. Like, if you're going to make your run, this is the time to do it.
And I'm not going to, if they lose both series, it doesn't eliminate them. But if you want to be taken seriously, we said it last week. When are you going to buy into this team? It's now.
This is the week to get people to buy in. Moving day at golf tournaments. This is kind of what this is, right?
Sure.
It's not Sunday at the Masters, but it's moving day. Like, hey, let's go. Let's pick it up 1 foot in front of it. Go grab a playoff spot this week. And then you got to hold it for the final 6 weeks, but let's go grab a playoff spot this week.
You've done a lot of hard work just to get back here.
Think about it. I told you they are the closest they've been to 500 since May 6th. They've almost erased the nightmare of all nightmares, the month of May. They're this close to erasing that nightmare. This is the week to go do it. 248-539-9797. We got open lines. Talk to Tiger fans. You're sweating it over the weekend, right? Friday night felt painful, leaving guys on base. Sunday, Tom's note, they've lost that game 10 times this year. Drew Summers gets the double play, and they win the game. You're looking ahead to this week, and it's so much riding on what they do in the next 6 games.
And the last time the White Sox came, you swept them. So it's the biggest thing is the Cleveland Guardians. They have been the mental block for this team, to be the hurdle to get over in the regular season. Now, they've been able to do it in the postseason, but we're not even talking about postseason right now. The Tigers should be approaching this, like AJ talked about, every game is Game 7. Like, they should approach this with the same mental aspect, the same, mental exercise that they did last year in the postseason.
Well, this started against Cleveland last year. Jim came in the Monday morning and declared the AL Central was over after they had that crazy wild pitch win with Trey Sweeney. Remember when he scored on the wild pitch?
Was
and
that McKinstry, I thought?
Or McKinstry, and then that tied it with 2 outs in the ninth, and then they went in extras, and Sweeney hit a 3-run bomb or something like that. And we all thought it was over. Cleveland was buried. And ever since then, the Tigers have not been able to score on Cleveland. Hardly at all. They hardly scored that series, by the way.
Yeah.
They have not been able to score on Cleveland really over this 3-year period. And the only time they did was the Game 3 last year when they won to advance to the ALDS. This year, they've scored 11 runs in 6 games. Wow. This series specifically, I'm not worried about Chicago or talking about that until this series is over. Tigers offense needs to show up in this series. They need to score runs on Cleveland. Cleveland's given up 5 or more runs 8 straight games. That's their strength, pitching, but they haven't been pitching well lately.
But they're gonna be lined up for this series, aren't they? They're throwing some good arms.
Yeah, Bybee's kind of weird.
Yeah, but he owns us, right? That's kind of his thing.
But the other two, Griffin and what's his name with an M? Can't think of it.
Oh, the rookie, Parker Messick.
Yes. Thank you. Not Meadows. Collectively, the Indians are lined up to pitch well, and the Tigers, their 2 best pitchers, maybe. It's a lot to put on Job right now, but Melton's not pitching this series.
Yeah, they're not going to get Melton or Job in this series. The matchups are Bybee against Drew Anderson on Tuesday, Griffin against Valdez on Wednesday, the battle of lefties, and then the series will wrap up with a day game on Thursday, Messick against Montero.
How does this offense that's blossomed since they really went on the road, it did a little bit at home last time, but this new lineup play in Comerica Park, there's just so many unknowns, and I got to see the offense do it against a team that's owned them.
Yeah. Odds to win the Central right now, still the White Sox, then the Guardians, then the Tigers. And I think a big part of that is because the Guardians are the proven commodity. They've won the division the last couple seasons.
They have, and they've owned the Tigers. Absolutely owned them in the regular season.
Yeah.
And so it's you got what you needed to get out of Valdez the last time he started, against Seattle. You were able to get a good start, a quality start out of Drew Anderson the last time he went. Now it's only going to be 4 or 5 innings. So it's going to, we're not calling it a bullpen day, but you are going to tax your bullpen tomorrow when they take the
Tuesday
field.
night. Yeah. Comerica Park. And I expect the ballpark to have some great crowds because, again, this team is whipping people into a frenzy. They're picking up some real momentum. They've done a real job here to get back into it, and now they have a chance to take their spot in the postseason this week. We look around at each other, and we've been wondering who's going to buy back in, who's going to be the one that looks at that swimming pool and says cannonball and jumps in. This is the week where we're all going to be in the pool if they do their business.
And I mean, if I was going to sit there and say, okay, not winning the series, but not sweeping them, it's always hard to be excited when you lose the first game of a series. You should have the advantage when Valdez is on the mound in Game 2. You should have the advantage when Montero is on the mound in Game 3. I don't know that you have the advantage when Drew Anderson takes the mound tomorrow night. Now, Bybee has not been great, but he's always been good against the Tigers.
I'm going to stress, though, so Bybee sub 4 ERA and again owns us. Don't sleep on Parker Messick. He leads their team in ERA, 2.5 ERA. I'm not sure we have the advantage when he's throwing opposite us.
I tell you what, I have, and maybe it's just perception, I have confidence when Kiter Montero takes the mound. He's earned that. And I like his competitive nature when he takes the mound. I like the fact that he's calm, he gets out of situations, and it's just and maybe it's perception. Anderson pitched fine when he started, and maybe it is a mental preparation for the game, starting versus coming out of the bullpen. I've never done it. I can't tell you what it is, but it seems like he's better in one aspect or one opportunity than he has been out of the bullpen.
I believe the Guardians will be pitching the player with the lower ERA in each of the next 3 games.
Okay, well, and what did I say last week? You're going to have to average 5 runs per game. If you get 5 runs per game against the Guardians, I think you'll win.
Spotlight on the offense. That's what it is. 248-539-9797. And we know how important bullpen is in one-run games, so that can't be an issue either this week. Excited to get things going Tuesday night at the ballpark. Coming up next, he speaks about his future and us in Detroit. Seriously, he just keeps talking. It's 97.1.
Hey, if your AC is struggling to keep up in the heat, it's time to call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Mastercraft is available 24/7 for those moments, and they stand behind their work with an extremely valuable 5-year warranty. They made a huge difference in my home. They'll do the exact same for yours, and right now, they're running some amazing specials. Here's one of them, an AC tune-up for only $79, and when it comes to service, they're going to get to you faster than anyone else will. Easy financing options are available. Schedule your free in-home estimate at mastercraftheating.com.
He spoke about us and his future, and maybe pitching here again. We'll get to it. Text coming in on the Tigers in the week ahead. This is more than likely their primary chance and maybe final chance to make the playoffs. Yes, they'll play them again later in the year, but this is mid-August. The Guardians and White Sox improved their clubs at the deadline. This is it. This is our chance. And there's a playoff spot to go grab this week. Text says if the Tigers bomb, it's 100% onto football. Also true. Lions will play their first preseason game
Thursday
later
night.
this week. Yep. They weren't beating garbage teams in the West Coast. They were annihilating them. Go Tigers. That's now how they have this run differential. Best in the American League. Messick is better than Montero from an unnamed texter. Yeah, they're going to have the edge on the mound, Cleveland, in each of the next 3 games.
Against a team you haven't been able to hit. Now, the lineup is certainly refreshed and deeper, but prove it.
Yep, prove it. This is the week to do it. We'll all be bought in if they take care of business this week, right?
Yeah.
I do think 2 or 3 against Cleveland it's not automatic. Like Greg's been saying here, we got a month and a half of the season left, but I don't know. I think there might be a little bit of a psychological thing there in terms of the offense performing.
No, but I wanna
if they lose tomorrow night 8-7, because Drew Anderson's starting,
Right.
at least you had some offensive production against a team you can't hit. This has been going on for a long time against this team.
I want to clarify. No one's going to say that they will clinch a playoff spot this week.
No.
We're
you don't
saying
clinch one and you're not eliminated either way.
But mentally, do you believe they are a team that will be in the postseason or not? That shifts this week based on how they play.
Well,
You don't have to pull a Red Sox, maybe like a mini Red Sox. Take over.
Yeah.
Somebody needs I contend out of all these teams that are bunched together, the only one that can probably get the 84, 85 wins, I would argue, is the Guardians because of their pitching. I don't think any other team did anything to get out of this, 500 rut.
And you are playing better right now than the Guardians are playing right now. And you've got to stack up wins against the teams that you're playing better than. You're playing at home. And I'm not going to sit there and argue that they're playing better than the White Sox, but you're at home. You should be able to get 2 of 3 because later on in the month, you're going to have a 6 games homestand against the Tampa Bay Rays and the LA Dodgers. And then following that, you've got what? You've got 3 on the road against the Twins. You've got 4 at Cleveland, 3 more against the Twins. Like you've got to stack up wins at some point.
Right, but I like the texter's point. These teams added in the American League Central. We got a chance to show that you're still in it, despite the fact that this team sold. And the piece that they sold, one of them was Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal was on Pardon My Take. This episode was released on Friday, certainly got some attention over the weekend. Tarek Skubal speaking on his future. We'll get to maybe returning to Detroit, but first, the emotions of being traded.
Yeah, I know the Dodgers have been on a little bit of a skid, but it's really tough to go to a team that's favored to win the World Series. I mean, my heart is breaking for him.
1-6 since they traded for him, right? Or 1-7?
Yeah.
1-6. Okay. What about coming back to Detroit someday, Tarek?
All right, so that's wonderful for the city of Detroit. Oh, thank you, Mr. Skubal. How do you think that was received for the team that is currently signing his checks and the fans that are coming to see him? Like, you're not going to play your entire career in Detroit. Maybe you come back, but you are currently playing for the LA Dodgers. How do you think that's playing out there?
I can just tell you, they did not appreciate it. At least I saw a clip from their local media, their Odyssey station. Said the guy has barely popped his tags on his Dodgers jersey, and he's out here talking about his ex.
You know what? Hey, if you wanted to play your whole career in Detroit, you could have. All right, and I'm not going to sit here and say, well, hey, you should have taken a peanuts contract. No, but you could have had conversations. Your agent works for you. When you tell him to send a message to your team, if he doesn't, that's a breach of contract between those two. So if he were to sit there and say, I want you to negotiate, even if they're not sending you anything that's respectable, I want you to continue negotiations. His agent says, no. We need maximum dollar. I don't care what you want. We need maximum dollar. If what you want is to play your entire career, you send that message to your agent and you tell him to get the deal done.
Tarek Skubal wants the Tigers to be involved because he wants a bidding war, and then he wants to sign for the most money.
Right. He doesn't really want to be in Detroit. He wants dollars, and that's okay. Just say it.
Say what you want to say, as a wise man once said.
I mean, your words have meaning. Mean what you say and say what you mean. Because when he comes out and says these things about, well, I'd love to play my entire career in Detroit, doesn't really mean it. We know he doesn't mean it. It's all lip service.
Your agent told the Tigers, we are not negotiating.
Yeah, don't bother sending us a contract because we're going to get to free agency. And if you want to be the highest bidder, then you win the Skubal sweepstakes.
So what? I guess the most honest thing is he wants the Tigers to be the highest bidder. Okay. But
I wanted the Lions to draft me. All right, some things just don't happen. If you want to take control of the situation in his position, you can.
How does that land in the city of Detroit? When you hear Tarek Skubal say, hopefully I can return, hopefully they're getting involved at the end of the season in November. 248-539-9797. He speaks on his future. Tex says, when does this crap stop? I'm so over it. He pitches tonight, by the way. Mm-hmm. Always something, man. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Guardian Alarm. The Tigers came up clutch in a 3-1 win in 10 innings yesterday against the Giants. Troy Melton got the start and allowed just 1 run and 4 hits over 6 innings with 5 strikeouts as he lowered his season ERA to 1.46. The bullpen also held strong as 4 Tigers pitchers combined to allow just 3 hits and no runs with only 1 walk and 9 strikeouts. A.J. Hinch cited the team's pitching performance as a big reason for the win after the game. The Tigers complete their 9-game road trip with 3 series wins and a 7-2 record. They've now won 7 straight series on the road and are alone in second place in the division for the first time since May 7th. Detroit is 3.5 games back of Chicago right now. They return home tomorrow for a 6-game homestand with the Guardians and White Sox. Game 1 against Cleveland is tomorrow at 6:40. And the Lions already have a new backup quarterback after Teddy Bridgewater retired again yesterday. The team signed former Tennessee QB and 6-year NFL vet Josh Dobbs to a 1-year deal worth just over $1 million. He backed up Drake May last year. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1theticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get to the phones. Talk to Tiger fans. Tarek Skubal says, I want the Tigers to be involved in negotiations this offseason. I'd love to come back to Detroit. Al, you're on 97.1.
Yeah, I'm amazed that nobody in the AA.
Oh, Al, you there?
What
cut
makes
out.
you think he's
Al?
taking at his word? If he says he wants to come back to Detroit, who are you to call him a liar?
He may want to come back to Detroit. We're not calling him a liar. But what we're saying is if Detroit offers him the highest contract in the most years, then yeah, he'll come back to Detroit. If they don't, I think we all believe he's going to go to whoever that is.
That may be, John, but right now he's saying that he would love to come back to Detroit. And you're saying, oh, that's bullshit. He doesn't want to come back.
You can't say that, dude. I knew how that call was going to go when I read it in the screener.
Yeah.
Who are you to say what Scooble thinks? He doesn't describe what he's saying and thinking very well.
Right.
He's put his foot in his mouth a dozen times.
I mean, if you've got to take people at their word. And when Scott Harris says, yeah, we made an offer, but it was clear nothing was going to be done, I'm not going to waste my time sending other offers that are just going to be, the email's not going to be opened up.
Right. What you say matters, and your actions also matter. If you're not interested in extending, how serious are you about being in Detroit? Am I allowed to ask that question? I'm not calling him a liar. How serious, how bad do you want to be in Detroit if you're not going to talk extension?
It feels like he keeps trying to win the PR battle for the hearts and minds of Detroit fans. Yeah, I want to be there, but his actions speak way louder than anything that he's having to say. Because if he wanted to be here, he didn't have to be a part of this trade deadline. Last offseason, he could have gone to the Tigers and said, let's talk about an extension. I'm a 2-time Cy Young Award winner. And if they said, hey, we're not going to go any more than 5 years, and Scooble says, well, that's a non-starter.
That's a deal breaker.
Okay, then we don't have anything to discuss.
Right.
But if your agent says, it doesn't matter what you send us, we're not agreeing until we get to free agency after this year, then there's nothing in that says you want to be in Detroit.
If you're saying I'm taking my left elbow to the auction house and I'm receiving bids from everyone in baseball and I'm taking the highest bid, that's not the same thing as I want to be in Detroit for my entire career. Those two statements do not go hand in hand.
No.
You were not serious about extending in Detroit. You'll more than welcome our money in a bidding war at the auction house. But in terms of truly loving the city and being here and trying to get something done, you hired someone and employed someone who didn't want to get things done. That's a you decision, Tarek Scooble, and you don't get to run from it. See, that's the thing that drives me crazy, John. He wants to have his cake and eat it too, and that's what's made me so upset. Go back to the World Baseball Classic. I want to be Team USA America, but I don't actually want to pitch in the effing games. Well, what is it? I want my team to buy at the trade deadline, but I'm not willing to commit. Well, which one is it? That's what drives me up a wall with this guy. You're right. He's trying to be loved by everyone. And he's putting his foot in his mouth at every turn. How about your new team that's excited to have you pitched for them? And you're already going, I hope my ex is ready for me at the end of the season. Shut up! Just shut up!
Just pitch. Just pitch. That's all anybody that is sending you the checks wants you to do. Just pitch, go win us games. And then the free agency will take care of itself.
Exactly. Man, why are you guys so mean to him on the radio? He's talking out of both sides of his mouth repeatedly.
Right. I honestly, when we closed the show up last Friday, I thought we had done a nice job over the last couple of days of not mentioning his name. We referred to the two pitchers that were traded at the trade deadline, but I made it a point not to mention his name. I thought we were done talking about this. And yet, then again, I see what happens on social media, and now here we are.
By the way, do we have the audio from the LA sports host? This is how they received those comments.
We're a 6. I mean, I don't know. I mean, that I think that raises to at least marriage level.
Or we're settling down with.
Yeah, a 6. I don't disagree with him saying, yeah, the Dodgers are a supermodel.
How about after our West Coast swing? We got some plastic surgery done. We're looking better. 248-539-9797. Paul in Chesterfield. Paul, good morning.
Hey, good morning, John. Good morning, Jim. How are you?
Good.
What's up?
I wanted to mention that, if Tarik Skubal wants to play in Detroit, then maybe he should think about getting rid of the scumbag of an agent that he has first, okay, and foremost, because the guy didn't do him any favors, as far as I'm concerned. He really didn't. The guy tells, he says to everybody in Detroit, well, I want to stay here, I want to pitch, I want to be around my buddies, but yet he says, and again, Jim, you're right, he's talking out both sides of his mouth. So what is it? Do you want to play here? If you want to play here, then you shouldn't have left. And the only way that you would have left is gotten rid of your agent and scored another deal with the Tigers. That would have been the right thing to do. He didn't have to keep the agent that he had. They're not, yes, okay, so they're under contract, but that doesn't mean, and John, you can clarify this, that doesn't mean you can't change agents in the middle of negotiations.
You can change agents anytime you want, and I don't even think that he needs to get rid of Scott Boras. What he needs to do is take control of the situation. And if Scott Boras is going to get you the most money in whatever situation that you deem is best for you, then you tell Scott Boras, hey, I like living here. I like my teammates. I like the future of this team. I want you to get the most money. Bring me the contract that pays me the most money possible to play for Detroit. And then I can decide if that's enough for me. Because if Scott Boras is this super agent and he's not just going to take guys to free agency and say and promise them the world and say, oh, I can get you an 8-year deal for $40 a year. Okay, that's great. And I don't know that there's a lot of people listening. You may say, well, I love Detroit. If that is on the table, I think most people would say, yeah, I'm going to go to free agency because I want 8 years and I want $500 million. But if you're okay with 5 years, $200 million, like it just then say you're okay with that.
I'm not even faulting him. If he really felt like, hey, Detroit was not going to be a serious bidder, I'm going to go to free agency. I want to make the most money. I have no issue with it. But then own it.
Right.
It's like he's not willing to own and accept that will alienate some people and hurt some people's feelings. Tarik, you're almost 30 years old. You're a grown man. Learn to accept that not everyone's going to like you. You want to make the most money. Say it into a microphone. I want to make the most money because we all know it's true. Let some people vilify you and go get paid. But it's all the other stuff. It's the optics. You said PR. It's constantly trying to pretty up your image. Just own who you are and what you want.
Let me just ask you a question. The contract that they gave Framber Valdez, looking at that and knowing that you have 2-time Cy Young Award winner, left-hander Tarik Skubal, do you think they would have, the Tigers, would have agreed to a contract that would have been 5 years, $200 million? Do you think they eventually would have said, you know what? Yes, we'll do that.
Oh, yeah. I don't think there would have been a reason to think differently.
And maybe that number would have been higher. I don't know that they go any more than 5 years.
But when baseball insiders, several, have said this is going to be a $400 million contract for Skubal's next deal, that just might be the reality of the situation.
But to your point, okay, it's how much money do I need to be happy? If I'm going to be full of tears and I'm going to be sobbing over leaving the city of Detroit, what is that worth to you? And if it's not worth anything, then just shut up. Right. We can all understand the human element of it. John, I was sad when I was cut from Washington. Okay, but I didn't sob over it. What I'm saying is your happiness has a price tag, and it may not be $400 million.
Well, yeah, I don't want to balk, though. If the Tigers' offer in your mind could have been around 200 or change and he could get 400, I don't think it makes him a bad guy.
I'm not saying it does.
I'm not saying you are. But for a person to say, I can be both emotionally spent leaving a place I've spent my career while also recognizing an extra $200 million is a pretty good reason to do it.
I don't disagree.
He just needs to maybe he hasn't come to peace with that internally. Maybe that's what this issue is.
Your internal happiness always is going to have a price tag. And if you are sitting there saying, well, I'm going to take the highest dollar amount, and it could land me in Seattle, it could land me in San Diego, could land me in New York, could land me in Miami, then just understand that if that's what you're after, it's not about the team, it's not about friendships, it's about the dollar amount.
248-539-9797. Got some Lions camp news to get to at 7:35. An update on the Red Wings from the most prominent insider in the game. We'll play that coming up next. It's 97.1. Shaner Roofing, for over 30 years of trusted service. I tell you, go with Shaner. Proven track record serving Michigan homeowners. 5-star quality for roofs, windows, and siding. Shaner's a truly family-owned company. While their competitors are answering to private equity investors, that's not Shaner. Family-owned business that treats you like family because they are one. No pressure promise. When they come out, when Shaner looks at your roof, they're not going to give you some slimy sales pitch. You're going to get a true, honest assessment of what your home actually needs. And then they'll trust you to make the right decision. And they're not going to sell your roof if you don't need one. Unmatched reputation. Shaner's earned a 4.9-star Google rating. You can see what I'm talking about. Thousands of satisfied homeowners. It's a reputation that Shaner has earned through doing the job right. And I think peace of mind is important. You make that kind of investment in your home, you want to know the company stands by the work. Every installation comes with a lifetime transferable warranty. You might not be thinking, I'm selling my house anytime soon. But with Shaner, over 30 years, you're going to want to be able to take advantage of that if the time comes to sell your home. Shaner's locally committed. The competitors are doing their own thing. Shaner's here local, committed to you, their Michigan customers. If you want to get started, get your quote today, mymichiganroof.com. That's Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding, mymichiganroof.com. Lions training camp stories coming up at 7:35. Got a new backup quarterback. They've called on a corner and more details on the Gibbs deal. Lots to discuss. Plus a baseball team that's only a game out of a playoff spot. How about that? Big series coming up this week with the Guardians and White Sox. Hey, a little bit of an update on the Red Wings. I say a little bit. Elliot Friedman on NHL Tonight. We have 2 clips to play for you. One on kind of the update, the ramp up for this general manager search, but then also a candidate to keep in mind. Let's start with the Red Wings and the overall philosophy. Could be someone a little different. What about someone who's currently working for a baseball team?
So not a hockey guy. Don't you have to be a hockey guy?
Well, Carolina's done it with more of the analytics, the numbers nerds.
Yeah.
Greenberg's background, Columbia Law, numbers guy, worked in the Cubs and Blackhawks organization. After double dipping in the city of Chicago, could he double dip here in Detroit?
I don't care. I just want them to win. I think that's probably what every Wings fan is really going to say. I don't care. I just want them to win. But part of me also says what I want the general manager of the Lions to not be a football guy and just be a numbers analytics guy.
Be concerning, wouldn't it?
It would be concerning. I think you would be naturally concerned until you saw evidence that it could be successful.
You correct me if I'm wrong. We talk to fans all day. Would fans view this as kind of an easy way out? You made the decision late for whatever reason. The search has had minimal updates. Now it's going to ramp up. And you just tell the guy in the world headquarters to switch desks? Would that be seen as the easy way out? Fair or unfair? I think fans would see that as, oh, this is just the lazy, he's already working for our other team. Did you really?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
And maybe he would be the best candidate. I truly don't know. Elliot Friedman said they're going to ask these people to come in and present a full outline for how to navigate
what's your
this.
plan?
Yeah. And maybe his plan would be the best plan. I don't know. I mean, he brought him up specifically. That tells me that he is in the pod or the pool of candidates. Maybe there's 4 or 5 people, but he's in it.
Yeah, they probably have a list of 5 people, and he's probably on it. And I don't have a problem with it. He has a hockey background. He is analytically driven. They brought him here for a reason. The most successful teams in the NHL are analytically driven. Carolina, Florida, Colorado, Dallas. It's like, look, I'm just making an assumption. I don't think he's their top candidate. I think they've used this firm, and the firm has probably provided a list, and he's on it. He's probably not at the top, but I would not have a problem. I think it's a very easy take and opinion to have if the Red Wings were to do this. Oh, my, look at they're doing that, and they're being cheap. And this. To me, I would say no. What I'm being told right now is the Red Wings were very far behind on how the new NHL is being operated, much like the Tigers were. And I would encourage people to look at Scott Harris, who was hired from a list that was provided from an outside firm. Yeah, they would be redoing what they did with Harris, and I personally like the Harris hiring. People need to be patient, and I think you're seeing it pay off now.
The question would be, should we be hiring our Scott Harris? and like as opposed to Greenberg.
Maybe Greenberg is the Scott Harris.
It could be. I'm not saying it would be wrong either. I'm just because he does have some time with the Blackhawks, so it's not going completely outside of hockey.
Don't you think they probably got his opinion on this whole situation?
Oh, I'm sure they did.
Partially led to this, and I would kind of argue he was probably not on Yzerman's side.
Sure, and that's the other thing Elliot Friedman said. Is
could I do the job better? Yes.
I think
he knifed Yzerman to get the job.
I don't think this is a surprise given the news last week that Yzerman's no longer doing the day-to-day.
Yeah.
But Elliot Friedman also said, like, he's not going to be looming over whoever they hire. This is truly going to be a clean break. And Tom, to your point about the Red Wings being behind, think about this. When is the last time the Red Wings ran a true search for the head of hockey operations? Because from Jimmy D to the handpicked replacement in Ken Holland to the hand-picked replacement in Steve Yzerman, they've never truly said, let's sit down with 5 different hockey people and pitch us on where our blind spots are in the organization. Because, Tom, you really would have to go back over 30 years since this franchise had this kind of, this kind of like come to Jesus moment.
I agree with what you said there. That is fact, but we all thought it was a layup when they hired Yzerman. I don't think there are very many people listening to us all that thought that was a bad hire.
I thought it was going to be a great hire. I think that was the consensus.
I think you could count on one hand.
But it wasn't. And is there a lesson to be learned of, hey, let's go outside the family. Let's ask questions we haven't asked in 30 years. And let's bring someone in who maybe isn't the traditional hockey background. They certainly have to know puck a little bit.
Yeah.
But an outside perspective, I think, is good.
The new word around here is seduced. We were all seduced by the Steve Yzerman hire.
Oh, yeah. No doubt about it. We'll talk football 10 minutes away. Heather with the news. Heather, what's going on?
Well, the Lions wasted no time finding a replacement for Teddy Bridgewater after he abruptly announced that he was retiring from football again. So the Lions agreed to a 1-year contract with veteran quarterback Joshua Dobbs. Dobbs does have a long history with the Lions and new offensive coordinator Drew Petzing. He spent a month on the Lions practice squad late in the 2022 season, but he didn't appear in any games. And then he played under Petzing in stints with the Browns and the Cardinals.
Makes sense to me.
Yeah, it does. And I'm glad that they acted quickly.
Yes. There's a woman.
Tom Kennedy doesn't have to play quarterback this week?
A woman in California who is facing a long road to recovery after she was hit by a car that was being driven by a 6-year-old, along with his 4-year-old brother. I saw this.
Was a 4-year-old in a car seat?
Oh, that's what Colin asked too. He's like, do you think he put his brother in the car seat? I'm like, of course not. So the woman was out walking her friend's dog last week when she was hit in the crosswalk. And surveillance video shows this vehicle. It was a Camry. It sideswiped another vehicle, which then kind of caused it to collide right into this woman as she was stepping into the crosswalk, suffered multiple brain bleeds, facial fractures, and according to her family, is still fighting extremely hard for her life. Now, when it comes to these little boys, a source close to the family says that the 6-year-old found the car keys in his father's pocket while his parents were sleeping. He then went and woke up his younger brother, was like, hey, I got a plan. Yeah. The two apparently used a kitchen chair to get out of the house before getting in the car.
Wow, they had the whole breakout completely mapped out.
Like, and then I'm like, okay, did the 6-year-old then have his little brother on the pushing the gas pedal?
Oh no, I mean I think Teddy could probably reach the gas pedal. Yeah, I mean to be a matter of
I guess it doesn't matter. Like
Teddy's 6'3". I mean, it's not really a fair comparison.
Yeah, I don't know.
True.
Yeah. Measurements of these kids, but you're also talking, what was the car?
It's a Toyota Camry.
All right, so it's a tiny
it's a smaller car.
Yeah.
Yes, but
I still have a hard time thinking a 6-year-old.
I mean,
does he tell his 4-year-old brother, "Hey, you're riding shotgun. You got the radio."
It's wild. So the boys likely won't face any criminal charges because they're 4 and 6 years old.
Right.
But legal experts say that their parents could face criminal and civil consequences.
Sure.
And the family, despite this woman's injuries, they say they hold no ill will towards the children. No word on the children's parents, how they feel about that.
You're grounded.
Yeah, my gosh. Man. The WNBA is reportedly taking another look at its transgender athlete policy after 2 former NBA players announced plans to enter the league. So the former NBA first round pick Enes Kanter announced Friday that he was declaring for the 2027 WNBA draft, saying that he had reviewed the league's current eligibility rules and believed that he met the requirements. And then former NBA player Royce White followed suit, saying he also had plans to declare for the draft. That, of course, got the WNBA's attention. Commissioner Kathy Engelbert sent out a memo to players saying that the league plans to review the transgender athlete policy. So the WNBA's collective bargaining agreement currently says only players who are women are eligible to play, but it does not provide more specific language about gender identity or sex assigned at birth. So anyway, she says the league wants to approach the issue thoughtfully and respectfully while also making sure the integrity of the game and fair competition remains a priority.
I tell you what, that league just can't get out of their own way. They
well said.
just can't get out of their own way.
All right, we'll talk football next. Backup quarterback change, bringing in a corner from the outside, a Jahmyr Gibbs contract update with some good details. They did it again, John. It's 97-1.
All right, this is going to be so cool. Cosm Detroit, it opens soon. It opens next month, and Cosm brings fans the ultimate immersive sports experience. At Cosm, you can watch all your favorite sports on these massive, high-resolution displays. You're going to be surrounded by fellow fans. You can watch from the Dome. This massive wraparound display provides reserved seating, and it feels like you're being transported like right to the court, right to the field. It's pretty cool. Then you've got the hall as well. Features wall-to-wall live multi-view sports, so you can catch every game while obviously cheering on your teams with fellow fans. And then, of course, don't forget the deck. This is Cosm's top-level bar with amazing views for when you need a break from the action. Now, to go and get more information on upcoming events, including pre-sale access to tickets, go to cosm.com/Detroit.
It's Greg Gainey on the call on Sunday. Tigers take the series against the Giants, 7 straight road series. They've come away victorious. 1 game back of a playoff spot. Closest they've been to 500 since May 6th. They've almost undone the nightmare that was the month of May. Just in time for the series against the Guardians and White Sox. 6-game homestand.
They only had their ace for the month of May.
You're trying to get me back on that scuba stuff. You press a button and I'll just... He hit his injury from the team, John.
Yeah, well...
What do you mean? They've got their ace, Troy Melton.
Yeah.
And not far behind them is this Jackson Jobe guy, 100 miles an hour in his return. Now, they're not going to get either of them against Cleveland.
Right.
And I think this is a big series we're going to talk more about at 7:50, because I wonder if people are already bought in or if it's, can I see the next 6 games, please? We'll do that in 15 minutes.
Okay.
Little Lions talk first.
Yeah, let's go there.
Backup quarterback. That was quick.
Yeah. No surprise that Teddy Bridgewater decided. And that may have been a situation where they just went to him and said, hey, we're going to give you as much time as you want in the preseason. Maybe there's another team that wants you. You're just not fitting us. So either you retire or you're going to be released at some point. I don't know that that's the conversation. I'm just saying that's one option. Teddy Bridgewater may have just woke up, 2 weeks into training camp and just said, I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to be a backup quarterback. I don't want to play in preseason games. So I'm going to go back to coaching high school football. Guys, I'm done.
Yeah, I'd be a little annoyed if I was the Lions that you came to practice for 2 weeks, but they pivoted quickly.
They did, and they made a quick, grown-up decision. They went and got Josh Dobbs, who... no one's going to mistake him for a starting quarterback. He has started games. He's started games for Drew Petzing at Arizona, which you pointed out earlier. He is a quality backup. You're not going to break the bank on him, but I think everybody looks at that and says, you know what? If it's not going to be Teddy Bridgewater, the next option on the roster would have been Drew Altmaier out of Illinois.
Yeah, no thanks. Nothing against him, but given what they're chasing, I don't want a rookie backup.
No, and so if Goff has been one of the healthiest quarterbacks in the NFL going on, 4 years now? Last time he missed a game was back in 21. If he has to miss half a game because he gets his bell rung or I don't know. I don't even know if he could tweak a hammy, but let's just say he does. And you got to bring in a quarterback to get you out of a game. Josh Dobbs could, in theory, do that.
You don't think Goff moves quick enough to tweak a hammy?
No, I mean that was kind of. I say that jokingly because, like, a hamstring issue was the furthest thing from my mind because I just wasn't going to be in a position to pull a hamstring.
You weren't going to reach top speeds like that?
No. The acceleration was never really my issue.
You're right. If you lose your starting quarterback in this league for extended stretches, you're screwed.
Yeah.
Do you have someone that can put a Band-Aid on it for a half, for a week, couple weeks tops? That's what Dobbs is.
Yeah, and if you're okay, some of it is just to win a championship, you got to be a little bit lucky. And do you have to be, good as well? Yes, absolutely. But if you're lucky enough to where if, let's just say, something happens to Goff in the trip to Atlanta, they come back and they play Tennessee.
Yeah.
Do you think Dobbs could go in there and get you a win at home against Tennessee?
Absolutely. Look, that's the beauty of if you fixed your offensive line, it's going to raise the floor for any quarterback. Goff, of course, but a backup can come in, hand the ball off, play action pass, have a little bit of time, get it to J-Mo. You need time to be able to get it down the field to J-Mo. Yeah, I think he could come in for a spot start or in mop-up duty. Yeah, I think that's what Dobbs is. He's played on 6 different teams. So in terms of picking up an offense quick, I mean, we're already a couple weeks into camp. I think he's a sharp, smart guy. He'll pick this up and he'll hold the clipboard ideally, but he'll bring an intelligence and he can move a little bit if he's in the game and he can move the sticks if he's in the game. Well, he was a aerospace engineer, the pastronaut. You're putting smart people in the QB room.
But he's also been with Petzing before. So and
2
it's
stops.
So the offense is going to be Dan Campbell's offense. Some of it will be a mesh of Dan Campbell, along with what Drew Petzing brings. But Drew Petzing will know more than anyone else would have of what the limitations are and what does Josh Dobbs do well. How can we put him in position for success?
And if you look at the teams he's played on, it's really what I consider to be some of the best offenses and offensive minds in the NFL. So Kyle Shanahan, Kevin O'Connell. Last year, he was in New England as the backup on a Super Bowl team.
Yeah. And we had talked when he was in Minnesota, like, how could you possibly win with, Kirk Cousins goes down and then you've got a constant shift of who your starting quarterbacks are. One of them was Josh Dobbs, and
they went 2-2 in his 4 starts.
He went in there and did an admirable job, which is all you can ask for from a backup quarterback.
Gibbs contract, it got done late last week. We got some details over the weekend. If anybody was on the fence about this deal, the structure should put you at ease. They did it again. This is a team-friendly deal. They're actually going to save money against the cap in 2027 and 2028. Mm-hmm. So that would have been a 5th-year option and a franchise tag.
Which are fixed prices.
Hard cost, fully guaranteed. Instead, they've lowered the cap hit in those 2 seasons. And then, but what about, Jim? Be fair, what about afterwards? Then we really got to pay him, right? Well, yeah, if he's healthy and good, but if he's hurt, it's a $6 million dead cap hit in 29 and an out for only $3 million for 2030. John, they did it again. If he gets all crumpled and banged up and mangled and he can't play 4 or 5 years from now, they'll cut him and move on at minimal cost.
It works well for both because Gibbs got his guaranteed money, got his contract extension. The Lions were able to structure it in a way that they weren't going to be prohibited from replacing him or doing anything else that they want to do. And that's what you get when you do this contract early. I felt like I was a broken record in regards to as soon as you do this contract, now all of a sudden you have control as a franchise of when you take the hits. And you can bump that money down. You can structure it so, as they did, you're never really in jeopardy of having a huge cap hit. But if you don't, then you do have fixed costs of $14 million cap hit and then $20+ million cap hit if he's a franchise player.
So I feel like I'm sitting across from an oracle. You said Gibbs would hold in. Yep. You said it would get done. You had talked about a similar structure. You also dropped in last week. Your surprise Lions cut was Teddy Bridgewater.
He wasn't cut.
No, but you've been all over this. So when I see Trayvon Diggs is brought in over the weekend, any read on what's happening there? Do they feel like they have a need at corner 2, and is this the guy that they end up bringing in?
Well, I think there's obvious they have a corner at need. Now, is it depth? I think if you bring on Trayvon Diggs, it is for veteran depth. And this, you're going to have to decipher what is his want to. What is his desire to remain in this league? Do you have a guy that says, I don't want my time. I'm only 28 years old. I don't want my time in the NFL to be done. I'm going to go out there and, can't do anything about the injuries. If he gets hurt, he gets hurt. And your medical staff has to give you an odds of, we think he can last 17 games, or we think he's probably only good for 12 of the 17. Whatever that number is, okay, does that mean that we should bring him in to either back up Ennis Rakestraw or back up anybody else that we're going to play at that corner position? Or can we bring him in a nickel package? Could he be a guy that could really help us in the depth of that position? Because it's not going to cost you a lot. This is 100% an advantage Detroit Lions if you sign him, because it's going to be probably, I would think, a max of about a $2.5 million deal for 1 year.
I'm writing that down just with your track record lately. I think it would be on the outside only. They really like their depth at nickel, right? With bringing in McCreary this offseason. They also have Izzy in.
But it would give you a little bit more flexibility at the nickel, at the corner, at any of those positions, and it gives you that veteran depth.
Abney, another guy that people are starting to talk about at training camp, the 5th-round pick out of Arizona State. On the outside, that's Rakestraw, Whiteside.
Izzy in.
Yeah, there's clearly a need at corner now. Do I have much faith in Diggs at this point? No. I mean, he played 1 game last year. He missed half the season the year before that.
It's a matter of what's his passion for reestablishing himself, not as a top corner in this league, but as a guy that can come in and because if he signs for $2.5 million this year and he plays well, what does that mean when he hits free agency? Because it's only going to be a 1-year prove-it deal.
Yeah, look, that'd be the only way you would do this. I just am trying to gauge for a guy who had an 11-pick season way back in 2021. I think operating more as like a lurking zone corner for a team that wants to play a lot of man, and you're a couple years removed from even being a healthy football player. I got kicking the tires. That's what this is. You're kicking the tires on a guy to see what's out there. All right, what's out there? You got a big week ahead for Tiger Baseball. We're going to talk about it next, 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, I've been telling you all the reasons why a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list. I'm going to do it again. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. I've seen the Ram side by side with other trucks, and you all know I'm driving a Ram right now. For power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or you've got the 420 horsepower Hurricane engine. That's the one I chose. And if you want just a little bit more, they've got the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. And for the competition, I'll just ask you a question. You can answer it as you want. Why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? I'll answer it. You're not going to be happy as soon as you pull off the lot. Full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights. Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive. You're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. And for comfort, all you have to do is go sit in a Ram, and I promise you're going to feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are their financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you got to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
Good morning, 97.1. Are these storms passing yet? Drove into
there
a
was
thunderstorm today.
Yeah, there was some dramatic lightning and thunder as we were arriving at the studio, and I know it's been going on for the past hour or so.
Did you see
gray.
the lightning off to the west as that was coming in this morning?
Oh, yeah.
Where it was like all over the sky.
Oh, it was
Like,
beautiful.
It was the sideways lightning.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg is back behind the glass. Greg is back in time for this big homestand coming up for the Tigers. I think when he last left, we were still waiting to see if this team would make some moves at the trade deadline. Well, they've made moves post-trade deadline. They just keep winning.
Yeah. And it's a hell of a lot of fun. They've energized this fan base because whether it's Matt Clark, it's Valencia, it's the continued dominance of Kevin McGonigal at the plate. Like, it's a fun team to watch. It's a much longer lineup. And now you're starting to see what it looks like when you have a longer lineup. You're going to actually have to pitch to somebody. And those somebodies are starting to get some hits.
Our question for Tiger fans today is, are you bought back in or do you need to see this week first? 248-539-9797.
I think most people will probably answer it. Need to see this week first. Need to see that you could beat the Guardians. You got 3 at home. You got the White Sox 3 at home. And you've already shown that you can beat the White Sox. But you're playing, as it stands right now, better than the Guardians have played in the moment. But we all look back and say, well, you have yet to beat the Guardians this year. And you haven't looked good against the Guardians this year. You can even go back to last year in the regular season. You have not played well against the Guardians. And for whatever reason, even though Tanner Bybee or Stephen Kwan, they're not having great years, it feels like they have great series against the Tigers.
I had said that to you off air. I go, it doesn't look like Jose Ramirez has really hit his stride yet. And we looked at each other.
Yeah.
But he will this week.
Yeah, it's time to get right.
It's just how it works. They're going to start the better pitcher by ERA each of the next 3 games. This is a real test for a team. And I'm not trying to minimize what they accomplished, but going out west and beating a AAA team and another in a AAA ballpark, this is the true test. 6 games in division, all against teams you're fighting with to make the playoffs. And there's no doubt that they use the trade deadline as a chance to move on from expiring contracts, but also flip the script and play a little more free and loose. And they have. Well, let's see what happens when expectations mount at home this week. And I think fans have every right to say, give me this week before I cannonball into the deep end and say it's a playoff team.
Well, it may just say, give us this series. Like the White Sox, okay, we'll worry about them when they come to town. But right now, it's about the emotional, mental, psychological challenges of playing the Cleveland Guardians.
Like, I know, Tom, you were saying you listened a little Friday in the afternoon, and it sounded like Rico's warming up, and then Rieger feels like he's already talking about playoff matchups.
Yeah, I was a little taken aback at how warm Rico was to it. He wasn't saying they're going to make it, but he's really, you could tell he's kind of buying into the brand of baseball they're playing. Yeah, Rieger was all in over the weekend. I mean, he thinks they're in already. He thinks they have an X next to their name in the standings.
But wouldn't you feel foolish if they lost 2 or 3 to Cleveland?
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a classic John Jansen, let it play out, at least for a week.
It doesn't, no matter what happens this week, it doesn't mean that they are going to get that X next to their name and they are guaranteed a playoff spot. It also doesn't mean that they're eliminated.
Yeah, I'm going to look at them as a fun, young team no matter what. In terms of believing they're a playoff team, I need to see this week. And they won't clinch, but I will mentally start to prepare for them to make the playoffs if this week goes well. I'm not there yet.
Right. And they have now jumped the Twins, the Guardians, the Orioles, the Mariners, all since the trade deadline, to be the first team that is currently out of a wild card spot. They're 1 game behind the Texas Rangers. And if they win tomorrow night and Texas loses, they could be tied for that last spot. Now, I think Texas has the tiebreaker because they won head-to-head, I believe.
They came here, and I think we took 2 or 3. And did we go there and lose? I don't remember.
Yeah.
Shabath is feverishly searching away before his update. Regardless, I'm not really worried about a tiebreaker on August 10th, 11th. They'll play tomorrow. I just want to highlight that we've gotten to a point where they've nearly erased the month of May. They are as close to 500 as they've been since May 6th.
We actually have the tiebreaker. We won both series.
Okay, there you go. He beat you to it.
Yeah, 4 of 6.
Computer faster than iPhone.
Yeah, well.
You're calling me a computer. Thank you.
Yeah, you just had that memorized. That's what that was. No, but
Did you see the smoke?
the Janssen supercomputer.
Yeah, smoke coming out of my ears.
Yeah, no thanks.
You know,
Overheated.
people need to realize here, this one text, you guys were haters and you're always negative. I never sold out. No team in Major League Baseball history has made the playoffs after being 16 under 500. Now, a point Wojo made Friday night was, well, more teams make the playoffs than usual. And that is true. But
Still hasn't happened.
Under.
But I get a kick out of like those texts, or I guess fans like that. Like, I never doubted.
Like,
Cool.
people would reference the Nationals and they were 12 under that year they won the World Series. Bryce Harper.
Yeah. I just think it's funny. I just think it's funny because those fans rarely call in when the team is at its low. Like when they went 6-22 in May, it's not like we were fighting fans off the phones who were
Bought in.
I think they're making the playoffs, guys.
Yeah.
But now they'll come out of the woodwork with their game out. It's okay to be a fan and acknowledge when they were bad, you doubted, and when they're winning, you believe.
Yeah.
It's called being a fan.
I mean, I do think something significant happened is that Job's ready. He pitched as well as you could expect. So they needed that. That spot was, what if he didn't work out? Then trying to sell this with one less arm in the rotation is going to be hard.
Yeah, he was throwing
It's also one start.
100 miles an hour, though.
I'm all in.
He
Cy Young.
looked good. He looked really good. I love the triple digit. I love the triple digit strikeout in the first inning. But it's one start.
All right, guys, let us know. Are you bought back in, or do you need to see this week first? We'll take phone calls. We'll read texts. It's all coming up, 8 o'clock hour, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers beat the Giants yesterday 3-1 in 10 innings to win the series and complete a 7-2 road trip. Detroit's bullpen was scoreless yesterday as Kyle Finnegan, Drew Summers, Kenley Jansen, and Tyler Holton combined to go 4 innings with 3 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 9 strikeouts. After the game, A.J. Hinch gave the bullpen credit for the way they've handled the second half of the season. Surprisingly, the bullpen has been much improved in the last almost 60 games. Since June 1st, Tigers relievers rank 4th in baseball in ERA, 13th in strikeout percentage, 7th in strikeout-to-walk ratio, 3rd in left-on-base percentage, and 6th in fielding independent pitching. The Tigers are now 3.5 games back in the division and only 1 back in the wild card. They start a 6-game homestand tomorrow with Game 1 against Cleveland at 6:40 here on 97.1. Also on 97.1 this week will be the Lions in their first preseason game on Thursday. We could see Josh Dobbs in that game after Detroit signed him to a 1-year deal yesterday after Teddy Bridgewater retired for the second time. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Yeah, before we get back to Tiger Talk, I just want to make a couple of notes. One, today is the first day of training camp for high school football in the state of Michigan. So Jack is starting things off, and I know that we saw on the TV here Belleville. They had some clips of them starting camp early. They must have been one of the first ones out, probably 6, 7. Hey, they got to be the first ones out there. It's exciting to know that high school football is underway. Best of luck to all of those that are playing. It's exciting. It's my favorite level of football. So I can't, by far. I can't wait to see high school football, and I'm just glad that they're rocking and rolling. And just another local note as well, the Central team, and that is it's a team out of Michigan, out of Grand Blanc, 17 and under, senior league women's softball. So most of them are rising seniors. 7 of them on this year's team are committed to colleges already. They also had a couple of young bucks on the team, a couple of rising freshmen. One of them, Sammy Wright, congratulations to them. They won your Senior League World Series title, and they beat Delaware yesterday, the Philippines on Saturday, and I forget who they played on Friday, but I was watching all of them, so it's just fun to watch one of our local teams have great success, and then also have somebody that we know. His dad, her dad played for Michigan when baseball when I was there. So congratulations to the Wrights, and congratulations to the Grand Blanc team for winning the World Series.
Real quick, you mentioned high school football getting back underway. It's why in my brain August is the fall. I know it's technically the summer, but in playing high school football, you are now into the fall. It's football season.
It's fall camp. We were down at Lions camp. Michigan's going. Michigan State's going. Everybody's going. It's football season.
Football season. Unless your baseball team keeps winning, and then it's both, which is great. Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. This baseball team's fun. They're winning. That's good. They've erased most of May. Will they make the playoffs? I don't know. I said, let me see this week at least, and then maybe I start to feel better about the postseason. But for others, they're already bought in. Let's go to Stan in Shelby Township. Stan, good morning.
Good morning, everybody. It's real nice you take my call. Thank you so much. As you know, Jim, I've said that we should have been selling right away. I said it like a month ago. I'm glad they sold everybody. But one of the narratives I hope that gets stopped is the idea that Scott Harris is a junior executive general manager, that he overvalues his prospects because he doesn't trade. This year's team, this current roster, has 6 guys that weren't with the team, or rookies in a sense. Melton, Valencia, Lee, Malgeri, Summers, and then this new guy, Jacob Wagesback. Harris knows he's going to fail. He fails, that's the nature of baseball. But, he has revitalized this team after losing 2 really quality guys. And, instead of saying negative things that are not provable, I'd like to say this guy, he's really doing it great, because where would we be without Melton, Lee, Valencia, Malgeri, and Summers? What do you think?
McGonigal and Clark.
I was going to say you're leaving out the headliners, but I know you are well aware of what those two guys have meant to this team.
They would have never been traded.
Oh, well, I don't think Valencia was getting traded, or Lee was getting traded, or Malgeri was getting traded. Yeah, I mean, but Stan, the point is well taken that they have a young nucleus. We were talking about this leading into the trade deadline, and now they add to that nucleus with River Ryan and Zaire Hope. One or both should be here by next year, certainly. Yeah. There is a nucleus. He's done this in a way, like even when the Tigers were chasing a World Series with Dombrowski, they didn't have this level of internal player development. That is the strength of Scott Harris, is the internal player development. The scouting, and then making sure those guys have success up along their journey through the system. The criticisms are, okay, the bullpen.
Can't find a bullpen arm to save his life.
And in the postseason, the bats have come up short and were not addressed with external, veteran-proven presence. I think we're putting all the cards on the table, and we'll give him credit, and we will criticize when necessary.
Right, and we also we gave him credit that and this was for Ilitch and for Scott Harris to go out and spend money to make this team better. Now we can argue whether it was money well spent or not. Kenley Jansen, Framber Valdez, but we thought we'd be in a different position going into the trade deadline. Coming out of it, it's almost like there was a brand new season that was started, because you get a chance to get rid of and put all the rain clouds, the clouds that are hanging over this organization away, and now you can focus on the future of this team. And the future of this team may actually be a team that this year makes the postseason. And don't underestimate the value of whether it's Max Clark, Kevin McGonigal, Valencia, all the guys that we just mentioned, getting that experience. No one thinks they make a run at a World Series. We just want a seat at the table. But looking towards the future with Melton and now Job and Montero being under control for a long time, you're excited. Reese Olson coming back next year. You're excited about what this team and the direction of the organization.
Yeah, I think it's complicated with Harris. Like, I thought his deadline last year was dreadful. And because of it, they didn't maximize an opportunity to win a World Series with Tarek Skubal. And then because they didn't add adequately this offseason.
Did you see who beat the Dodgers last night?
Who?
Erod.
That's hilarious. But
7 innings.
But John, they did spend. But if they didn't spend well enough to compete, that's also a blemish for Scott Harris. So I want to make sure everything in its place. At the same time, I'll give him more than enough credit for chestnut checkers. They made the right call at the deadline to sell, and he does have this nucleus that just might find their way into the postseason. If he has been a postseason team 3 straight years while cycling through a young nucleus, not having to go lose 100 games to do it, but kind of on the fly,
right,
populating the system. Yeah, exactly. It'll get them where they need to be.
Yeah.
That's why he had to make the Skubal trade, too.
Yeah.
Because you continue to populate. 3 of the top 5 guys were acquired at the deadline. His tenure is going to ultimately be determined by how does he complement this young core with outside players. And, Jim, we've talked about it a ton off the air. The number one thing he was never going to do is compromise 2027. That's when the kids would all be here, and that's when you have a new CBA. And if he's timed this right to where I've got money to spend in a new baseball world where other teams can't afford the players without significant penalties,
then he ushers in an era of Tiger baseball.
And I think the thing, too, is that he's done that we take for granted. He's made the playoffs 2 out of his 4 seasons while not compromising the future and building the best Tigers farm system in probably 40-plus years, but close to it.
And you're right, and you know where this is going, though. It won't be enough to just make the playoffs every year.
No, it won't.
Yeah.
No, you become the A's, the Moneyball A's. You become the Twins of the 2000s. No. Can I correct something? I said Bryce Harper was on the Nationals in 2019, and I almost felt like when I was saying it, I knew I was wrong. He was gone by then.
Yeah, there's the Juan Soto led, but no Bryce Harper.
The 12 under World Series champs that I was comping to, they had Soto, who had just come up, a young guy. And then they had Trey Turner and Rendon, who absolutely just stole from the Angels.
Oh, my God.
One of the worst. Soto's one of those AA guys that jumped right to the majors.
Yeah. There you go.
Happen to have our own right now.
It's funny. As soon as he said it, I was sort of unsure if that was true. And then the text, they never let you miss.
No.
We were flooded with response.
And that has to be a correction. That's bad by me.
That's good. We got to it. John in Portage. John, good morning.
Good morning.
How you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. I just wanted to call in today. By the way, I love you guys' show.
Thank you.
I wanted to call in today because I heard you guys' conversation a few days ago about Spencer Torkelson being a year-to-year player. And I'm not here to dispute that he's had his struggles at the plate. But one thing I do want to mention is that he's never been on the IL. And he's an everyday player. And for a team that has had its, horrific injury season, he's stayed healthy and been in the grind every game.
Yeah, he's got the most games played this year by the Tigers, 117. Kevin McConnell's at 114. Riley Green at 116. He has been. And his OPS is starting to get up to where you would expect at least an average player to be. He's right at about 738 right now.
Yeah, there's something I think often gets overlooked because you really have to put the work in to stay healthy, and not get injured or whatever. Just swinging a bat. Look look what happened with Glaber.
Yep.
So, for everything all the critique that he gets, I just wanted to call in and give him his due props on, sticking with it and, not getting himself hurt because, that's the last thing that we need.
Okay, John, you often say, the cliche, the best ability is availability.
Yeah.
You got to actually be able to play. When Torks played this year, though, he's been an replacement level player.
Yes.
If he got hurt, they would be replacing him with
somebody of
the
like
same.
kind.
So him being healthy but not being anything special really isn't anything that I think is all that praiseworthy. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean it's kind of shrug emoji.
And when I say year to year, because he's referenced it with something we talked about last week, year to year, it's true. Look at Spencer Torkelson. 1 year up, 1 year down. 1 year up, 1 year down. 1 year up, 1 year down.
Yeah. I mean, so last year it was 31 home runs. Right now he's at 19.
20.
Oh, okay.
He's at 20 this year.
Refresh.
You're good. He's a .1
Oh,
WAR.
sorry. I was looking at doubles.
He's a .1 WAR player. Last year, he was a 2 WAR player. He had 30 home runs. What about the year before? A .2 WAR player, barely
Right.
replacement level. So that's what we say. You need him to start stacking quality seasons, plural.
Agreed. And I don't think any of us are under any type of whatever you want to
happens.
say. Yeah. He's never going to live up to 1-1. Okay? So let's put that in. And it's not his fault he was drafted 1-1. That's the expectations we put on a player that the Tigers put on him by drafting him 1 overall. He just needs to be a consistent player.
Some text coming in. I have bought back in enough to watch this week with legitimate excitement. As far as I'm concerned, playoff baseball starts in Detroit tomorrow night. Kyle in a truck. I don't know about Cowabunga, but I'm dipping my toes in the water. This run still makes me angry about what could have been with a competent bullpen. Also on Scooble, put up or shut up, Kevin, in an office building. I was never out because you guys are super negative. Doesn't mean the fans are super negative too. Team's been winning since June. They've been eating away at the White Sox and Guardians, and they're catching up. It seems that they can do this. It's not just happening over the past weekend. Well, certainly not. Certainly not over the past weekend.
No, but they're still not yet back to 500.
Right.
And they have made up a ton of ground. There's no question about it. They have been playing really good baseball June, July, and now the beginning of August.
Yeah, I don't know how many times I have to tell people they've nearly erased the month of May. Nearly. They still haven't. But it's a testament that they took a nightmare of a month and they're right about back to where they were when things fell off the rails. It also helps that no one ran away with it in the interim, and now they have a chance to do something about it. Mm-hmm. This is a week to go out and grab a playoff spot, and that does make you excited.
It's a good year to be a average to below average team.
248-539-9797. 8:35. Fair or foul involving the behavior of one of our coworkers. Some photos from over the weekend. It's 97.1.
Hey, you can be a great driver doing everything right and still get hit, and you most likely never even saw it coming. It's life on the road these days, especially with more people out in the nice weather. It's bikes, motorcycles, summer traffic's picking up, orange barrels everywhere. If you're injured, call David Feminino and the Accident Response Team. They're going to help you right away, and David will fight to get you what you deserve. When you're in an accident, you need the right team in your corner. You can give David a call at 855-65-CRASH. That's 855-65-CRASH, or on the web at getdavidgetpaid.com.
He said he wants to come back to Detroit. Okay, we'll get to that at 9:02. A fair or foul involving a coworker. Some photos from over the weekend. That's at 8:35. Got some texts on the Tigers. Just keep winning.
Yeah.
One game out of a playoff spot. This is the week to go grab a playoff spot.
Win more than you lose.
Text says, I was texting a buddy a few days ago, and I said the Tigers aren't getting in the playoffs via the wild card. They will get in because they will be Central Division champs. Chad in a truck.
They're still 3.5 back of the White Sox. And I don't expect, I do expect that they're going to be able to win the series. I don't necessarily expect a sweep. There's a lot more work to be done to catch up to the Sox.
Feels like the A's and Mariners and Giants are awful teams. It will really determine if we have a chance based on how we play this week. That's kind of the camp we're both in. Loving this run, baseball fan, no matter what, but this team has been so much more fun to watch the last 58 games. Give me 4-2 this week, preferably with the sweep of the Sox, but 2 series wins is what I'm seeing. That's Mike and Algonac.
Well, I don't want to lose 2 or 3 to the Guardians.
Right. Take both series.
Yeah. 2 or 3 in both. 4 and 6 by the end of the week.
First 6 games, Vierling, Jahmai Jones, Wenzel Perez, Workman, Zach Short were 4 of 43. Torque is batting 40 points higher, McKinstry 50 points higher, Lee 65 points higher, Dingler 35 points higher. We're a better team with the young guys, Tom and Clarkston.
It's a much longer lineup. You are going to have to actually give some good pitches to some players, and if those guys that they just mentioned can bat the ball, if Torque can bat the ball, it's going to be it's a huge boost.
They scored 11 runs in the 6 games against the Guardians this year.
Wow.
That is I really believe in that text. I mean, it's a completely different lineup.
Yeah.
They're not getting Carpenter back for this series, maybe the weekend. And they'll have a little bit of a dilemma with what they're doing with him and McKinstry when that happens. I mean, McKinstry's a better WAR player than Carp, but Carp, again, this lineup is getting deeper, so somebody's seeing good pitches. And with Carp's power, I'm open to the concept of him helping this team.
Yeah, the real test, like you said, they're going to face good Guardians pitching, a Guardians team that has, it's given us fits. You're going to see how this offense actually grows up based on how they perform this week. And there'll be checkpoints along the way, right? I mean, if they make it in the playoffs, that's a whole different animal. But you want to start believing they're a playoff team? We've said, hey, let's see how this week goes. Other people have seen enough. They believe this is a playoff team already, and that's the question for you guys. 248-539-9797. You know, we had some people say, what are you talking about? I thought they were making the playoffs in May. So they get like an extra gold star on their refrigerator. They're like the truest Tiger fans of all time.
Yeah.
I pointed out they really don't call when it's 6-22, but hey, you believed all along. I got you. Tex says, it's almost like you don't understand how human psychology works. Of course, the true believers weren't going to call in and get ripped to shreds by the hosts. You reap what you sow. Well, hold on. I think if people call in to disagree with us all the time, that's the beauty of what we do. People like saying, hey, John, you're a dummy, and Cookies, you're wrong. They love doing that.
Yeah. It's the nature of the business, and by no means are we right every time we. I mean, just look back to the disco. We have been wrong before, and we'll be wrong again.
We're wrong sometimes, but not you when it comes to Lions training camp news. You're just spot bang on every single time. Ridiculous. This guy calls a shot last week. Teddy Bridgewater, surprise, won't make the team. Hey, Jahmyr Gibbs will be a hold-in. And what did I just tell you? The deal, they're going to get it done, and it's not going to be any stress, and it's actually going to be team-friendly. I mean, it's like you wrote the contract when I started reading it. It's unbelievable. 248-539-9797. We'll stand in judgment of a coworker in 10 minutes. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, there's a deadly shooting investigation underway in Southfield after 2 people were killed and another person was injured early Sunday morning. So police were called to Hidden Gem Restaurant on 9 Mile around 3:30 in the morning. And when officers arrived, they found one person suffering from a gunshot wound. That person ultimately died at the scene. 2 other victims were taken to the hospital. One had been shot multiple times, later died from their injuries there. The 3rd victim suffered from what police describe as a graze wound. Police are investigating, but they haven't revealed many details. They do say that there is no ongoing threat to the public. A wedding reception in Roseville turned into just complete chaos on Saturday night after a fight broke out in a parking lot and led to a shooting. Roseville police were called to Athena Hall on Gratiot around 11 p.m. They say because a large fight broke out. Witnesses said wedding guests started fighting with each other. Then 2 guns were pulled and shots were fired. 3 people were shot. Police did stop one vehicle that was trying to leave and found that there was a woman inside that had been shot in the chest. The other 2 victims suffered non-life-threatening injuries. All 3 of those people were brought to the hospital expected to be okay, so that's good. But there was other people injured. One person was hit by a car, suffered a broken hip. Another person hurt their hand in all of the chaos going on. Sounds like still under investigation. And Roseville police are asking anyone with information to contact them. Crazy. It's a crazy
Yeah, must have been the Hatfields and McCoys.
Goodness. This is a great outcome to this story. 3 people who were missing for days after tubing on the Muskegon River were found alive and safe late Friday. So there were 3 people. There was 2 28-year-old women and a 9-year-old boy. The 9-year-old was one of their sons, right? Yeah. And they were discovered by Michigan State Police K-9 team and Michigan DNR conservation officers on Friday, a little over 6 miles from where they set off. They were located in like the thick brush. I don't have all of the details about
so they decided
what
to,
they were doing or why they ended up there.
Go ashore and walk?
Well, okay, so it all started, the search for them started after one of the a woman's father called 911 because they found her car parked at the boat launch, but the windows had been busted out.
Oh.
Right? So, okay, that's suspicious. Yeah. Then troopers found the tubes just floating there. Like found the tubes that they had been in. Mm-hmm. They could see footprints like in the, I don't know, the mud, right? Yeah. Little boys' footprint or kids' footprints. They didn't know whose they were. But so 72 hours of searching. They all were found safe and alive. So that is great news, to say the least. Obviously, and Michigan State Police troopers say this is the outcome everyone hoped for, but it could have been much worse. Former New England Patriots and Indianapolis Colts kicker Adam Vinatieri had a pretty entertaining Pro Football Hall of Fame speech, and Bill Belichick took the biggest hit. So the speech began as one would imagine, right? Where you show gratitude for your family, your coaches, your teammates. And then while discussing Belichick, his speech kind of veered off course when he took a shot at the 74-year-old's dating life.
Oh.
Did you hear the line about Pat McAfee?
No.
And his he actually included his wife in this as well.
Pat McAfee's wife?
No.
A not
his
safe for
own
work
wife.
joke.
Yeah, it's well, he had the only person that had held his balls more than his wife was Pat McAfee because he was the holder for him when he was in Indy.
So this is like a little bit of a roast going. This is great.
He was, yeah. I mean, kickers have nothing else to do but then sit around and write speeches or tan.
Oh, tan. My goodness. Did you hear about this? A cross-Canada flight had to be canceled last week after a toddler refused to buckle their seatbelt. So last Thursday night, a Porter Airlines flight was expected to leave British Columbia, headed for Toronto, but a toddler who refused to sit down or buckle up obviously derailed the flight. So the kid's parents, crew members attempted to get this kid to sit down. They were standing up in their seat, wouldn't sit down, wouldn't buckle their seatbelt. So according to the airline, the aircraft could not take off in this unsafe condition. So the crew elected to return to the terminal and have the family get off the plane. It was just going to be the family with that toddler. Mm-hmm. But because the airport has a takeoff curfew of 12:30 a.m., it took so much time to get the family off, get their luggage, and get the necessary paperwork filled out that the flight had to be canceled because it reached 12:30 and all the other passengers had to get off, stay the night. They were then rebooked on a flight the next morning at 10:49.
Because when I saw this story, I'm thinking, just throw them off the plane and take off. What's the holdup?
Well, it sounds like that's what ultimately they wanted to do, was just get this family off the plane. Let's get everyone else in the air. But because they've got all these timings, right? Even like how long a flight, I mean, because I've had that happen to me. There was a weather.
Yeah.
You're sitting. And then, the pilot's already reached his max time.
Oh, right,
He's got to get off. We got to get a new pilot. Everyone off the plane. We're done.
Or
So-
just take the kid and duct tape him to the seat. We got places to be.
What's crazy to me, like if for some reason my kids wouldn't listen to me to sit down, if a crew member came over and looked at my children and said, sit down, my kids would be on their butts so fast because they hate to get in trouble by other people. They can get in trouble with me all the time. But if somebody told them to sit down of authority, they'd be down so fast. They do not like to be in trouble.
Yeah, and if it was 1955, I think the duct tape probably would have been the method of parenting.
You don't think we can do that in 2026?
I'm not sure.
All right, fair or foul question involving a coworker. Saw a photo over the weekend. We'll get to it. And I see we have some feedback. People want to talk Tiger baseball. We're not going to turn you away. We want to know, have you seen enough, or do you need to see this week? It's 97.1.
Hey, America's favorite place to watch all our great sporting events. And maybe it's baseball in the fall. Maybe you're making plans for football. You got to do it at Stadium Swim, located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. You can chill on one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of their massive 40-foot tall high-definition screen, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas, and it's right there on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
Tigers win, but doing a lot more of it. Have you seen enough, or do you need to see this week? Brendan, West Bloomfield, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning. I would say, I think I have seen enough. I think the biggest difference between now and like a couple months ago is the bottom of our lineup. There used to be like when you got past our sixth hitter, it was like automatically 3 outs. But now I think ever since you got rid of Outman and Bierling from the starting lineup every day, we're more reliable. But we're going to have to keep hitting because, in my opinion, we still don't have a reliable guy in the bullpen. I think even yesterday when Finnegan came out, I was like, oh, shoot. Maybe Holton is like the only guy I think who's been somewhat reliable. But if we keep hitting, putting up 5-6 runs a game, I don't see why we can't make it.
Yeah, Holton yesterday was good. Jansen struck out the side in the ninth inning, right? But Drew Summers was flirting with it. Finnegan is always touch and go if he's going to finish an inning. They are going to be tested. They're going to need to score against Cleveland, and that's been such a pain in the ass. That's why I think you want to see this week before, at least before I believe they're a playoff team. I think it's a good note, though, about the bottom of the lineup, because Clark, Valencia, those are guys they didn't have 2-3 weeks ago.
Right. I think bottom line is like, when you put the ball in play, if somebody's in scoring position, that's better than a strikeout. If we could move a guy from second to third on a ground ball, even that, that'll take us, man. Aside from striking out, if you're striking out every time somebody's on base, you're not going to go anywhere. But this week, we'll pretty much tell. If we could win 4 out of the 6, I think there's no reason we shouldn't make it, man.
Well, yeah. Then you really start thinking about, hey, could they have done it again? Sold and made it. Chestnut checkers. Restock the farm system and make the playoffs.
It's exciting. And I think everybody is excited about this young lineup. And I think everybody is taking it with a little bit of a grain of salt. There's going to be some highs. There's going to be some lows. There's going to be some slumps that guys got to work through. But if this lineup can be longer and it's harder to pitch against, maybe those slumps are a little bit more muted because at some point you got to pitch to somebody.
Yeah, and I think part of why this Cleveland series is going to be so fascinating is we still see flashes of the frustrating Tigers offense. Like Friday night, 1 of 12 runners in scoring position. Cleveland is the team, one of those teams that does that to us. You'd like to put that to bed, put those days behind you, and feel a little more confident. 9 o'clock, Scooble spoke. Oops, I said. The guy who used to pitch here spoke. And he talked about maybe coming back to Detroit. We'll get to that. We got a coworker. We want to know if this was fair or foul. Some photos from over the weekend. Jeff Rieger. Jeff Rieger was at Brian Chapman's wedding. Congrats.
So normally you just say Jeff Rieger and we say foul.
I think I'm on Jeff's side on this one, but we'll let everybody stand in judgment. Rieger was at Brian Chapman's wedding. Congrats to him.
Yeah.
And his wife. He was seen photographed, Rieger, sans tie. The open collar look, the no tie at the wedding. That's become more standard. Fair or foul?
Yeah, he had a sport coat on. Looked like he had a suit on, actually, and it was open collar. And so is it fair or foul to not wear a tie to a wedding? Your thoughts?
I think it's totally fair. The last wedding I went to, I did not wear a tie.
I think we got a qualifier, a traditional wedding. Some people have like Hawaiian shirt weddings and that kind of stuff. Or if you have an outdoor wedding, of course, shorts are, probably welcomed.
I think it would say.
Of course, shorts are welcome.
I mean like a casual outside wedding.
It would say on the invitation, hey,
yes.
this is a
thank you,
Bermuda, it's a beach wedding, whatever it is. It would
wear shorts to my wedding.
If it's
no.
okay, I've been to a wedding where it said shorts and Hawaiian
Come in your bathing
shirt.
suit, fine. If it says shorts and a Hawaiian shirt, yes.
Yes, it
but
was.
Just because it's outdoor.
No, just because it's out there. No,
That's
but it would be very well labeled on the invitation.
Yeah. Exactly. Thank you, John.
No one is going to show up in shorts.
I wore a suit on the beach.
Yeah. This is an outdoor wedding. Of course I'm going to wear shorts. No, it would have to be labeled on the invitation.
Yes, and some invitations will say black tie. And if it says black tie,
wear
you
a tie.
Better wear a tie or a bow tie. But I do think most weddings are tie optional. I think men look great in suits without a tie, and you still look put together and dressed up. My opinion, though, is always overdressed because you can take the tie off. Like if you get there and no one's wearing a tie, take it off. Or leave it on because they look nice and it makes you look put together. I would rather be overdressed at any event than be the one who's underdressed.
I agree. I 100% agree. And I think weddings we don't have a lot of things. It's such a casual environment that we have, made for ourselves. There are certain events that you should celebrate and that you should err on the side of possibly overdressing. And if you get there, I think you should wear a tie. You get there and no one's wearing a tie, I would still keep mine on until we got to the reception. Then when things start to get wild and crazy, tie comes off.
When you actually celebrate?
Yeah.
See, that's the thing to me. Celebrating is a little loose, a little free. The no tie look is fun, right? You're at a wedding, it's a fun. It's stuffy.
Moment.
The tie's stuffy.
No, I could celebrate your moment and show some class and be like, you know what? This moment is so important that I'm going to wear a tie. Because you guys have probably actually never seen me in a coat and tie. Like
I don't think so.
That's not our environment here. I mean, I've always said, I'll never wear shorts to work unless it's a blessed event by Jimmy Powers. But I do think there are certain moments that you should set apart from others. And if you're going to, especially if it's at a church, if it's a religious ceremony for the wedding, I 100% agree or think that you should wear a tie to that wedding.
See, I guess I just don't find the no tie look to be like not classy or you.
Oh, I didn't say that.
Well,
yeah, I don't either. Like I've seen the pictures of his wedding, and he looks great. He wore the white suit.
Brian Chapman
yeah,
did.
he looks great.
Brian
His
Chapman.
wife looks beautiful. And I looked at the picture with Rieger, and I didn't think anything of that. Like I didn't look at him and be like, "Oh wow, he looks like a slob." He looks.
No, he looks nice.
I didn't even notice the no tie. Like that didn't even register to me.
So what do you wear a tie to anymore? I mean, this younger generation's just shedding everything. Like in terms of what do you get dressed up for anymore?
Weddings and funerals.
They can't see you at the funeral.
No, they can't, but the family can.
Yeah, funerals for sure, especially if it's someone in your family or a close friend, without a doubt. I think so.
Yeah, I think just out of respect for the situation and for the family, for the funeral, you wear a tie. For the wedding, I think you should wear a tie. And then if you get unless the invitation says anything else.
Yeah, I'd say formal weddings, you wear a tie. If you want to wear a tie because you want to add some color or personality to the look, that's fine. But I don't think you're obligated to unless it's explicitly stated at a wedding. What about like a court appearance? You're going to dress up, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like if you got a ticket and you're going to that's what you mean? Or like what,
I
you're
think
going to
that's
do
a little
jury
bit
duty?
different.
What
No.
are we talking about?
Like a more formal.
Like what?
I don't know.
I know when I was when I had court appearances for the divorce.
Okay.
I wore coat and tie because I wanted to make sure that the judge knew that this was vitally important.
Sure.
But at the same time, a lot more of this stuff is now Zoom court. Not for that, obviously, but like a traffic ticket, you can do Zoom court. Are you doing shirt and tie for Zoom court? Probably not.
I'm not throwing on a black dress or something. If it was me.
No, but I would wear a collared shirt.
Yes.
Certainly. I'm not going to wear a t-shirt, even if it's Zoom court. I'm going to, because you want to make it look like you care about the situation.
Job
some people
interviews?
wear orange.
That's true.
Yeah, some people do wear orange.
You say job interview.
What about a job? I'm asking you. I
Depends
would
on
not
the job.
show up in. So what's like the women's version of a tie? Like wearing a formal dress? Obviously, if I'm going to a job interview, I'm not wearing a formal dress, but I'm going to make sure I look put together. I'm going to wear something, I don't know,
Like,
businessy.
I don't think you have to wear a tie for a job interview. Now, you also have to look professional.
Right.
And
It
there's many
depends.
ways to do that.
It depends on the job.
But do you think it would be looked down upon from a hiring manager's he showed up in a nice jacket, pressed shirt, but there was no tie? I wouldn't think so. Not in 2026.
I mean, if you're interviewing for a CEO spot,
okay,
I would say, yeah, I would err on. I'm going to walk in with a coat and tie. I'm going to look like I'm $1 million. This is what you want to run your company.
Tie or no tie? At the wedding and in general, where do you and when do you wear a tie? It's 97.1.
Hey, if you're thinking about a new truck this month, you and I both know a Ram truck should be right there at the top of the list, and I'm going to give you a few reasons why. Ram truck lease deals at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal right now. Seeing the Ram side by side with other trucks. For power, there's really no comparison. You could choose from Ram's legendary 5.7 Hemi V8, or if you want the Hurricane engine, you get two choices. 420 horsepower version, it's the one I chose, and I'm currently driving. Love it. You also have the high output 540 horsepower Hurricane. And for the competition, why would you trust any full-size pickup at any price with only a 4-cylinder engine? You're not going to be happy the moment you pull off the lot. Plus, full-size Ram 1500 is built right here in Sterling Heights, and Ram's got a 5-link coil suspension. All it's going to take is one test drive, and you're going to feel how much smoother a Ram is. For comfort, do me a favor. Just go sit in a Ram, and I promise you'll feel the difference. Right now, the lease payments on a new Ram truck at every Metro Detroit Ram dealer are phenomenal. So are the financing offers for well-qualified buyers. All you have to do is pull into your Metro Detroit Ram dealer today and tell them I sent you.
tie or no tie at the wedding? And then generally, what is the new world order? When do we wear ties, if ever? 248-539-9797. You never get a second chance to make a first impression. Wear a tie.
Yep.
Should I wear a tie to my interview this week? Signed, Jeff Greenberg.
Yes.
No ties ever. They're a relic of a bygone era. That's D in Flat Rock. I'm 24 and just wore a tie to my interview at the fire department. Billy in Waterford.
Good for you, Billy.
I don't think it's going to hurt you to wear the tie. I also don't think you have to.
Do you know how to tie a tie?
Yeah.
Okay. I think there's a lot of guys that don't even know how to do that. You're
It's
looking at
so
me crazy.
easy.
I don't know how to tie a tie.
You're not a dude.
I know, but I do think that there's a lot of people, like I've seen older men tying younger men's ties because they don't know how to do it.
Okay, well, maybe they're teaching them, and then after you've done it once, you should be able to do it the rest of your life.
That's a pretty cool dad moment when you do that for the
Is
first
it?
time with your kid.
Yeah. You're graduating from the clip-on to an actual tie.
Real tie. You're supposed to dress for what the standard is for the employer. If it's a business casual workplace, dress business casual. Mike in Dearborn. You could dress up more if you'd like, but I don't think you should be dinged if you dress.
Right. I
mean, I
would
get that a
always
little bit.
err on, kind of like you were saying, err on one step above. That way, I just want to know whether it's an employer or it's the couple that's being married or it's the family of the deceased, that they understand that I think this is important.
Yeah.
And that's I'm not, and if you don't wear a tie, I'm not going to say that you're wrong. I'm just saying that I want, especially if it's an employer, I want to show up and I want you to know that I think that this is an important job and I've taken the appropriate steps to show you that.
I think the word is respect. If the couple at a wedding asks for you to dress up, it's black tie or black tie optional, and hey, we're clearly dressing this up, respect the wedding you're going to. I guess what I'm saying is I don't find it disrespectful, if not specified, to show up to the wedding with a nice sport coat, pressed collar, pressed shirt. You're not wearing jeans, you're wearing slacks that fit. Like, if you look good, you've dressed up, I don't think no tie is disrespectful.
I don't either. I think, I was just looking at a picture from like The Knot, and it's a group of men at a wedding, and only one of them is wearing a tie, but they all look, to me, put together, and they look great. I don't know.
And on the flip side, you could wear a tie and not look put together.
Well, if it's like a really short tie, like at your belly button or something,
Or
that
the
looks
super
silly.
long tie. Yeah, you need to dress nicely. Just because you dress up doesn't mean you are dressed nicely. You could look slovenly or sloppy. Get something that fits. Yeah. Half end in divorce, who cares?
Oh.
You don't go into it with that in mind.
You shouldn't. Absolute bare minimum for a wedding, unless otherwise noted, is a sport coat, a tie, or both.
I agree. I mean, I agree. I would always show up in a tie unless it is otherwise noted.
Would you wear a tie without a sport coat?
Just a shirt and a tie? I did one time only because I had just recently out of the league and my sport coat looked like it was for my dad, which not my actual dad, but yeah, it looked like I was wearing somebody's whose was much bigger.
Yeah.
That's when you have to remove the coat because of the weather or it's hot.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because typically I think it looks better with the coat on and a tie.
Yes.
100%.
Let's get to the phones. Oh, you see who we have on line one?
I know.
Can you, before we take the call, what do you think Dean and Milford's position is on this?
Oh, I think it's all about a matter of respect. I think you should wear a tie.
Is that the consensus, Heather? What do you think Dean's perspective is?
I have no idea.
Tom's nodding. Dean, the floor is yours.
Good morning. It's 2026. We're having a conversation if you should wear a tie or not. I believe in modern day, these younger kids should wear a tie, or anyone should wear a tie anytime you're in the opportunity to wear a tie. You want to stand out, you want to be different, have a suit on that actually fits you. Let's make sure that's clear.
Yeah.
And then wear a tie. I'm going to guarantee you that you're going to stand out. You're going to be different. And if it's going to a wedding, unless that thing says be comfortable, you wear a tie. You go to a funeral, you wear a tie. You go any first impression that you're making and any type of life event, ties. My kids are 14 and 13, and I'm pounding that into them. Anytime you're making a first impression or there's a life event, you wear a tie. I think that that's just period. And yes, if my kid is 16 years old and he gets his first ticket and he goes to court without a tie, you're an idiot. You're not going to get away with it.
Dean, as always.
Dean, I agree.
That's
Appreciate
a red
it.
tie, right?
Have a great day, everyone.
He did not want to take your bait there.
Hey, real quick, he reminded me though, kids, most basketball teams when they go to game day, they wear suit and tie to
Well,
or shirt and tie.
we used to wear shirt and tie to school to indicate that it was
Basketball
game day.
Game day.
Yeah.
What about when you guys would fly?
Oh, so it used to be the case that we would always wear khakis, blue sport coat, and a tie. It's not most football teams don't do that anymore.
Text says, it's not really the tie I can't stand. It's when people wear tennis shoes with a suit. They look moronic. Dan in Ann Arbor.
I first noticed that with Dan Orlovsky on TV years ago.
It's a modern style.
It is.
It's a matter of choice.
Would you
It's
do
got to
it,
be
John?
the right
No.
tennis shoes,
Yeah,
though,
that's
too. Like,
If
don't
I've-
come in your New Balances. Like, it's got to be your Skechers.
The only time I've done that is when I have either been recently recovering from an injury, but I would go if I was wearing a black suit or a dark suit, I would get black tennis shoes because I was physically unable to wear the rigid dress shoes.
Wear a tie to the wedding, you loser. Take it off later, but wear it.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of texts, plenty of feedback, calls, and we'll get to the Scooble audio. I know you guys are dying to hear more from Tarek Scooble, but you should hear what he had to say. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Marin Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. The Tigers took down the Giants 3-1 in 10 yesterday behind some clutch hits and a pitching staff that surrendered only 7 hits and 2 walks over those 10 innings. Kenley Jansen and Tyler Holton both struck out the side in the 9th and 10th, respectively, as the Tigers are now 58 and 60 on the season. They come back home tomorrow for a 6-game home stretch. The first 3 are against the Guardians, followed by 3 with the White Sox. The opener against Cleveland starts tomorrow at 6:40. In minor league news, the Tigers promoted Josue Briseño to AAA Toledo yesterday. This comes just 25 days after the lefty catcher had been bumped up to AA. That's because in his 17 games in Erie, Briseño mashed 8 home runs and had a 1054 OPS. He'll make his Mud Hens debut tomorrow. And in golf news, TNT Sports' Live announcer suggested yesterday at the Live New York event that Live Indy next week will be the final event of the season. That's Craig Doyle, who makes no mention of Live Michigan, which was removed from Fox Sports' broadcast schedule this weekend. The tour itself still has the event at the Cardinal in Plymouth on its website and has yet to announce its cancellation. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabbat. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
He's still talking, and he's talking about coming back to Detroit. We'll play the Scooble audio momentarily. A few texts to round out the conversation. 1, I'm surprised anyone from the station likes Chapman enough to go to his wedding.
I've never actually met him. Our shifts obviously never really overlap.
Mm-hmm. I wasn't invited, but I would have gone. I like the guy. Text says, I wore one to a funeral last week, talking about ties. I had an interview this last summer, was told to dress casual. The first interview I've done without a tie. It was an odd experience.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I got a text from Lucy. She said, hot take, I think suits look better with no tie. I think
can
it's
see
a
that.
younger take.
She's young.
Yeah.
It also depends on who's wearing the suit.
Well, yeah.
Certain people might look better without the tie, and you wouldn't think anything of it.
I think the tie
So
can
it's a
look.
matter of how sexy the man is.
Well, like, can you pull off? There's certain people that can just pull off certain looks, and they look better on them.
Does the shirt look easier to pull off?
No, I didn't say that. I just said they could pull off a look better.
Does Colin wear a tie or no tie?
He could pull off both.
It's the right answer.
He doesn't need a long tie.
Man.
Teddy has a hand-me-down for Colin. Normally I give him the clothes that he doesn't fit anymore to Heather for Brooks and sometimes Emily, but now we're at the area where, hey, the hand-me-downs are going to go to Colin.
Well, you said earlier Teddy's foot can reach the pedal in the car.
That's crazy to me.
No. So, okay, let me clarify. I have, when we're playing around or the kids are cleaning, like Ruby drives a Ford Maverick. And I have moved the seat forward, raised it up so that he could sit on the edge of the seat. He can hit the pedals. He can, play around with the steering wheel, and he can actually see. So yes, I mean, in a smaller vehicle, he can.
Yeah, he can.
Is he a lock to already play at least Division I football?
You can't say that for a.
No, there is no lock. No, he may have the size, but does he have the want to? He's already started some training. His 3-point stance still needs some work, but his short shuttle is pretty good.
Reminder, he's 4.
He's 4, yeah. He'll be 5 in September.
There you go. We're going to a barn wedding in September. I'm not wearing a suit and tie in a barn.
Ooh. You might want to ask other people what they're wearing, because I have seen some really
fancy,
beautiful barn weddings. And some barns are equipped temperature control. I get if it's going to be really hot in there.
Yeah.
That can play a factor. But man, I've seen some really nice barn weddings where people are going to wear suits. Okay, maybe not a tie, but they'll definitely wear a suit.
Text says, come on, guys. We're saying this generation's changing fashion. I'm 50 years old. For the last 20 years, I went to 15 weddings where ties were optional. Most people did not wear them. It's perfectly normal. Sean in White Lake.
I would always say then if you're comfortable with doing that, and if it says hey, ties are optional, then don't wear a tie.
I think the tie can look stiff and stuffy as opposed to the open collar, more loose. We're fun. We're at a wedding. We're going to be dancing. We're going to, you know what I'm saying?
But okay, you're talking about two different parts of the wedding. The ceremony to me is very different than the reception, and I would always wear a tie unless it said otherwise. I would wear a tie, and then when you get to the reception and things start to get really fun, then you undo the top button and maybe you loosen the tie at first, and then it comes off completely. You put it in your pocket.
What about pocket squares? Guys still use those? Wear those?
I think if you do it right, it can look good.
Sure.
But I don't know that I have.
Pocket square. Yeah.
I have no idea.
Well, if I was wearing a tie, you could strangle me, so I stopped talking Tarek Skubal, but we do have some audio we think is worth playing for people.
Yeah.
So Tarek Skubal was on Pardon My Take last week, and the audio really started to surface late on Friday and into the weekend. Tarek Skubal, we have 2 cuts to play. The first, the emotion. The second, we'll get to whether he'd come back to Detroit. But first, the emotions.
Yeah, this is the human side of things. Sure, you're going to be emotional.
Totally understand that. In terms of, how this is going to go down and how it impacts the Tiger fans, I think the question was something along the lines of, it sucks Tiger fans would have liked to have you spend more time there. Here was Tarek Skubal on Pardon My Take.
You got to know when to speak and how to answer questions. And I think that's been one of the things that he's really struggled with is the messaging. How do I answer these questions? The questions are going to be asked. And do they ask that question about would you like to, go back to Detroit? The answer should just be, I'm focused on winning a World Series this year. Like, that's how he answered it here.
Right.
I thought he wasn't talking about next year.
Right.
This is just what irks me. He wants the Tigers involved only if they're the highest bidder. He wants us involved to help run up his price tag. It's always been about getting the most money. And I don't even want to vilify him for it because there's a world where he can get $400 million. Good for him. But I don't feel like he's been transparent enough on this. And in fact, I feel like he's talked out of both sides of his mouth. You know what I mean, John? It's this idea of, you weren't talking extension. What do you mean you hope we get back involved? Your agent shut down any extension talk. If you wanted to be in Detroit, you would have at least engaged on an extension. You didn't. How bad did you want to be in Detroit if you don't talk extension? When it comes to both sides of his mouth, how about the World Baseball Classic? Take Detroit out of it. I love my country, USA. I want to be on this team. Just don't ask me to pitch. Well, which is it? How about this? My elbow hurt back in January. I didn't do anything about it until May, coincidentally, the worst month of the Tigers season, when I missed. And then when people ask you about it, you dance around it. Talk it out of both sides of your mouth. John, he said he wants his team to buy when he was in Detroit. Well, he had one foot out the door. There has been nothing but wishy-washy back and forth, both sides. Please like me PR optics. I'm going to go tour every Detroit sporting event. Look how much I love the city, but don't you dare try to extend me because we're hanging up the phone. What does that tell you?
Yeah, what it tells me is there might be another team in LA, the Angels. If they come with the highest offer, do you think he stays with the Dodgers or does he move across town and go to Anaheim and play for the Angels? Or the Athletics? Like, they're going to be in Vegas. I bet you they spend some money at some point. Yeah. Do they decide that they want to, hey, we want to start things off when we finally move to our new stadium in Vegas. We want Tarek Skubal to pitch that first pitch. We're going to pay him, 8 years, $50 million a year. Do you think he would end up in Oakland or Sacramento? Yeah. He wants the most money.
Which is an understandable position. I think he did enjoy playing for the Detroit Tigers, the only organization he knew. But to say, I hope they get involved, well, that's just for your own financial benefit, not because you have this deep burning desire to play your entire career in Detroit. If you did, you'd at least negotiate.
Well, and I know a lot of people want to throw Scott Boras under the bus, and trust me, I'll be the first to drive that bus. But if you are in a situation where you can't control your agent, then be a grown-up and tell your agent what you want. Hey, I want to stay in Detroit. This past offseason, this would have been a non-issue at the deadline if he had said, let's figure out a way. I'm paying you because I want you to get the most money. Yeah. And if he had said, I want you to get the most money from Detroit. I'm not going to sit there and say that he shouldn't get, he should settle for 200 versus 400. Those are decisions he has to make.
But we didn't even get to do that. Right. It sounds like they didn't even get to have those. It's one thing if Skubal's camp says, we're willing to negotiate, but just so you know, we're shooting for $400 million and they're coming in at $250. Right. Well, okay, then that's different. This is shut down negotiations.
Right.
Don't even bother. Eric and Novi, good morning.
Hi, guys. Number one, Skubal needs to shut up. But number two, I think when you sign with Boras, you make the deal with the devil. You sign in blood, and you agree that we're going to free agency, period. Okay? And Boras is telling them, kid, if you want to play for the Tigers, that's fine, but you're going to do it in free agency. And you can still go back to the Tigers, but the Tigers are going to pay the most in free agency. They just gave Valdez a huge contract in free agency. So whatever we do, it's going to be in free agency, and you have the best deals on the table, and you can take the Tiger deal even if it's less if you really want to do that.
Sure.
But you're going to get the best deal from the Tigers in free agency, just as you will from everyone else.
Well, I don't know. I mean, the Tiger Valdez deal wasn't like they came to Valdez at the start of free agency and made him a Godfather offer. In fact, it felt like the market kind of cooled on Valdez, given how late in the game it was.
Yeah.
And they swooped in with upfront money, but it wasn't some 5 to 10 year deal.
Right. It wasn't going to be the same contract that they would have offered Skubal.
Right.
But you also have to understand that if you've set the parameters with the team, we're not discussing things, then the team has to make plans for life without you.
In fact, you signed your own trade certificate.
And if they've spent the money that they would have earmarked for you on somebody else because you said, hey, I'm not discussing this, then maybe the money's not there anymore.
I find it unlikely that this is the whole point, that Detroit is going to get into a bidding war with the Mets and the Dodgers and the Yankees, and they're going to end up spending 8 years at some astronomical 45 to 50 million. I don't think it's happening. He would like them to because it's how he creates a bidding war and gets paid the most money.
Right.
I think that's the extent to which he hopes the Tigers are involved, that they have the most money. Interesting phone calls. I'm looking at who's on hold. We'll get to it next. 97.1.
Hey, in my career, I've learned that the best results come from having the right team in your corner. It's exactly why I love First Merchants Bank. They've been my bank for a number of years now because they do something a lot of big banks have forgotten about. They actually took the time to get to know me and my situation and my family. So whether I'm looking for long-term growth or just need a sounding board for a big financial decision, they provide the countersigned advice and tailored solutions that actually work for my life. And with First Merchants, I never feel like I'm just another account number. I know I'm in control, and they give me the tools and the confidence to know I'm making the right choices for myself and for my family's future. It's about peace of mind, knowing that your bank is as invested in your success as you are. If you want to feel that same confidence in your financial journey, it's easy. All you have to do is visit firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com to learn how they can help support you and your family as well. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
One text, can we just be Scooby done with this whole thing? Walleye, walleye, walleye. Good riddance, Scooble. Another says, Screwball is such a bad actor. He's discrediting our intelligence, thinking he wants to come back. It's 100% about the coin for him. Nothing wrong with it. Just be upfront. Don't play with our feelings. Johnny O in Greenville.
Yeah. And to Johnny O's point, if Detroit were to come with the most money and the best, makeup of years, would he be back in Detroit?
Sure.
100%.
Yeah.
But I also think it's true for, like I mentioned already, the Angels. If they came with that contract, or the Athletics, or the Rockies, or the Giants, or the Mets, who the hell knows what's going on there. But if they were to be, I'm just picking all the last place teams. If they were to come with the most money and the most years, I think he would be at any of those places.
I think what Tarek means is if every team in baseball offered him the same amount of max money, he would choose Detroit. Taylor in a car. And another saying, I'm really hoping the owners collude after the season to sign no free agents until the lockout, Matt and Heartland. Well, then if the rules change, impossible to know right now. Joe in Newport says, I think he does want to be in Detroit. I truly do. I think he did what needed to be done this year, and probably for the betterment of our organization. Maybe this will be like Flaherty, where he comes back. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt, regardless of how jaded we've all become.
But he didn't do it. Like, they didn't win, and so he was traded. He had nothing to do with the trade.
Other than, missing the month of May for a procedure that he knew he had something wrong with well before the season. Minor details.
Yeah. But can you imagine being a Dodgers fan and listening to this? It's just silly.
We have some audio from our LA station. They're also 97.1 out there. Who's the host on this? I want to make sure I give credit. Do we know who the host is on this?
I don't know.
Well, we'll figure it out along the way. It's Doug McCain, D-Mac as they call him.
Bonus points if you know the Boombox reference, the movie.
Oh, I know the scene. I couldn't tell you the movie.
Oh, I could see it.
Actor? John Cusack?
Yeah.
Say anything. He's saying it.
Yeah.
Say it.
Say it. 248-539-9797. John in Livonia, good morning.
Good morning, sir. Good morning to your entire crew. Couple words. Longtime Tiger fan. Watched the 68 Tigers win the World Series, the 84 Tigers win the World Series, and now this is a very exciting young team.
I agree with
you.
We
all know the name. Yeah, we all know the names. Seen Job's debut, throwing 100. Anyway, Scooble, it was his choice. He was fortunate to have the option to stay with blue-collar Detroit, where we have the best sports fans anywhere in the world. All teams, Lions, Tigers, Pistons, Red Wings, okay. But he made his choice. Now is he having second thoughts? Sounds like it.
I don't know if he has second thought. I think he'll miss his teammates. I believe there's a real bond between those guys in that clubhouse, and he had spent his entire career here.
It wasn't his choice.
I don't. Someone his choice in the sense that if he had extended, he would have been here.
Correct.
But you get traded, you don't get to pick where, even if you angle with your agent. Yeah. But the extent that he regrets being traded, like his comments to me don't reek of regret. It reeks of, hey, I hope there's a bidding war at the end of the season. I would love if the Tigers threw the most money at me. That's the extent to which I take that.
You know what this looks like to me? First off, I do think Boris is leading him on a leash to a degree. And he did him no favors with his comments throughout this process, and the Tigers have been wrapped up. And I think what happened is that Skubal was lockstep with Boris. We're going to free agency no matter what.
Mm-hmm.
And it was very black and white. And then the emotions of the entire thing happened.
Yeah.
And the competitor in him. And I think this is what you're getting. Like, he doesn't almost know what to do with himself because he wasn't ready for that reaction to happen to him as a human being instead of just being a dollar sign.
I think that's a fair read. It's one thing to think about it on paper, but to actually experience it and go through it, he is a human being. What did you make, by the way, of the LA host referring to us as a 6?
I mean, yeah, it's. Did you marry a 6? Sure. It's varying level.
I would say after going out on this West Coast string, we got some plastic surgery done. We're probably a 7 now.
Maybe. But I mean, there's no question. Like, you know,
we lost 10 pounds.
He's currently with the supermodel, right? That is
the LA Dodgers.
LA Dodgers. Yeah.
Are we blonde or brunette?
248. Let us know.
Natural or?
Detroit's natural. One crooked tooth for the grit.
Thank you.
Wasn't sure how we were getting out of that one, so Heather
Throw
with the
to
news.
A Clinton Township neighborhood is demanding action after a suspected party house crash left one woman's car destroyed. And now township leaders are questioning whether a home was operating illegally as a short-term rental. This seems to be happening all over. Well, there's this one woman, Kathleen Cecil, who says she was jolted awake at 1:30 a.m. on Monday by the sound of a crash outside her home. She ultimately thought something or a car had crashed into her house, but it was actually a car crashing into her car. She said her car was totaled. Surveillance video from other homes shows a vehicle leaving this party house right just after 1 a.m., veering onto a sidewalk before crashing into her parked car. She says all the airbags deployed in the vehicle that hit it. About 4 or 5 girls got out of the car. There was talks about like getting bottles out of the vehicle, things like that, right? Well, neighbors in the Clinton Township community say they're outraged. The home where this party was officially listed on Airbnb. And they say noisy gatherings have been coming from this home all summer long. So I can understand being frustrated by that if I lived right there. One person who lives right across from this house says they've had like pay to enter parties where these young kids, they say, I'm guessing they're making a guess, 16 to 25-year-olds at these parties, 100 kids in the backyard.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So it sounds like they are bringing this to the township. Short-term rentals and Airbnbs are not permitted in residential areas. Apparently, this house has received some warnings. There's bright orange warnings on the door right now. 2 civil infractions have been issued in the last 2 weeks. No word from the home's owner.
Okay.
A former Detroit firefighter in a lot of trouble with the law. This guy, Eric Anderson, actually spent years as a Detroit firefighter, resigned in 2023, has now been charged with multiple arsons, breaking into a firehouse, stealing puppies, large appliances, and a whole lot more. So it's alleged that this man, a 52-year-old, set fire to at least 4 different locations, all between July 10th and August 4th. He would break into some of these buildings. At one place, he stole a refrigerator, a stove, 2 pit bull puppies, and then came back later, set the house on fire. All sorts of things. From there, went and set more fires, not only to homes, but like garages, commercial trash bins, broke into a firehouse while firefighters were putting out a fire he had just started, stealing personal items as well. He was arrested and arraigned on Saturday, given a $500,000 bond. Let's see. The Buffalo Bills finally opened their brand new stadium to the public, and naturally, people have things to complain about. So it's obviously a beautiful $2.2 billion
a lot of bells and
stadium,
whistles.
right?
Yep.
Has everything you could want. But a lot of people are complaining, particularly about the views or lack thereof of certain seats. There's one complaint that involves a season ticket holder, paid thousands of dollars, right, only to discover that their view included one of those glass stair barriers, right? Like that's how they're viewing the field. Others, people are showing like overhangs, sharp angles, blocking views.
Obstructive views. Places where you can see basically, goal line to the opposite 20, but then if the team is in the red zone on the opposite side of the field, you can't see it.
You're
at all.
watching it off a screen at that point.
Yeah. Others have talked about how steep of a trek it is to get to some of the higher levels. And then once you get up there, there's no bathroom. So you got to then go all the way back down to use the restroom. Speaking of the bathrooms, this one I don't think is a huge complaint, but I guess people still want the troughs.
No troughs. Yeah. I'm sure it's about,
You still hear people talking about that with the Joe.
Oh, yeah. It comes up all the time.
Yeah. Cornell University just added a new rule for everyone, staying in the dorms, banning the processing of wild game in school kitchens. This comes months after 2 students went viral for carving up a bear in a dorm kitchen. Actually, that was last year it happened. But the school's new policy reads, processing wild game animals in community kitchens is strictly prohibited. So what happened, it was back in 2025.
I think we had, a little bit.
We did talk
about this, yeah.
There was 2 students that ended up dragging the carcass of a black bear.
Had harvested a bear.
Into the school's, the dormitory's kitchen to
butcher it.
Now, that was never their plan. Their plan was actually to take the bear back to one of their homes, but something happened and they couldn't. So they thought, well, here's our option.
Yeah.
And they looked through all the rules and they didn't violate any rules. So they never got in trouble for it. But the school doesn't want that happening again. So there are now rules in place.
Whenever you see a rule, you always wonder what led to it.
Why is there a rule that says this? There's why.
There you go.
Heather with the news. We're hoping to get some news on the Red Wings job. The latest from one of the most prominent NHL insiders. He's even got a name that he's starting to hear. We'll get to that next. 97.1. Big week coming up for the Tigers. We'll end the show talking about them. Got an update on the Red Wings GM search. Elliot Friedman. 2 clips to play for you. He's hearing a name, and he has an update on the process. Let's start with the process. So it may initially catch you off guard, but we've seen other teams hire more of these the number nerds, the people in, say, Carolina, Florida.
It seems like it would, if it's a 2-person position, that you would have a quote-unquote hockey person in one of those positions and then the pencil pusher nerd in the other.
Sure. And it's worth pointing out the Red Wings haven't really done this, a search for a new GM in like 30 plus years. Because Devellano to Holland to Yzerman, they've always just had the next guy. This is the first time they really need to look outside.
You mean it's not Draper?
Why do you do this to me?
Just asking questions.
They're going to look outside, and they need to look outside. They need to learn a few things, and maybe they do pick up a thing or two. How about a name right across the street? Okay, quick background on Greenberg. Columbia Law, interned with the Diamondbacks, had been with the Cubs and then the Blackhawks, and now back into baseball. Right or wrong, fair or unfair, we talk to fans. We hear from fans. I think this would be looked at as taking the easy way out. And that doesn't mean he wouldn't be a good hire. I don't know. But would this not be looked at as, hey, man, you didn't fire Yzerman until like a month into the offseason.
Right.
And this search has provided very few names, and the only one we're hearing is the guy that conveniently works for the owner's other team. Did you just go with the easy way out, or did you hire the best guy? I think they'd be fighting that optically if they hired Jeff Greenberg.
I think optically, sure. I don't necessarily know it means it's the easy way out. But optically, that's probably, well, let's just, make a phone call across the street and, hey, same organization. We don't have to have you fill out a new W-2.
It looks cheap, but it's really not. But that's the thing. Like, I would view this as, for him, I think a lot of fans, he'd be starting behind the 8 ball.
Yeah.
That he wouldn't be given a truly fair chance as a general manager. Look, he was an associate GM with the Blackhawks. He only held that job for so long, a short period, because the Tigers wanted him.
Yeah, how long was he with the Blackhawks?
Like a year plus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm seeing on Wikipedia, it says 22-23.
If that's the case, well, even if it's not, do you think they go with they fill that role with 2 people? And then how does the dynamics work between those 2?
Would that be easier to accept, too, if they put Greenberg over to stabilize, but they also hired somebody else, too?
Somebody with more of a hockey background than just the year and a half or so with the Blackhawks?
Well, and then I guess the question is, like, who's above in the hierarchy? Like, everybody knows Scott Harris is the president of baseball operations for the Detroit Tigers.
Right,
Jeff
the
Greenberg
general
reports
manager.
to him.
Yeah.
See, the thing is, think about analytics. If you know the analytics of the sport, you can learn the analytics of multiple sports. It's all about numbers, percentages, odds, right?
Yeah. I think the other question, I don't know the answer to this, is there anything signature from his time with the Blackhawks that we would point to? Because, I mean, he was in an NHL front office. Did he do a good job? Like, do we have any, you know what I'm saying? Like,
so just speaking it from a fan perspective, I would have a hard time with somebody just coming in to work the numbers and not have a quote-unquote hockey background. I would have an issue with that.
But
I'm not saying it wouldn't work.
The most successful teams in the league right now are heavy into analytics.
Well,
Hurricanes, Panthers, Avs.
But they also have hockey people running the show.
Exactly. I think it'd be too soon. It's almost like he could do the same thing for the Wings as he's doing for the Tigers, but not being the ultimate decision maker.
The number 2?
Yeah, like what was the dude's name in Moneyball?
The Jonah Hill plays?
Yeah. What was his name?
One problem.
I've never seen it.
Oh, that's terrible.
That's an all-time sports movie. Maybe on our next flight to Vegas.
Peter Brand.
Yes. He was previously with Cleveland, right?
Yes.
Okay. 248-539-9797. Look, this is a necessary thing. They're going to have to finally go outside the immediate Red Wing hockey family. And Elliot Friedman did also say for any fears that Yzerman was going to be meddlesome or in the mix,
that's not the case.
No. And you can kind of tell because he's not even running the day-to-day anymore per Helene St. James.
Right, yeah. He's not. He's going to be there to show up to cocktail parties, hopefully with his tie on.
There you go. 248-539-9797. All right, back into the Tigers. Have you seen enough or do you need to see this week? They're only a game out of the playoffs. And look, that game on Sunday is a game they would have lost 5, 10 different times this season.
Yeah.
There's plenty of things that if you're looking for it, like Friday night, but they've won 7 straight road series. Have you seen enough or do you need to see this week?
I need to see this week. I need to see that they can beat the Cleveland Guardians once this year. And, okay, we already saw them sweep the White Sox. So, right now, they're playing better than the Guardians. So, continue to play better than the Guardians and beat them. Win the series. And I'm not asking for a sweep. I'm not asking for a sweep of the White Sox, but I am asking for 2 series wins at home. Come out of this week 4-6.
And I would say the harder series is actually the first group. Because you'll have Melton and Job in the White Sox series, and they haven't been as thorny. 3-3 on the season, head up, head to head.
Right.
With Cleveland, it's 0-6.
Yeah, 0-6, and I think Tom had the stat earlier. They've only scored 11 runs in those 6 games.
So spotlight on the offense for sure. And how about the pitching matchup? They're going to have the edge each of the next 3 games if you just look at ERA. Like Bibee kills us, right? Bibee's going to throw against Drew Anderson. Valdez will get Griffin. Griffin's actually had the better year. They added him from the Nationals. Again, these teams added the White Sox and the Guardians, so this is going to be a good measuring stick. And then the final game on Thursday, Montero against Messick. Messick actually leads their team with a 2.5 ERA. They're going to have the edge on the mound the next 3 days. We're going to see if this offense can find a way to get just enough, and if this bullpen, I know that's Tom's biggest thing, is holding a lead if they get it in these games.
Well, you're going to expect the same things. It is, Valdez going 7 innings. It's Montero going 7 innings because Drew, you're only going to get, 4? Maybe you get him coming out for a part of the 5th, and you're going to tax your bullpen early on in this series.
Right.
So that
puts a premium on Tuesday.
A lot of it does come down to the pitching matchup. I'm more confident now with Valdez and Montero. Montero's been very consistent for the most part throughout the course of the year.
Friday felt like kind of an outlier.
Yeah, and so do I expect him to get back to what we have seen throughout the course of the year? Yes. Valdez has been pitching better as of late, and so it really comes down to me is Drew Anderson taking the mound? That's always a big question mark. Now, his last outing, 4 innings, was solid outing.
Yeah, it's twofold. It's can you get 4 innings, and are they solid innings?
Right, and here's it. You have to be a complete team. If you want to be taken seriously, you've got to be able to beat a like opponent in the Cleveland Guardians. And I know that there's a mental hurdle this year. There's been a mental hurdle for a number of years. It just, they were able to get over it in the postseason last year, but it always feels like, hey, Stephen Kwan has not had a great year, but all of a sudden against the Tigers, he does. Yep. Ramirez.
He's going to heat up.
You know he's going to heat up. You know that these things are going to happen. How do the Tigers respond? It has to be a complete performance. It can't just be great performances by the pitching staff. You also have to be able to score runs.
Why aren't they playing tonight? You know, I hate
I
that
know.
tonight's just this off day. We're excited for this series. There is a playoff spot to go grab this week.
They are one game back of the Texas Rangers. And that they have jumped Seattle, Baltimore, Cleveland, Minnesota. They are second in the division, 3.5 behind the White Sox. But the key is you still got to get back to 500. That's where the Texas Rangers are right now. They're the last team in. They're the cut line. You're 2 wins back from being a 500 team.
Got some feedback on the Tigers, a little bit on the Wings. We'll wrap it up, and then we'll get out to training camp.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The boys are out there.
Midday show's hanging out. It's 97.1.
Hey, think about all the businesses that keep Detroit moving. You got retail stores, restaurants, warehouses, offices, and job sites. They can't afford break-ins, they can't afford fire damage, and they certainly can't afford downtime. That's where Guardian Alarm comes in. You got security cameras, fire protection, access control. It's live local monitoring, backed by real people 24/7. Guardian Alarm has been protecting Michigan businesses since 1930. And if you run a business and want real protection, not guesswork, call Guardian Alarm. You can reach them at 1-800-STAY-OUT for a free quote. That's 1-800-STAY-OUT.
Elliot Friedman, latest on the Red Wings GM search. It's ramping up, he said.
Good. Because the season's going to be here before you know it.
Better late than never. Still got to figure out Larkin. Anyway, 248-539-9797. We also have been talking plenty about our baseball team.
It's really exciting. It's a lot of fun. And this is going to be the first opportunity that local fans, Detroit Tigers fans, have had a chance to see Max Clark in the lineup.
Yeah, we're going to see him presumably Tuesday night. Should be in the starting lineup.
Yeah, they'll see Job in the Chicago series.
Mm-hmm. Get Melton in that Chicago series. Got to get through the Cleveland series.
Mm-hmm. And that's gonna have to get through Cleveland at some point.
Yeah, 0-6 this season. Let's just kind of a little stats you need to know here. 0-6 against Cleveland. Bad. The good, the Tigers now have the best run differential in the American League. They somehow have the best run differential with a losing record. Kind of shows you what kind of season this has been. Mm-hmm. Tom, you have a whole bunch of numbers on how good they've been, yet at the same time, this damn bullpen.
Yeah, so this is incredible. Like as they're playing better, their numbers are getting better. Obviously, they're third in team ERA in all of baseball. That's really good. Mm-hmm. Now, if you prefer a different stat for pitchers, WHIP. They're fifth in all of baseball.
Cool.
So that's considered elite.
What about XFIP? I'm just.
I looked at you like, what?
Yeah.
Offensively, really encouraging. They are now 11th in home runs. They've been hitting home runs like crazy since June 1st. Mm-hmm. I don't know what happened that day in the water, but something did. And then they're 11th also in OPS, which is the treasured offensive stat right now.
So just outside the top 10.
So they almost have a top 10 pitching and batting. The saves, the back end of the bullpen, although not as bad lately, they're still second in blown saves, 26. And they're the second worst save percentage in all of baseball, one of two teams below 50%. That's incredible that you can be below 50% save percentage. So if that back end, everything else is there, these numbers, that's what they're saying. That's 4 months of baseball. It tells you what they are. And I would say the hitting is trending up. Can the pitching stay there? Probably with the starting.
Yeah, I think the best way to look at this is, as bad as May was, they've almost erased the month of May. They're 2 games shy of 500, which is where they were when May began. And I think maybe the best part is, while they haven't made all the ground up yet, no one ran away with it while they hit rock bottom. So now they've got a real chance. And that's why this week is where you go grab your playoff spot.
And this is, I mentioned it, they're playing really good baseball right now. Cleveland, not so much. And so if you're going to have a chance to overtake the Guardians or exercise any demons you want to exercise, now's the time to do it.
Real quick, I screwed up. I was supposed to bring mochi tomorrow, if I can remember. Oh,
that's right. Yeah,
tomorrow.
Yeah, mochi.
We got one text that said, Jim, I forgot. Tomorrow.
Ice cream covered rice balls.
Mm-hmm. Like an ice cream dumpling.
No, rice-covered ice cream balls. Right?
Of ice cream, yes.
Ice cream in the middle.
Yes.
Rice on the outside, yes. Gooey, sticky.
It doesn't taste like rice, but I just...
Clear rice.
At this point, I just want your reaction for science.
For science, yes.
I also sent you guys a video of the drones.
Oh, yeah, over the weekend, yeah. Uh-huh. And I made the trip to Bronner's yet again.
You did.
And I ran into at least a dozen listeners that are just appalled that you refuse to make the pilgrimage to Bronner's.
You should go soon. Beat the crowd so it's not wild.
It was very busy.
Was it?
Oh, yeah. It was crazy busy.
It can't be anything like it is at Christmas, though.
Oh, no.
Christmas go before Christmas.
Yeah, but
pick out your ornament.
Like Christmas time.
It will when
does
you're there.
when you walk in.
Mm-hmm. You get your ornament. Get it.
Yeah.
I'm not a Grinch. I just don't feel like I'm in the Christmas spirit in August.
You don't have to be.
You will be when you walk in. But it's nice for your first time there when it's not jam-packed, where you can't really see and move. Go and
you'll never forget
your,
it.
little,
I'm sure they'll let me know.
Your first ornament.
Thanks, John.
Yeah,
your names
you get
an
ornament with you and your wife's name on it,
and for your cat.
Yeah. You get one with Roomba on there.
Yeah,
because you never know.
Never know what.
Well, you don't want it to be the last opportunity.
Why would you even put that in?
Gator,
can you believe this guy?
Hey, cats don't live forever. I know they get 9 lives, but they don't live forever. You want to make sure that you mark the moment.
They don't. They can live a long time, though.
They can.
He's not even 8.
The worst ones live the longest.
Oh, no.
That's not entirely true.
What's going on?
You guys did that. You guys did that fair or foul a coworker, and I'm driving in today, guys, and I'm like, oh dear God, what did I do? What did I do? And I'm like, oh, what a gift from the heavens that it was not me this one time.
So answer the question then: would you wear a tie to the wedding?
I totally echo what Heather said. You got to be the overdressed, not the underdressed. How do we know Rieger wasn't? How do we know he didn't go there with a tie?
I said that after, and I also said, we were talking about the invites. Maybe the invite said tie optional.
Could be. I'd
So
still
he was
wear
just
a tie.
following dress code.
You know?
I know. Well, we're all ripping him for not wearing a tie.
Oh,
I mean, we're not all. I
necessarily ripping
didn't,
him,
but
yeah.
some people might have.
Yeah.
I think you got to wear a tie.
Thank you.
I mean, it's an event.
If you're not going to wear a tie then, even though the tie is the worst human invention, let's choke dudes for 8 hours a day. All right? If you're not going to wear a tie then, you're just never going to wear a tie, right?
Right, I guess. But, I mean, don't you want to look nice? I mean, to look nice. Everyone looks nice in a tie.
You can look nice without a tie.
You can, but, I mean, how about just later in the night? When the dinner's done, I think that's when you can loosen the tie and you're
When the
done.
music turns on and the
you
dance
can take
floor
the jacket
picks
off.
up.
You can undo a couple buttons.
Oh, yeah.
Show a little wolf, and you're ready to go.
That's right. There you go. Yeah, it's a matter of respect.
That's right.
So no Doug, you get Gator and Mark Ryan out at Lions training camp. Boys, have fun out there. It's
Thank you very much.
It's 97.1.
And good morning, everybody. Welcome to the Karsch Anderson program. Gator and Mark Ryan with you today out from Lions training camp in Allen Park. And I'll tell you what looked like it was going to be a horrible day. Still looks gloomy, but it's going to change. The radar tells me, Mark, it will be clear real soon. And it's overcast now, but I think the rain is through in the area.
Is this gloomy to you? I mean, I'm looking at this as opposed to the opposite with the sun blazing, and this to me is heaven on earth.
This is fine. I mean, it's humid, but it's fine. No, this in years past we've been out here and it has been just blazing hot.
Yeah.
Tons of humidity. We had to turn the fans sideways to get us over here in our protected area. We are very protected here, and we needed that because it was just too much. And it would be embarrassing because we would have occasionally they bring a player by or a coach, and we're going to speak with Kelvin Shepard, the defensive coordinator, coming up at 10:15. But they would bring a guy over, and they've been sweating in practice all day. They go and sit down, and it's like, hey, man, how you doing? You want a towel? You need something, please? before you put that headset on. And sometimes you hand them the headset, and it's already been worn, and it's
Gunky.
bad.
Oh,
it's
boy.
just bad news. But today it looks nice. The fans get a chance to see this team get out there and practice. And the big news last week at the end of the week was we finally got Jahmyr Gibbs done, which we knew it was going to happen. And I like that it was done in the fashion it was. There wasn't anything contentious about it. He made sure that everybody knew this is going to get done. He came out to practice a couple days just on the sidelines, and then that last day he was all padded up and did the high knees workout and all that. And then they said, hey, you can't practice yet. You're not signed. You got to go to the side. And then sure enough, a few hours later, it's announced that he's got his deal, and it makes him the highest paid running back in the National Football League, which is great. But really, it's a friendly competition with him and Bijan Robinson, and he gets just a bit more.
Just a bit more.
Just a bit
but
more.
Can I say this? I couldn't believe the infighting among us here on 97.1, among hosts, among fans, as if it's the right move to let this guy go. I mean, he's not a running back. He is your number one playmaker. He is your do-it-all guy. And in my opinion, you get him at a bargain relative to the caliber of wide receiver he's paired up against. Christian Watson, J-Mo's making more than Jahmyr Gibbs is making. I mean, this to me was an absolute no-brainer. And to me, it's kind of brainless to suggest that you shouldn't be doing that.
Well, I agree with you there. I didn't understand people that would say, hey, let's just let it go another year, and then you can franchise him after the fifth year. Just go through that way. And, yeah, that's something you can do. But in today's NFL, which is it's the same it's been for 30, 40 years, if you're going to play that game, you risk having a holdout and an unhappy camper. And he's just too valuable to this team, and they want him here. And I want him here. And the amount of money that you're paying running backs is nowhere near what it is what you pay receivers. And this guy is, in my opinion, way more valuable than a wide receiver. No offense to Amon-Ra St. Brown. I'm glad he got his money, and he deserves it based on the receiver market. But a guy like Jahmyr Gibbs can be more valuable because, he does the same thing running that Amon-Ra St. Brown does receiving, and he also catches the ball a bunch of times for even more yards and more touchdowns. I'm just not going to sneeze at somebody who has 18 touchdowns,
right?
32 the last 2 years, 49 in the first 3 years, which is the most in the history of the National Football League. He got paid. It didn't break the bank. Now it set the market, but in the grand scheme of things, $22.5 million is not breaking the bank. And it's interesting that how you're right, how people take it sometimes.
It set the market. It didn't break the market. True or false? He is the most dynamic playmaker in the NFL.
I think you can make that case. I'm not going to say false. I'm going to say that there are a few guys like that, and Bijan Robinson is another one like that. He also has a ton of long touchdown runs and touchdown receptions. But, yeah, Jahmyr Gibbs has that game-breaking speed. It's every time he touches the ball, if you're at the game, the difference between watching the game live and watching the game on TV. At the game on the TV, you're restricted to what you can see in the box, right, on the TV screen. When you're at the game live, you can see from a different vantage point, and you're looking, as soon as he gets the ball, you're looking downfield to see, okay, is this one going to break for a long one? Because I don't see a linebacker on that side of the field, and the secondary is already compromised guarding the receivers here. Let's watch this thing play out, and you can see a 60-yard run happen. It's awesome, and he's, yeah, like you said, he might be the best in the game at it.
The argument against paying him was simply that, hey, there's a lot of guys, especially in a 17-game season, that can rush for 1,000 yards. Correct. But there are now only 4 or 5 of those dynamic playmakers that truly stand out from the rest. And you have one of them. And the irony is that this was the draft pick that perhaps the Lions were the most heavily criticized over. Who's laughing now?
Yeah, I mean, the 2 guys they took in the first round that year have now got their long-term deals, and they're not terribly punitive to the team, both Jack Campbell and Jahmyr Gibbs, and those are 2 positions. Ooh, you can't use a first-round pick on a running back. Ooh, you can't use a first-round pick on a linebacker, and yet they've done it, and they've got probably the 2 best guys in the league at their respective positions. They're locked up for years to come at a reasonable rate, and this is why they're able to do what they do. People complain all the time about the offseason and they're not going for the big-time free agents. It's because they're re-signing their own guys. Had they decided not to re-sign Jahmyr Gibbs, they would have to go into free agency and find somebody and pay a lot of money. Same thing goes with everybody else that they've signed. But they've chosen instead to go the free agent route to bank on the guys that they've already built up equity and guys that fit the culture and have changed the culture of this football franchise.
Yeah, that goes without saying. Now, there is a question mark at backup QB, right? There is that question mark there. And that if I could have one wish granted in terms of roster construction, it would be that they invest a little bit more in that insurance policy. Because, you know, I was just looking at this today, CBS Sports ranking the contenders by backup QB situation. They had the Lions 15th when they had Teddy Bridgewater, right? And, you know, the Mac Jones, the Davis Mills, the Joe Flacco, the Justin Fields. If I had a wish that could be granted, it would be that, hey, man, that's a good insurance policy to invest in.
Well, it might be. It might be wise if they had done that, but bringing in Josh Dobbs, which is what they did over the weekend, signing him, the reason they did is because he has familiarity with this offense with Drew Petzing. He's worked with him in the past at a stop in Cleveland and also in Arizona. So that familiarity might give him that leg up over somebody who's, you know, veteran well past his prime, like the guys you mentioned. But I get it. People want to have that security blanket there in case something, God forbid, happens to Jared Goff. But we always knock wood on that and hope that doesn't happen. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number if you want to text us. You can talk to us as well on the line as we report live from Lions training camp. We're going to be speaking with Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Sheppard here in a few minutes. Excited about that because I think there's a lot of questions about this defense overall and what changes have been made. They've changed over a lot of personnel, and then you got guys that are coming back from injuries and guys that are hopefully just going to take the next big step. We'll talk with Kelvin Sheppard, Lions defensive coordinator, about that as well. No doubt we're going to talk Tigers later on. It is a Monday. It's Champ and Chump votes. Get those Champ and Chump votes in. We'll have ours coming up at 10:35. Who had a great weekend, deserving of the Champ? Who had a lousy weekend, deserving of the Chump? We will get to that as we continue here on 97.1. Well, before we end up talking with Kelvin Shepard, who's walking over now, Lions defensive coordinator, we got some bad news on the Lions front that just broke about 10 minutes ago. According to Dave Burkett of the Free Press, Cade Mays, the starting center for the Detroit Lions, has suffered a wrist injury and will miss a significant amount of time for the Lions. He's the center they targeted to upgrade their offensive line this offseason. It's a big loss, expected to return at some point this year. That's not good news.
Oh, gosh.
That is not good
If
news.
you are ranking the players on this team, okay, he's not a top 10 Lion, obviously, but if you are ranking the most indispensable Lions relative to the key cogs in the machine, I believe he's top 5, Gator. I mean, it's Goff 1.
No, it's an important piece. Unfortunately, they're going to have to maneuver around.
Right.
We'll see what they pivot to. I imagine they're going to try a number of different combinations. Juice Scruggs will get a look. Tate Ratledge may get a look. They've got some other players they can. And on top of that, Adam Schefter reporting a couple minutes ago that Lions running back Isaiah Pacheco sprained his MCL, but that Dan Campbell believes his running back should be ready for the regular season opener. So that's, I guess, more encouraging news there. As we step aside here, Kelvin Shepard is going to join us here, Lions defensive coordinator. Good to have him on board. Welcome, Coach. We appreciate the time. I know you're a busy man.
Absolutely, no problem. Thanks for having me.
We just saw the news. Unfortunately, Cade Mays is out with a wrist injury. That's tough to see. But you know, in this league, this is what happens. Next man up.
Absolutely, it's what we signed up for. Unfortunately, you know, Cade was an off-season acquisition, was doing a tremendous job. But Hank Fraley, in my opinion, is the best O-line coach in the business. So I know he'll have the next man ready to go.
Let's go into the defense. Your area of expertise. What is the number one area of improvement that you guys are focusing on from last year to this year?
I would say our disguises and the understand of why. Now it's time to understand why are we doing things. I tell them all the time, why is Coach Shep calling this call on this D&D? What picture do I want the offense to see pre-snap versus post-snap? And bringing in guys like Chuck Clark, bringing back Avonte Maddox, these veteran guys understand that stuff. So they're able to, not only when I say it, but they're able to backstop it and say, this is what Shep's saying. This is the why. This is why you got to show in at 8 yards as a safety before you rotate high to kind of lie to the quarterback. So things like that, I think we've taken a step this year.
You know, it's been said that great leaders are humble, but they also have an unyielding determination for the organization to succeed. Your intensity is legendary. Your leadership is legendary. How have you had this magnetizing impact on the roster?
It starts with Dan, to be honest with you. His ability to allow me the platform that he has to kind of do it the way I want. Kind of these guys know that's Shep's deal. Whatever Shep say is gospel. And to have a head coach with that stature and the respect that he has is just a trickle-down effect, I tell people. And I not only try to do it, but I try to exude that within my staff, try to give them leadership roles within their own rooms, because I think when you do that, you're able to bring out the best in people.
You know, when this team has been filmed, whether it's by the own crew here in Detroit or by the HBO crew, we see a lot of competition among the coaches themselves. Who are you most competitive on the coaching staff with?
I would say by far either Tashard Choice or Scotty Montgomery. It's by far. And when I was a position coach, it was a lot worse because now I'm calling it. I got to get to the next play, so I'm not able to fully go into it like I want to. But Scotty's right here in my ear the whole day. If a pass is called, he's the first person to let me know it before I even see it. And it's like, Scotty, I got it, but we're coming right back at you. But again, it breathes into your players. When your players feel the coaches out here competing, they understand that we're all in this thing together. We're trying to push this thing in the same direction. It's not we just coach and watch you guys. No, we're right here in lockstep with the players, and I think they feel that.
Kelvin Shepard joining us here on Karsch and Anderson 97.1. The facts say, Kelvin, that the last 10 Super Bowl champions had a top 10 pass defense.
Yep.
And yet that's been an area where Detroit has struggled recently over the years. This year as well, you've got players coming back from injury.
Yep.
You've got moving pieces, moving parts. Can you share some of the guys in that position group that you're excited about, that you're looking forward to stepping into increased roles?
Yep, the biggest thing in totality is limiting the explosives, because that's what jacks up your pass defense, is the explosive plays. You can go out and play lockdown defense for 17 snaps and on the 18th give up a 64-yard explosive play, and it alters your whole day. So understanding, we're going to start there, limiting the deep explosive plays, and it's married with the pass rush. To be honest, people look right at the secondary, but the first thing I say is, how do we speed this quarterback up and help the secondary? It starts with the front, the acquisitions this offseason of Derek Moore, of DJ Wonnum, of a guy like Peyton Turner. We haven't had him out there, but a guy like Anthony Lucas. These guys can just have the same amount of impact as the defensive backs. And then we go to the defensive backfield, bringing in veterans like Chuck Clark, Avonte Maddox to come in and compete, Roger McCreary. These guys have skin in the game as far as they've done it in the league. So now it's about picking up the verbiage and what do we want it to look like when they're out there.
And certainly Aiden Hutchinson has been looking for that optimal running mate for quite some time now. What are you seeing in Derek Moore? What do you like, and where does he still need to grow?
Oh, I mean, I see what I see is the player I saw on tape and then some. I tell everybody, I knew the dog was there, the physical play style and all that. But what I didn't really see is how athletic this kid is. He has very efficient movement, no wasted steps. He gains ground, steps on the offensive line's toes, and it makes it hard on him because he does have the physical element of the game. And then to be able to look up to a vet and compete with a guy every day, and DJ Wonnum. Fun fact, DJ actually went to my high school, Stevenson High School in Atlanta.
Shout out.
So I kind of knew him already. And I know what he's made of. So Derek Moore surrounded by two tremendous vets that's kind of showing him the way as they go.
So I know everybody's got their own role here. Obviously, Brad Holmes is the guy who's going to put everything together in picking out players.
Yep.
But when you see that a guy like Devin White is available, and I mean, how early do you plant the seed and say, hey, I'm just saying, he's available. This guy's out there. Second leading tackler in the National Football League, just ahead of Jack Campbell, who's on our team. Maybe we can squeeze this guy in here in some way.
Let's just say I might have sent Dan a text message or 2 or 3 or 4, kind of letting him know that I talked to Devin a couple times, that he's itching, ready to play, eager to play. And obviously I had a relationship with Devin, nothing super close or intense, but we did have a relationship, going to my alma mater, the 5th pick overall, Buckets Award, winning all these accolades he's done. But what people don't see is at heart, he's a country boy, and he likes it dirty. He works his tail off, so it was an instant fit. You see guys like Jack Campbell, Derek Barnes, taking him in and absorbing him and like, let's go. This guy can help us. Let's go play and compete.
Only 6 feet tall, but he's got some size to him, though. But guys are that little. You don't expect to make that kind of an impact. If you do, you're special, and he kind of fits into that group.
Absolutely. He's a headsy player. He has a great, tremendous feel for the game. And just like I spoke on some of these newer guys, this is just about catching them up to the way we kind of do things here, the way we like the linebackers to play, that, to be honest with you, it fits his play style.
Kelvin Shepard joining us. Kelvin, look, everybody feels like, okay, you tear an ACL, it takes this amount of time to come back. But everybody's different, and especially with, different position types, body types. Aleem McNeil rounding into form last year.
Yes.
Tyleik Williams has a complete and total body transformation in the offseason. How are you feeling about that particular position group?
They have the chance to be special as a duo. When you talk about defensive tackle tandem in the NFL, they have a chance to be special. But it's about going out and doing it at a consistent rate. I can absolutely guarantee you, they're going to wreck games. It's just a matter of the consistency they do it at. I got to stay on Tyleik, got to stay on Mac, because now they've shown what they can do. And Mac's looking like I've never seen him looking in 6 years that we've been here. I was afforded opportunity going on 6 years with him, and I've never seen the player I'm seeing right now. So I'm beyond excited and thrilled for these two, but they understand it starts one day at a time with the consistency of doing it at a high level.
Is there something specific you can point to that's where it clicks and you see somebody just instantly pick it up and now they're getting better from one year to the next?
Absolutely. I think it's one, these guys come in and young and the scheme is thrown at them and it's like, let me learn that. Well, then when you're trying to get so engulfed in learning the scheme, you forget the major detail is your technique, especially when you play on the front line. Technique, fundamentals. So honing in on that first versus trying to memorize the playbook.
Before we let you go, we got to ask you about the safeties in the situation with Kirby Joseph and Brian Branch, two outstanding players. who knows when they're going to come back
Yep.
and be able to play, but hopefully they will be soon, and then sooner than later. But how do you handle that situation with those guys not being able to go full bore, and who steps in right now?
Yeah, well, right now we have a competition on our hands right now. You got Chuck Clark, Avonte Maddox, Christian Izzian, Dan Jackson, Lauren Strickland, AB. I mean, it's guys that's in the mix. I can't tell you honestly who's going to take the field week 1. It's up to those guys to decide. But the front office and Dan did a tremendous job, not only log jamming it, but making sure we had some veterans with skin in the game that's done it.
Kelvin, I went to Florida. Are we allowed to be friends?
Sometimes, except for Saturdays.
Okay, there you go. Great to see you.
Absolutely. Appreciate y'all having me.
Thank you very
Appreciate
much.
you
Lions
having me.
defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard joining us out here at Lions training camp, and very excited about the defense. I think there's a reason to be optimistic. I love this front seven in this team. I really do love the front seven. Secondary is going to be kind of a wait-and-see approach. We'll wait. Look, honestly, the safety situation is a bit of a mess right now. On top of that, there's a lot of competition at corner, and frankly, the competition needs to rise up for this team because they've got to be better at in the pass defense. It's some of that's going to come with a better pass rush, getting more pressure up in the middle, like he said with Ty Leak and Lee McNeil. That should be great. Is DJ Wanham going to be this 3-down guy that's going to be able to get pressure on the opposite edge of Hutch? You know, Hutch is going to be all over the place, but
in that second
looking forward to it.
cornerback position, who is going to step up there? Can Rock Yassin be the consistent performer? Can they get something out of Rakestraw Jr. this year, out of that second-round draft pick?
And they love Whiteside at this point. Whiteside keeps showing up every day in practice, and he's pushing for it. And the reporting out there is that McCreary's got to get it in gear a little bit and step it up if he wants to be that slot corner. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to text. Gator and Mark Ryan live from Lions training camp here in Allen Park on 97.1. Hey, if you're looking at your home and you're realizing it's time for a new roof, windows, or siding, the biggest hurdle is usually finding someone that you can actually trust. That's why you need to call Shaner Roofing, Windows, and Siding. They've got over 30 years of service right here in Michigan, and Shaner's built a reputation that's frankly unmatched. And we're talking about a 4.9-star Google rating, and that's backed by thousands of homeowners. You don't get those kinds of numbers by accident. You get them by doing the job right every single time. And because they're a local family-owned business, they skip the high-pressure sales tactics. Instead, they provide a true, honest assessment of your home's needs. And when the job is done, you're protected by a lifetime transferable warranty. Now, while other companies are being bought out by outside investment firms, Shaner stays committed to our community. They're here to stay. And when you're ready for quality that you can count on, make sure you visit Shaner Roofing at mymichiganroof.com. And you'll get the 5-star treatment that your home deserves. Again, mymichiganroof.com. And welcome back to the Karsch Anderson program here on 97.1, live from Lions Training Camp out in Allen Park. A little humid out today, and the sun is now finally coming out. I know I woke up in the middle of the night. There was a loud rumble that came in. Actually, not in the middle of the night. It was like 5 o'clock in the morning. I thought maybe a tree is about ready to come down. I don't need that to happen again.
I was driving through Toledo in the middle of a tornado with cars stopped under the overpasses. My phone is going berserk. I'm like, what do? I pull off at a rest area. I felt like a sitting duck at the rest area, so I just kept going. I've never been through anything like that before.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Big news of the day is that Cade Mays, the Lions starting center, is going to be out indefinitely. He has a wrist injury. This is not good. Actually, it sucks quite a lot. This was the big free agent acquisition in the offseason, and it looked like it was going to be a pretty big upgrade over what they had last year. And unfortunately, he's out indefinitely with that wrist injury, according to Dave Burkett and several others as well that have talked about this. The situation to try to replace that, this is going to be tough. They've got a number of players that they can give opportunities to. Drew Scruggs, I imagine, will get a chance, and he has started in the NFL before, so that's at center, so that's good news. Remember last year the idea was Tate Ratledge going to play center? Was he going to play guard? So maybe they take a look at him and see if that's a possibility.
But this is an unneeded shuffle.
This is absolutely an unneeded shuffle, and when you move one guy over, it could open up a hole elsewhere if that's what you do. I think what they'd rather just do is hope that it works out with one of these other backup players that they have, as opposed to having to move one of the starters over in that position.
I think undoubtedly for me, entering the season, the biggest concern was the secondary, right? I mean, like the continued underachieving ways of that position group over the last 10 years. And then when you factor in the injuries, the Terrion Arnold situation, does this Cade Mays injury now vault that position because essentially for this team and this offense, that center position is the engine that makes it go?
Yeah, this is quite important. I mean, when we spent the first segment talking about how great it was to bring back Jahmyr Gibbs, and the idea of this offensive line is shifted around. You've got Penei Sewell on the left side now, and that feels like it's a move to have. You've got two guards who were effectively rookies last year, and you can take the big step from year one to year two as a starter. Looking forward to that. You got a rookie that is competing to start at right tackle. Whether it's going to be Miller or Borum, we will see. But Mays was the guy that, we got it. Center. It's taken care of. No problem. We addressed that in free agency right away. They targeted their guy. They got the guy. We talked about it ad nauseum on the show. We said this is the guy we liked. Then they went out and got him. Doug and I were very happy with that. And now this happens, and it's unfortunate. It's just, look, this is injuries. This is the NFL. This is what happens. Ian Rappaport is saying it's going to be roughly 8 to 10 weeks with the wrist injury.
Okay, so October, early to mid-October, is when he would be slated to return.
No. Well, I guess, no, it's going to be November.
Okay.
The games don't start until September. I guess 8 to 10 weeks from today. You're right. My bad.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. But
math.
If it's early to mid-October, while this is bad news, that's not going to incapacitate for the season.
Hopefully it doesn't. Hopefully that the next man up mentality is going to carry them through, and they've got so many offensive weapons they should be able to score. But you know what? The guy who was just with us, Kelvin Shepard, that's going to mean a lot for him to get his crew ready to go defensively, to step up and pick up some of that slack that may happen if things are slow on the go for the offense. Not only that, but you look at – I wonder if this changes plans at all. Or how, of course it does. How does it change the plans for the first preseason game coming up on Thursday against Cincinnati, at Cincinnati, because Dan Campbell already said Jared Goff is not going to play.
Right.
There's a lot of reporting out there that says that don't expect to see a bunch of the veteran starters play either, that the only veterans you may see play are guys who are going to be competing for starting jobs. Obviously, the special teams part is huge. You're going to see a bunch of people there. But now with this injury, I think that we're going to be everybody's going to be focusing on the center in the first preseason game. and see who gets the reps there and who's going to get the job
It's
done.
got to be all hands on deck at the offensive line now, right? I mean, you've got a few short games to figure out the best combinations of what you need to do, and then fortunately, you have a somewhat forgiving schedule in which to figure it out to start the season. I mean, you're going to be favored in 14 out of 17 games this year. Your biggest underdog spread to date is at Buffalo, and that one you're only a 3-game underdog in, but you open 4 of the first 5 games, New Orleans, the Jets, Carolina, Arizona. What appeared to be winnable games suddenly takes a hit with Cade Mays' injury, but again, it's not the murderer's row schedule where you're saying now we're screwed.
Yeah, and look, we're not naive. This will not be the only injury that the Lions are going to have to deal with in training camp and heading into the regular season, but this is a big one to see before the first preseason game has even played when you lose your starting center for what could be half the season. 248-539-9797. Time now for Champ and Chump. It's brought to you by Sarah Chevrolet. Take a look at the Champ. I'll start first, Mark. I'm going to go with Jackson Jobe. Tigers pitcher went 5 scoreless innings, giving up just 1 hit, 1 walk, 4 strikeouts. He looked every bit the stud that we thought he was going to be when we started hearing about this guy when he was drafted 3rd overall years ago. But, matriculated through the minors, got a taste of the Major League Baseball, and unfortunately had to have Tommy John surgery and hasn't pitched since last May. He steps right in, does the job for the Tigers on Saturday night, looked great, touching 100 a bunch of times, and also looked like the man's been hitting the gym. See the neck? Woo! It's got like a football player's neck.
Would you believe I had somebody with the Tigers in the offseason tell me they were worried he was going to end up being more of a bullpen guy because he had just a few he didn't have the full repertoire of pitches yet. And Jackson Jobe says, I got your bullpen guy right here. I mean, with what we saw. Blown away by what he did. Let's be honest. I mean, I wasn't feeling cautiously optimistic about his first start. Were you?
I was not, but I was pleasantly surprised with it, and he looked confident out there, and I liked what I saw. Who's your champ?
How about this? I'm not sure if this is allowed around these parts. Am I allowed to say the Detroit Tigers bullpen? Since July 1st, 8th in ERA, 4th best in runs, 3rd in hits, 7th in opponent's batting average, 7th in whip, 11th in bases on balls. And I'm here to tell you, especially the last few games, stepping up and stepping up big. Drew Summers, 22 out of 25, 23 out of 26 without a run. Kenley Jansen, last 11 starts, very, very effective. Look, you might not be allowed to say this, but especially in terms of the recent surge, hey, if we're going to throw sharp, pointy objects at them all year, we got to give them their just due when they perform well.
Yeah, it was great. My chump are the umpires in San Francisco. They got the Torque tag play wrong, where Torkelson clearly tagged the runner out going to first base. They even looked at it review, and somehow review said, nope. Okay. The endless challenges that went on all weekend long, where there was overturn after overturn after overturn. I think in one of the games there were like 10 challenges that were overturned. And the last one, don't tell me that Jung-Hoo Lee could not pick up the ball that Zach McKinstry hit over his head into the wall, and it came to rest at the base of that wall. Jung-Hoo Lee does a smart thing, really smart. Put his hands up in the air. Oh, I can't get this. It's wedged there. It's wedged, because he knew that Z-Mac was going to go for a triple. Well, Z-Mac kept running, and they would have had an inside-the-park home run if the umpire had done their job and said, that's not wedged. You got this. Because when Jung-Hoo Lee went to pick it up, there was no resistance from the wall. Great acting job by him. I didn't like that play by the umpire. The whole crew all weekend long sucked.
Chump for me, Adam Vinatieri. Blasting his former team during his Hall of Fame. And yeah, it's a joke, but I don't know, for me, was kind of in bad taste. And I know this wasn't the most recent thing, but I got to put Tony Romo on the chump list for just what he appears to have thrown away, right? Like when he began on CBS, he was a revolutionary broadcaster showing us the future before plays happened. I don't know about you, man. I've never seen a regression in game, in fame, and then he gets the DUI, and now CBS is embarrassed, and now the odds makers are saying it's more likely than not he's going to lose his $18 million a year gig.
Well, it's your actions, you're responsible for them, and he's going to have to deal with that. We'll see what CBS decides to do. 248-539-9797, same number to text. You want to get through that way. the Karsch and Anderson program on the road today and tomorrow out from Lions training camp. Doug will be back next week. Got a lot going on this week, man. You and I are going to be at the Dream Cruise on Friday as well. Rieger and I will be out at the Tigers game on Thursday. And our lone show from the studio will be on Wednesday. You and I will be there on Wednesday. But a lot happening. We got a lot going on with the Lions. I'm sure people are freaking out plenty about this. The news about Cade Mays, the starting center, is out for roughly 8 to 10 weeks. That's according to Ian Rappaport. Dan Campbell confirmed that he hurt his wrist earlier today when he spoke with the media. That's not good. Not good at all. We'll see what happens on Thursday when they're going to have just a number of guys getting reps at center. We'll see from practice today if we can glean anything from that and see who's taking the reps. We'll keep you up to date on that as well. We continue talking with you. You want your Champ and Chump votes heard? Well, you got to sound off on it. 248-539-9797. You can text those in if you'd rather do it that way. That's fine. You want to talk Tigers? We can talk Tigers. There's a lot. Mark just started touching on the bullpen and how great it's been. Yeah, I want to hit on that as well as we continue here on 97.1. And welcome back. Let's get to the phones, 248-539-9797. Anything you want to talk about? We mentioned the Tigers and what's going on there. Want to get to some bullpen discussion as well. But the Lions top of mind with the injury news about Cade Mays, the starting center. He's out 8 to 10 weeks with a wrist injury. That's no good. Let's go to the phones first and talk with Matt. Matt, welcome to 97.1. How are you, Matt?
Hey, Matt.
Hey, good afternoon. Good morning, Gator and Mark. Champ and Chump. Champ will be Lions, signing Gibbs, bolstering the backup QB position. Chump is going to be Scooble, because even when he's gone, he's still running his mouth about, I want to, play for the Tigers. Like, no, you don't, or you would have signed a contract here. As far as
they did. His agent wasn't going to hear any talk of an extension. I think both things can be right here when it comes to Scooble. I think he would love to stay here in Detroit, but I think he also wants to be the highest paid player. So the two things don't necessarily line up. What I love about this situation, what he had said over the week or at the end of the week, I love that it pisses off the Dodgers. That I love.
Yeah.
And the Dodgers, the Dodger fans are going nuts about this right now.
It's disrespectful too.
It is.
Quite honestly.
That's why I love it. I think it's hysterical.
Hey, I love the audio from the Dodgers. And as far as the Tigers, Mark, what you pointed out, bullpen is doing really good. So, they're not that far off from a wild card spot, I believe. I do think they'll, get to the playoffs. I don't know how far they'll go. But my question for you guys is, in the playoffs, it's going to be football season. So are more people really going to be watching, not because of they don't, like the Tigers, but because of football? Like, are people really going to be watching baseball? Because once football starts, baseball takes a back seat.
Yeah, and thanks for the call. We appreciate it. I think people are going to be watching baseball because even though we're curious about football, it's preseason, so it's we're only 3 preseason games. The first regular season game isn't until it's the second week of September, after Labor Day. So we got a while here. And if the Tigers do what they're supposed to do this week, they could be in first place in the division by the end of the week.
They've been the ultimate cockroach this year that just when everyone is ready to write them off, kill them, they can't be killed. What percentage of your audience would you say thought the season was done? At least multiple times already this year, right? 80%?
Oh, more than that. I think you're up to 95. You've always got the diehards that are going to, live and die by the team no matter what and hold on to the last breath. But, I think it's like 95% of the people had written them off. Myself, I would say about May, I'm like, give them a chance to dig out of it. And they started to dig out of it. But I'm not going to lie. I'm surprised at the position that they're in, particularly after they've traded Scooble and Mize. They didn't add bullpen arms. Still dealing with different injuries on this team. I'm stunned where they're at right now, and I'm loving it too. You talked about the bullpen. How about this? Since the moment where I said I had enough of them, which was after they split the games with Kansas City, I said to myself, if they're going to split with Kansas City when they don't have Bobby Witt Jr. playing, then this team has no business competing for a division championship. You've got to sell. And it was actually the same moment that I had was the same epiphany that Doug had. And we were on opposite sides of the country. I was in Las Vegas at the time, flying back when I came to that moment. But since that time, the Tigers are 8-3. 5 of those 8 wins have come by shutout. And the 6th was the one we had last night that came with 1 unearned run. They've effectively thrown 6 shutouts in their last 9 games.
Which is insane.
Or last 11 games, I should say. And 6 of the 8 wins have effectively come by shutout. That is wildly impressive, all while having this offense continue to click. Now, I got it. All right, Seattle, Sacramento, and the Giants aren't exactly a juggernaut in your schedule.
But neither
you know
were
what?
Kansas City and Baltimore.
Well, right. Exactly. And so it's like it's kind of mixed signals here. And for people that will say, well, look, all the things happen against the Giants. They lost the ball in the sun. They misplayed a ball at third base. All these weird things that happen. I don't care. You know what that is? That's just a payback for what happened in May when all of those things were happening to the Tigers that allowed other teams to beat Detroit instead of the other way around. So finally it's evening out. And here we are, 2 games below 500, one game out of
out.
the wild card, and just 3.5 back of the White Sox for the division lead, whom they will face starting on Friday. Starting tomorrow, they've got Cleveland, who they're right behind. Actually, no, they're just ahead of now in the standings. The Tigers are literally now in second place in the division. We got a logjam here with the Tigers, the Twins, and the Guardians. But this is incredible what's happened with this team and the position that they're in right now. And we can talk about the offense, and we have talked about how the offense is perked up, but the reality is the pitching is starting to get really, really good. Kenley Jansen is no longer someone that you're going, when he comes in the game. Tyler Holton has been outstanding lately. It's the Tyler Holton we saw from a couple years
Looks like
ago.
the closer of this team.
Yeah, both of those guys are looking great. And then you've got other pitchers like Waguespack has done a really nice job, and Summers has done a great job, and Ty Madden, whether he's pitching 1 inning or 4 innings, whatever he's going to have to do, he gets the job done. And this is now getting to be a competent bullpen, and yet I still wanted them to add at the trade deadline with the bullpen. They didn't do that. Do they have enough? This is a massive week, Mark, a massive week for this team.
So if this team makes the playoffs, they will join the 1914 Boston Braves as the only in MLB history to qualify for the postseason despite finding themselves 16 games under 500 at any point during the season. They were 22-38. So you're asking yourself, what's the why behind what they're doing? And that's really confounding, but I will tell you that the whole Skubal situation, maybe some generated by him, but the situation itself was toxic energy. And it's kind of like, I can see clearly now the rain is gone, now that this is over. We saw this management group punt on this team in 2024, and we saw what happened thereafter. Are we watching part 2 of the, you're going to punt on us? We'll show you. This is a phenomenon you see often in the NBA. Like Cade Cunningham goes down. They think we're a one-man team? We'll show you. They go out, they stun somebody. We got no chance without Tarek Skubal. The Skubal cloud has lifted. Look at what this team is capable of by themselves. For a team, for all of us. Without Skubal, they don't have a chance. Well, they're better right now without Skubal, Scott.
Well, they got a bunch of guys that are stepping up their game, and this is not the same team that we saw in May. By a long shot, it's not the same team. You look at the guys that were playing in May and the guys that are playing now, they're not the same roster. They're getting different contributions, and now you've got this influx of young talent, which is so much fun to watch. They bring up Max Clark, and he hits the ground running, and, look, I think to expect him to be as good as McGonigal has been all season long, I think is unfair, but he's off to a pretty good start, and defensively he's already saved some runs out there in center field.
What an infusion of injury. I thought the chains were supposed to be a problem. The necklaces. Right. I thought that was supposed to impact the team and the ability to play and perform.
Not so much. And it's not just Max Clark. I mean, you got Eduardo Valencia, who was brought up, and he has done nothing but hit the ball extraordinarily hard every time he's at the plate. He makes contact, and he hits it hard. He finally drew a walk. I was glad to see that because I'm like, dude, you got to draw some walks if you want to get more at-bats. Otherwise, it's just not going to happen. But those two guys really injecting some energy with this team and the youth. Same thing with Hao-Yu Lee. He's done a nice job. Colt Keith has made an adjustment to his swing and his plate discipline, which has reaped some real benefits for him. He's brought his average up significantly. And then you're seeing some corrections from guys like Torkelson and McKinstry, who were not as bad as what we saw in May. But they're both hitting very well right now. And Torque, we want to see some more power from him, more consistent power. But in the meantime, picking up 2 and 3 hits a game is pretty good too. I'll take it. This team is it's strange, but this is the week. This is the tough week. You start with Cleveland and you finish with the White Sox. Both these teams are thought of as the cream of the crop in the Central Division based on what's happened this year. But the Tigers have earned their way to get right back up into the discussion. And we're going to find out just how good they actually are. And I'm very much looking forward to it. Troy Melton has been absolutely incredible, the true ace of the staff, lowering his ERA down to 1.46. He's thrown 80 innings. His earned run average is 1.46. That is incredible. 97-1.
Brought to you by M&M Garage Doors. Bad news out of Allen Park today. Dan Campbell reported this morning that Lions' newly acquired center Cade Mays will miss, quote, significant time with a wrist injury. Campbell explained what happened and how the Lions' projected starting center got hurt. Ian Rappaport says he has a source that specifies Mays' absence will be 8 to 10 weeks. The 27-year-old offensive lineman signed a 3-year, $25 million contract with the Lions in the offseason and was expected to bolster a position group that struggled massively last season. Detroit's likely backups at the center position are sophomore O-lineman Seth McLaughlin, who has not played in an NFL game since going undrafted from Ohio State last year, or fourth-year O-lineman Juice Scruggs, who came over to Detroit in the deal for David Montgomery. Some other light injury updates from Campbell today. He said backup running back Isaiah Pacheco has an MCL strain but should be fine. He also said quarterback DJ Reed has a soft tissue problem, but he does not expect it to be long-term. The Lions have their first preseason game of the year this Thursday against the Bengals in Cincy. In other NFL news, Bears wide receiver Luther Burden III is expected to miss the preseason with a strained groin in camp, according to Adam Schefter. Chicago is likely to have their sophomore breakout candidate back in time for the regular season opener. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
And welcome back. Lions training camp. You just heard in the update the bad news. Cade Mays out for what's being reported as 8 to 10 weeks. Dan Campbell said it's going to be a while. It's a significant wrist injury. That's not good. And also with Pacheco, the backup running back, he's got an MCL sprain. He will be hopefully ready to go by the beginning of the season. Dan Campbell didn't seem to think that was going to be a big deal. And talking about DJ Reed's soft tissue issue, it's not that bad either. I said tissue issue. That's right. But hopefully those are better injury reports than Cade Mays, which is the big deal that they're dealing with right now. They're just running through some passing drills and stuff. I haven't really been able to get a look at who's lining up at center at this point. We'll see if we can get somebody out there to take a gander.
We've got some Champ and Chump text messages coming in as well. Champ is Jackson Jobe. Great return performance. Chump is Chris Sale for getting ejected on the day he wasn't even pitching and before the game even started. Jackson Jobe is coming up repeatedly. Texter says the Lions are made of glass regarding the Cade Mays injury. Isaiah Pacheco as well. Champ is Tigers pitching. Chump is Riley Green. 2 for 12, 0 RBIs, 6 Ks. I feel that's a little harsh. Hey, is that harsh? Overly harsh?
Well,
Riley Green?
I mean, if he didn't do much over the weekend. I made a couple of nice plays in the outfield. I can see why. It's concerned that he's slipping here against bad teams. Look, watch what happens this week, because it can change like that.
Right.
It's just that's just how it is.
Texter wants to know, how is Frank Ragnow feeling these days?
Right. I saw that from a number of people. How's the hammy, Frank? Is it feeling good? Good to quite good? No, not so much. Yeah, I'm guessing that's done. God, it's 2 years in a row with this.
It's just incredible how like at the most important positions, this team just has the absolute worst luck. And an otherwise day where we're, everyone's Super Bowl champion early in training camp, and here we are.
Well, knock on wood, it's not the worst position. The worst position would be losing your quarterback, which other teams, Lord knows how many teams went through it last year. The texter said the Lions are made of glass, always getting hurt. This is the same with every training camp in the National Football League. Guys get hurt. It's wild to see it happen with this kind of regularity, but that's what happens when you're bigger, stronger, and faster. I'm sure people are going back, when I was in high school, we had two-a-days and nobody ever got hurt. Yeah, well, it's high school. It's not the National Football League with bigger, stronger, faster. I got it. Some other ticket text coming in. Tigers win their 7th straight road series. Actually, that's my comment. I forgot that I pulled up my show sheet. Yeah, 7 straight road series, by the way. That's pretty impressive what they've done with that. As far as more ticket texts coming in. Do have those right here. Champ, Roger Craig, running back, the San Francisco great enshrined to the Hall of Fame. Dementia is brutal, but he's going to fight bravely. Yeah, he will. I was a huge Roger Craig fan growing up and watching those San Francisco teams in the 80s. First 1,000 guy, 1,000 yards receiving, 1,000 yards rushing in a single season. He was awesome. Chump, Will Venable. You get 2 trips to the mound, doofus. That's John in Lake Orion. Yes, Will Venable, manager, went to the mound twice, started going up for the second time, and no, can't do this because they're going to have to take out the pitcher early in the game after they went to extra innings the night before. It happens. 8 to 10 weeks sucks, but back after the bye, yeah, I guess that's where it looks like it could shake out. But a wrist injury, I get worried about those things, man, because you got to build the strength back up.
Sure.
Obviously you'd think, oh, well, be able to stay in shape, be able to run and do some stuff. But, I mean, it's always going to affect – you got to be careful with that because it's always going to affect the injury that you have. Told you guys the Lions are too fragile and made of glass. Be lucky to go 9-8.
You don't believe that, do you?
No.
They'll be lucky to go 9-8.
I'll take
What is the doom and gloom? What is that about?
That's just people that are stuck in the SOL mentality, the same old Lions mentality that I thought was gone. I thought that we had crushed that when they won the division 2 years in a row. They won the 2 playoff games, got to the NFC Championship game. Yeah, they take a step back last year as a team. I'm sure that they had all offseason to think about what happened in the regular season last year, kicked themselves for wasting opportunities to win games, specifically Minnesota. 2 games there. It would have made a world of difference. That kind of thing happens. It's the NFL. I'm okay with this. Champ is Troy Melton. Chump is Cade Mays getting hurt. Derek and Wyandotte. If the Tigers bullpen can stay within the top half of the league going forward, this team is a playoff team. We have too much young talent, too much good pitching for many of the teams that are very average in the American League. Excuse me. I agree. I'm excited right now. I heard driving in this morning, I was listening to the morning show, and somebody talked about how they're excited to watch this team now. It's been a different team to watch over the last 50, 60 games, and it has been. And the reason for the excitement, to me, it's not – obviously the winning helps, right? But it's the thing that we've been wanting to see forever, which is let's see young players. Okay, if you're not going to make the big move at the trade deadline to acquire some big-name player, then let's see young guys. Well, we're seeing it. Kevin McGonigal's played all season long. Howie Lee was called up in April and then been really kind of a mainstay since the middle of May on this team.
He's been a godsend, Gator.
He's been pretty good.
But also just the clutch factor with him, right? He steps up in big moments and he delivers time after time after time. You really can't teach that. And to think the feeling was, well, if you bring in the young guys, and the feeling when you brought Max Clark up was what? Oh, okay, this is to distract people from the negative PR of trading Tarek Skubal. But now he's an integral part of a dominating performance and really a winning effort here where, you're looking up and you've got the number 1 run differential in Major League Baseball. 75 run differential plus 75 equates to 90 wins typically. They're at plus 87 in the run differential mark right now. Best run differential in the American League. And I've got to say right now that I believe I'm looking at a playoff team.
If they didn't have the bullpen collapses that they did, you're not taking away all of them. But can you take away a handful of them? If you take away a handful of them, this team's a first-place team.
Kenley Jansen by himself lost 2 games on the final pitch where the Tigers were leading earlier in the year. One of them was to his former team, the Angels. And all of the stats about, the bullpen and the blown leaves, but I think a lot of that was the bullpen coming in games where they had no margin for error because the offense, hey, A.J. Hinch is going to take the starter out in the 5th inning. You got a 3-2 lead. You got no margin for error there. A lot of bullpens would blow leads there. The bullpen has been getting an unfair rap over the last few weeks, in my opinion. And so people are going to start to say, did Scott Harris do the right thing? He said after the Orioles series that was it. They didn't make a compelling case to buy this year. I'm telling you, I think this team is doing what they're doing because the Skubal situation is over. I'm not so sure they would be playing like this if Skubal was still on the roster.
Well, but they have. That's the thing, is that since June 1st, they have been playing this kind of baseball. It's been a return to defense, a return to great starting pitching. The lineup has been light years better than what they were in May that completely torpedoed the season to that point, and they've been digging out of it ever since with just steady play. Again, this week, I can't stress enough how important it is to have these games against Cleveland and then the White Sox. Cleveland starting tomorrow night, and then the White Sox coming into town for the Friday, Saturday, Sunday series. And it's the team you're chasing in the division, and a team you're competing with in the division is Cleveland. So, you got to come out of this hopefully winning both series. You win both series, you're in great shape. But it's been tough sledding, but this team has been just keeping at it. As far as the Skubal stuff, I think it's interesting in psychology to try to figure out what's going on with this team since the Skubal trade. We knew going into the trade deadline this was likelihood. It happened on a Saturday night. News broke, and everybody's going nuts about it. Like, okay, people were kind of breathing a sigh of relief. About time, let's get rid of this drama. But then it started to set in. Oh, wait a minute. We don't have Skubal anymore. Are they going to trade Casey Mize? Well, the writing was on the wall. They did take Casey Mize out of his scheduled start, presumably because they were going to trade him at some point. I mean, that's usually what that means. And then they traded Casey Mize at the deadline. They're like, okay, they just lost, two of their top three pitchers here and the back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. What was this going to do to the team? And to this point, it may have galvanized this team. It may have that kind of psychological effect on this team, which is great. That's what we're looking for. My champ is freeze-dried food. Enjoy, Doug. Yes, Doug's on his camping trip. I don't know if he's actually going to do the freeze-dried food.
Have you ever had freeze-dried food?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
That seems to be kind of anti the definition of Gator.
Well, I mean, look, I think it was a camping trip many years ago. I think I was a kid. I just tried it. Actually, no, it was in school. I may have been in elementary school. I remember having some kind of demonstration of survivalist or camping or something like that, and this guy came into class and passed around freeze-dried food for everybody to try. And I'm like, well, this is terrible. And haven't had it since. It was a one-time thing.
Survivalist. I had freeze-dried food, and I died afterward.
I think it's interesting that Doug is on this camping trip where he's actually at a campground where literally he's parking his car, setting up a tent like 15 feet away from the car, and he's talking about bringing freeze-dried food. I'm like, dude, pack more ice in the cooler. That's all you need to do.
Oh, he's roughing it.
You're right there.
He's absolutely roughing it out there.
Yeah, he's roughing it. The Chump is Skubal. Shut your mouth, dude. Scott and Carlton. Champ Zach McKinstry. Damn, what a throw yesterday. Yeah, what a throw yesterday.
Oh,
the plate. That was a beastly throw. Best I've seen in a long time from a Tiger. Chump, Tarek Skubal. If you want to be here, you would be. You would have told Boris to get it done. You chased the money, so please be quiet.
It was more important for him to test free agency than it was for him to be a Tiger. So this nonsense that I'd like to be a Tiger my entire career, well, you already ruined that. You now can't be a Tiger your entire career. This guy is the drama that will not go away. And frankly, I'm not interested anymore. I'm not. I'm not interested in him in free agency. I hope they don't pursue him.
I don't think they will. And I'll tell you another team I don't think will either is the Dodgers. Not because of what he said, because the Dodgers don't need him. The Dodgers are getting healthy in the pitching standpoint, and they went for it with him this year because they want to ensure that they win their third straight championship and go down in baseball legend and lore. But I don't think they're going to sign him in the offseason because they're like, we don't have to spend this crazy amount of money on a pitcher that just frankly adds to a staff where now we have like 7 starting pitchers. They don't have to do it. So that takes away, I think it takes away one of the bidders. So it may knock the price down a little bit. Interesting, John Jansen was talking about the Angels. They like to spend money and see if they decide to pony up and get him. Is he going to go straight for the money and go to a bad team?
But see, that's the thing, though. 20 of the 25 largest contracts in MLB history have flopped, and he apparently hasn't done the math that the kind of team that's going to give him that offer, the Mets, the Angels, is also the kind of team he's not going to win with. So what's important to you, Tarek? In every way, he is dating a supermodel for the pros and the cons. And frankly, I'm over the drama. See you later, Tarek.
Well, he hasn't done it yet. He hasn't gotten to free agency yet. We don't know what the CBA is going to be like. And I actually have no issue with what he had to say last week, other than if I were a Dodger fan, I'd be pissed about it. I think it's true that he'd love to stay with the Tigers. He loves his teammates and would have loved to have stayed here, provided, of course, the second part is they pay him the money. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Sometimes we come up here at practice, so invariably we will see former Lions come around to watch the practice. And sometimes the guys look like they can just still play. Robert Porcher was here last year. Looks like the man can still play. He was in ridiculously great shape. And standing in front of us is watching practices. Corey Schlesinger.
He just broke me over his knee.
Yeah.
Did you see that?
Yeah, I saw it. It can happen.
Absolute tree trunk in front of us.
Still
My
play.
God.
Look at that. I mean, that's just some guys just still got it.
Certain guys let themselves go. And then there's Corey Schlesinger.
Right. I've seen that. See it go the other way as well. But good to see former players coming around. It's always good. Lions practice news. Cade Mays, the center. If you haven't heard by now, this is bad news. He's out with a wrist injury indefinitely, though other reporting is saying 8 to 10 weeks. Puts us about halfway through the season, right around the bye week. I suppose that's the good news, is that the bye week helps get the extra week, I guess. But the bad news is now they got to find another center. You know, it was something they explored last year. Remember when Frank Ragnow was going to try to give it a go, and then like 2 days later he's gone because of hamstring injury.
Why wouldn't they kick the tires on that again? Is it because there's hurt feelings about the way that played out?
No, I would imagine it's because that injury is probably one that
can't recover from.
I don't know if it's healed properly. And Frank has been retired for a couple of years now. Look, would I ask? I certainly would ask and see what kind of condition he's in. Are you healthy? Are you in shape at all, buddy? Anything there? But I mean, I wouldn't expect him to say, "Yeah, let's go," or that he would be in that kind of shape to play. I think he's in retirement mode as he should be at this point. Look, they got to find something else out. Somebody else in practice is going to have to get the job done. Whether it's going to be moving Tate Ratledge over to center. Or, maybe you go with McLaughlin is another guy that they have that looks like he can get some reps in there. Or Michael Neese. I mean, there's a number of players that are going to have to try out and figure out, not only in practice, but in that first preseason game on Thursday. I can see a number of players getting their opportunities, and they're not going to be with Jared Goff on Thursday. He's not playing, but this is just where they're at. And it's unfortunate, but this is something that every team in the league has to deal with. There's always injuries in the training camp.
Now, one thing I love about Karsch Anderson is you guys are the reasoned show, reasonable opinions, no hyperbole here. On a 1 to 10, on a DEFCON scale, with DEFCON 1 being the worst, what is this news today?
First of all, thank you very much for explaining. DEFCON, is it 1 or is it 5, which is the worst one? We always get that mixed up.
Right.
Remember there was a movie in the 80s called DEFCON 4, and then realizing that DEFCON 1 is the bad one. DEFCON 4.
It's like a walk in the park.
Yeah, what's that? Somebody made a your mama joke? Is that what that is? I mean, I don't know. But, okay, so ask me the question again.
On a DEFCON scale where DEFCON 1 is sheer panic, the tornado is imminent, where are we? What is the DEFCON level of your feeling with today's Cade Mays injury news?
It's nowhere near doom and gloom. I think this is still a playoff team, even with him gone for perhaps half the season. I think they have a number of guys in the offensive line that I really like. They have so many weapons offensively, and guys are going to have to step it up. But I expect there's going to be good growth from the two guards. Really, we know what we have with Penei Sewell. He's the best in the business. But it means that you're going to have to see, hopefully, a quicker trajectory for Miller at right tackle, and whoever's going to have to play center. I think they can get some decent play out of it. I can't imagine it's going to be the level of Cade Mays. Otherwise, that player would be starting over Cade Mays. So there's going to be a drop off there for sure. But if you do things, it's easier to run block in some cases than it is to pass block. If you want to find a mauler up there and go ahead and run the football, I think maybe we're going to see more of that, more controlled offense in the meantime. But when it comes to center, the biggest responsibility they have is calling out the defense, calling out the coverages, knowing who's got who. You have to mix and match right there in the line. You've got to make that determination. You need somebody who's really smart up there. And so that's the really unknown adjustment that has to happen with this.
I'm going to put you at DEFCON 4. Like the movie. You're easy, breezy, beautiful cover.
But I don't think everything's all bright skies, and I think there's going to be. So I don't know what the high scale is on that. Is it 4? Is it 5? Is it 6? I don't know what's
one is the worst.
Right, I got that.
Okay, so like 4 and 5 is 5 is like normal everyday life.
No, it's not 5. I'm probably between a 3 and a 4.
I'm a 2.
Probably a 3.
I'm a 2. This is a big deal.
It's a big deal, but I don't think it's debilitating enough. And you went through the first part of the schedule, and look.
But I mean, I think
at your own risk when you look at
right.
the schedule and play the schedule game. But I do like the start of the schedule.
I think they went, though, in my mind, from 4-1 to 3-2 with this, which is again is not the end of the world. Seth McLaughlin's going to work with center the first team today, according to Mike Payton. Neese is going to get some reps. Tate Ratledge will get a little work at center. It's to me, this has now become. You're looking at preseason in terms of, hey man, let's keep the guys healthy. To absolutely not. We have now a fire that needs to be put out, and we've got to really get some answers. The preseason now for this team in that position group becomes as critical for any group in the National Football League.
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Do you think this changes anything for the game on Thursday, the first preseason game?
Oh, yeah.
We know we're not going to see Jared Goff, but is this just a situation where maybe Tate Ratledge does get reps? Where you weren't going to give him reps initially, but maybe you will. But do you want to give him the reps at center? Do you just try something that nobody's talked about and move somebody else there?
He's got the highest ceiling among the guys you're going to play. And for the constant news around him to be he could see some work at center, he's got that ability.
Yeah.
The question is, what is that going to do to his development? In what ways is that going to confuse and stunt his growth? And that's really what you've got to answer here. And look, with Cade Mays out, who can keep the train on the tracks for these guys until he returns, which now looks like it could be after the bye week, early to mid-October. This is not a end of the world sort of thing, but it's an injury you flatly could not afford to have. Most indispensable players on this team right now. I would have Goff 1. I would have Hutch 2. I might have Gibbs 3 and then Cade Mays thereafter. I mean, is that hyperbolic to say?
I think it is, because I think there are a couple players I'd put ahead of him. I don't think it's when we say hyperbolic. I think it's a big deal.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's that much. Like Penei Sewell would be a bigger deal. You're talking about the tackle to protect your blind side of your quarterback. That's big. I think if they were to lose Amon-Ra St. Brown, I think that would be perhaps a bigger. I get that they have receivers that can step up, but I mean that's Mr. Reliability right there. But is he in the top 10? Absolutely. He's in the top 8? Probably. I mean this isn't something to just brush off, and I hope that's not the impression I'm giving off. I think this is a big deal for this team, but I'm curious more than anything to see what comes out of this. Because if it is Tate Ratledge who that earns the stripes and plays center, I think that they have other guys that can play guard, right? You got to find out who's going to be the best center. Well, and this is a little bit of a catch-22. It's kind of like what they went through last year too. Do you play Ratledge at center to be? Was he going to be the ultimate replacement for Ragnow, or was he always going to be the right guard? I mean, I don't know. This goes back to last year's draft and what they envisioned for Tate Ratledge. But they do have guys, I think, that could play guard. Barch is going to come back soon. You got Scruggs. You got Mason Miller. You got Frazier. All these guys are kind of mix and match, whether guard or tackle. But I guess I'm most curious about what happens with Tate Ratledge and where does he go. 248-539-9797. Same number to text us as well. You want to get the ticket text in. It's Champ or Chump Mondays. We have that. We'll offer those up as well. More to come here on 97.1. So the news out of training camp, Lions starting center Cade Mays has a wrist injury. He's going to be out indefinitely, but some reporting says 8 to 10 weeks. In the meantime, they're going to get a look at a bunch of different guys at center, and right now Seth McLaughlin is the man working at center, 24 years old. He'll be 25 in just a couple weeks. From Ohio State and also Mark from Alabama.
Alabama and Ohio State, ruptured an Achilles tendon his final year, went undrafted, started with the Cincinnati Bengals, and here he is. He's got the pedigree.
Well, that's true. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I like to hear that somebody went to Ohio State and to Alabama. Give up the chance for the good for the great. Finally get done with the SEC. Now you come up to the Great White North here, where we're just winning national championships. That's what we do now in the Big Ten.
Boy, let me tell you, they are sore about that.
Yes,
they are sore about that. You have taken their lifeblood away from
Yeah.
them and rubbed their noses in it.
Yeah, instead of paying under the table, you pay above the table, and look what happens. But Lions getting some work in there. McLaughlin is the center in this group, and we're seeing I've seen a number of running plays with Jahmyr Gibbs. He looks great. We knew he would. You knew he was going to be in shape. A guy like that is obviously working out all the time, and he couldn't wait to get on the field last week, even though he didn't have the contract done. Then gets the contract done, and immediately from moment one that he was out there, having a great time and clowning on his friends because he's just that good, which is a lot of fun. But another change to the Lions roster is that they've got a new quarterback as well. They signed Josh Dobbs over the weekend, and he steps in. Looks like he'll be the number 2. Luke Altmaier, the rookie from Illinois, will be the 3rd string. And you brought up the idea of, do they still need to look at the backup quarterback situation and find another KG Wiley veteran that might be more of a security blanket than what Josh Dobbs would bring?
I 100% believe that. Look, no two people are going to build a roster the exact same way. The Lions reward their own. The Lions tend to operate on the margins in free agency and so on and so forth just to fill gaps as opposed to out-and-out needs. But the one thing that consistently year after year I've seen about roster construction that's bugged me is they don't value insurance policies. The insurance policy at the quarterback position. If Jared Goff goes down at any point for any stretch, essentially since I've been here in 2024, it's been that's all she wrote, season over. I think you should have a guy that can keep the train on the tracks for you for 4 to 6 weeks. Now, if Goff goes down for the year, if any starting QB goes down for the year, that's likely all she wrote. But the Lions have not had a guy that you feel confident at all in winning a football game to the point where they brought Teddy Bridgewater into the playoff game against the Commanders. Hendon Hooker wasn't even ready to do that. So, I think CBS Sports has this article out right now that is ranking the backup QB situation among the contenders. And why do you believe the Lions do not prioritize this?
I don't think most teams prioritize this. I think the case is if your starting quarterback goes out, you're usually in trouble. I think the teams that have a good backup quarterback situation are usually teams that don't have a good starting quarterback or a great starting quarterback. And I do think the Lions have a great starting quarterback. They've had to allocate their salary elsewhere because that's what you want to do. You've got a team that's ready to go, and why sign a backup quarterback to a $10 million deal as an insurance policy when that money can be spent better off adding depth to other positions?
Because it shouldn't tank you if your starter goes down.
But I mean, okay, so far in 5 years it hasn't tanked them. Now quarterbacks get hurt all the time, and I'm surprised that Goff has been as healthy as he has. But keep knocking on wood that he can. I'm not going to, use a bunch of resources for that. The resource you use is a draft pick. And then you hope you develop that guy, and he stays in this system for 3 years, and then you've got your guy. I understand the reason why people want to have that security blanket, and I totally get it. And I'm not like doing jumping jacks or backflips or anything because I can't. I can do jumping jacks, can't do backflips, can't do
jumping jacks is really pushing it for me.
Yeah, well, I can do the jumping jack, but I'm not doing backflips that they signed Josh Dobbs. But the thing that Josh Dobbs does bring is he's worked with Drew Petzing. And I think that matters more than anything else, is that he's worked with this guy who's the new offensive coordinator for the Lions. So maybe it's a very similar system that he ran in Arizona. He's got that, or that he ran in Cleveland. He knows that, or at least knows parts of it, and can come in if he has to and step in with this offense. And with these weapons, it's a lot different than if you look at his statistics and see what he did in any of his stops over the years. I mean, has he ever had an offense to work with like he's got here? And I think a quick answer is no. These guys are explosive on the Detroit Lions. So I think that any quarterback coming into a situation here would be licking their chops like, oh, my God, I get to work with these guys. And because he knows this offense from the previous stops, that gave him the leg up, I think.
They attempted to have Hendon Hooker be the consistent guy there. It just didn't work out. I want the revolving door to stop. I mean, I want the guy to grow into this system over a period of years, not necessarily to be the eventual Jared Goff replacement, but to have some continuity there, which they just have not had. And yet, here we are again with another backup quarterback, playing in the system for the first time. Now, to your point, experience with Drew Petzing, hopefully that counts for quite a bit. And to your point, Goff has remained remarkably healthy, which he needs to do for this team to go where they need to go.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Send me a text. You want to get through that way. We're talking about the backup quarterback situation. Teddy Bridgewater retired over the weekend. We've seen him do that before, but this time I think he means it. They signed Josh Dobbs, the veteran backup, to be the backup. Is that enough? Would you like to see them go after a more veteran player that has had more starting success, or at least more starting opportunities in his career? Because Dobbs doesn't have a ton of starting opportunities in his career, but he has played, and he's been a veteran, has been to a number of teams, and something else he brings to the table is he's got some mobility, which is also a backup quarterback's best friend, I think, is to be able to run around.
And he's in all those backup QB commercials.
He is
right?
in those commercials.
Which is somewhat self-effacing. By the way, Goff, 14 starts or more in every year but his rookie season. So since he's become a starting QB, he's played in at least 14 games. Given his stature, how surprising is that? I mean, he's slender of frame.
He is very slender. He's also tall. He's tall and wiry. 6'4", 6'5". He's every bit of 6'5", I think Jared Goff is. Listen, credit that to being flexible, stretching out, doing everything you got to do. And it's been fortunate that it's worked out this way for the Lions. But at some point you wonder, are you playing with fire by not having that? But again, for me, in today's NFL, you're either drafting a guy to be your backup you develop, or at some point you make a trade.
But they've done neither.
They don't have to, because it's a backup. You don't do it until you have to. That's the thing. They're not worried about that. Rory is creeping up on me.
Yeah, he is. Rory's getting friendly over here.
Yeah, TJ, you want to take care of Rory? You want to take care of this guy? Yeah, just get him out of the way. That's all good. Thanks. As TJ Lang walked past. 248-539-9797, the telephone number. We got lots of Champ and Chump votes coming in. We'll get to those and more of your phone calls. What's your fear level or concern level with the Lions as we're looking at what's happened here with no Cade Mays out for the next 8 to 10 weeks with a wrist injury? Do you think the Lions need to take a closer look at the backup quarterback situation? They just signed Josh Dobbs. Teddy Bridgewater just retired. Is that good enough, or would you like to see more? We'll talk about it next year on 97.1.
Getting hazed here by Rory. You see this? What's going on?
Yeah,
He
he's
comes
flipping over
out,
water bottles.
Flipping over the water bottles. Rookie hazing going on here at Lions training camp. Are you used to that?
Yeah. Over the years, one year Doug and I did a remote from Comerica Park, and it happened to be like Paw's birthday. So they had like all the mascots from all over the place come in. We had mascots that came in from like West Michigan, Erie, and Toledo.
Okay.
But you also had mascots come in from like nationally. People came in, and it was pretty awesome to have. They were all hanging around here. You want to talk about messing with somebody?
It was like the This Is Sports Center commercials, right?
Yeah, it was a lot like that,
Yeah.
except, we're on the air and they're, messing with us a little bit, which is fine. Then we throw it to commercial break, but Doug's got to do a live read. And he's doing this live read, and one of the mascots comes up and starts messing with him and grabs the paper out of his hand. In the middle of the live read.
Oh, you do not do that.
Doug, being the pro that he is, was able to get through it without a problem. Didn't miss a
Oh,
beat,
my
just kept
gosh.
going. Fortunately, it was one that he's done a bunch and was able to get through it. And it was one of the most impressive things I've seen a broadcaster do live and up close
Wow.
in person.
Good job, Doug. I'm not sure if you've heard this one, but Charles Barkley's first year on Inside the NBA, he, being the jokester that he is, he crumpled up Ernie Johnson's prep when Ernie Johnson went to the bathroom before the show. And he had 4 hours of prep in front of him, and Chuck hid the prep. They come out there, they start it, and Ernie Johnson said, "I'm not a guy who uses four-letter words." And it was, "Don't you ever bleeping do that again." You understand me?
I could see it. Yeah, that would happen. Just, mascots bring out the worst in some people. Some champ votes coming in. My champ is the Sun in San Francisco. When they play the Tigers, botched up plays. You got to wear sunglasses, guys. And then my chump is bad acting from Scooble. That's from Johnny O in Greenville. Yeah, the Sun out there, it was. I laughed my ass off when the one guy, it was Saturday night, the center fielder goes back to make the play and then loses it. And he's like, I don't know. Actually, I think it was Friday night, actually. He's like, I don't know where the ball is. And I'm like, if you had your sunglasses on, you might make a play. Just maybe put them on. that could help.
How about that?
Yeah.
If you were taking odds today, which I think is kind of a fun twist on Champ and Chump, on who would be the chump, I would not have guessed it would be Scooble. And it just goes to show you how over everyone is by this.
Well, I think if you had asked me who the people would have chosen, I think he would have been in the top two.
Really?
Yeah. Just based on, we did the show last Friday, and that's when, we had that sound come down, and so we knew about it. And I'm like, this is not gonna go well for him. Certainly not gonna go well for him in Los Angeles. But I was a little surprised at the early read from the Tiger fans, how many of them wanted them to STFU. That they were totally done with him. And as the week was unfolding before the comments came out, that's kind of where people were at. Seeing him in the Dodger uniform. When we talked about his first start on Wednesday after the start Tuesday where the Dodgers lost, even though he pitched great, we just laughed about it and then realized, if you ask yourself, what are the emotions you were going through? Like, okay, I'm glad he's gone, whatever. Some people say, I wish him well. I'm like, I don't. Like, I wish him health, but I don't wish him well. I want him to lose.
I wish him hell.
Right. No. There's no lisp at the end of that. It's just hell.
Yeah, that's my feeling about him right now, man. I mean, he feels like, the song, you don't know what you got till it's gone. It feels like he's kind of going through that right now, and he needs to be constantly reminded, no, dude, you broke up with us. We are not taking you back. Any self-respecting person doesn't go back to the person that dumps you, and he doesn't get to play victim here. I am tired of the victim act with Tarek Skubal and the tears and it, to me, and I listen to you, I believe it comes off very disingenuous because he controlled this. He controlled this narrative. He had to decide whether setting the market or testing the market was going to be more important than being a Lion. And with him laying down that mandate, it forced the Lions' hand. It forced the Tigers' hand.
Well, I think he could control it. I don't think he does control it. I think he allows his agent to control the situation, which could say a lot about you as well. Because he still has the ability to talk, and Lord knows he's talked but may not say that the things in the right way to make everybody happy. But look, he's not in the business about making everybody happy. He's just got to go out there and pitch, and he's pitched very well for the Dodgers, and they don't have anything to show for it right now. In fact, the Dodgers are 1-6 since the trade, which is awesome, hysterical to see that. And this goes back to, when people say that there's no way that the Tigers can compete for a World Series, and the reason they'll say, well, the Dodgers. Well, the Dodgers can go in bad stretches too.
Sure.
Nobody thought the Knicks or anybody from the Eastern Conference was going to beat the mighty, mighty Western Conference, whether it was going to be San Antonio or Oklahoma City, whoever came out of it. There's no way that you can compete with them. And the Knicks, who was a team that nobody thought was going to go anywhere, they did. They won the NBA championship. You can't just write off teams because.
Right.
And I think that's a lesson learned through the NBA season, and we're going to learn it in baseball as well. Now, do I expect the Dodgers to win the World Series? I do. But it doesn't mean you can't compete with them. And whoever comes out of the American League, could be some really interesting matchups. And I don't expect it to be the Tigers, but what the Tigers do have right now is seemingly really good starting pitching. Troy Melton has been ridiculously good.
They have never been in a better spot to lose, Scooble, than they are right now. I mean, Dan Plesac just had Cater Montero among his top 25 starting pitchers in the entire big leagues. How absurd is it that it appears Scooble's departure is the launching point for this team?
Well, I mean, it's just something they have to deal with, right? It gives other people opportunities and coincides with, oh, hey, look who's ready to come back now. It's Jackson Jobe, who you asked earlier in the show, was I nervous about his start? What were my expectations?
Yeah.
I had no expectations in his first start. I thought he might go 4 innings. Hopefully he doesn't give up more than just a couple runs. We'll see that fastball get up to 100 miles an hour.
Hopefully he's healthy.
Yeah, and, maybe that'll be it, and watch his pitch count and just take care of it. Well, he went out there through 5 shutout innings, gave up just 1 hit and 1 walk, struck out 4, looked completely dominant.
And looked like a tank.
Yeah, yes, neck bulging, and looked completely unfazed by what he's going through, because it's a continuation, man. This is where I'm supposed to be. And if you looked at his, the way he matriculated through the minors, it's not like he had these seasons in the minors where he had the 1.3 ERA, was a can't-miss guy. Like Verlander had some amazing, moments, and he wasn't in the minors for long, Justin Verlander, but good God, he had some really great numbers, and you've seen other guys have phenomenal numbers. Jackson Jobe wasn't one of those guys. He had decent numbers, and then one year I think it was quite good, but not like that. And he steps in and just does the job and kind of eases everybody's mind, like, okay, he's healthy. This is what we can expect now, and just keep ramping up that pitch count, and he's going to get stronger and stronger, and they'll need that. And then you keep waiting for Cinderella's slipper to fall off of Troy Melton, and knocking on wood, it hasn't happened. That's another guy who's ultra confident. And then they mic him up during the game last week, and after he has a great pitching performance, and you see the personality of the kid, and you're like, I love Troy Melton. 1.46 earned run average in 80 innings pitched this year. I think he's 7-1 is his record. He just gives you a chance to win every game. And on top of that, now we're starting to see some more good Framber Valdez. And I know he's not going to be good all the time. I know that. And I'll take a clunker. But if you give me 2 out of 3 really good starts, I'll take that, even if the third one's a clunker. But give me a chance to win in those other 2, and not just a chance to win, but be dominant like he does. That's exciting to watch. And you mentioned Montero. I mean, Montero just comes off a bad start, but prior to that, he's been steady Eddie, asked to do everything, every role, and he's just done it without questioning it. Hey, we need you to come out of the bullpen. Okay. Hey, we need you to just pitch 1 inning. Okay. Hey, we need you to start. Okay. He does it all. and doesn't complain and just gets it done.
The moment is never too big for him.
Never too big.
No matter what the situation. I just want all of us to come together, because I'm seeing some of, man, if only they hadn't traded Scooble down. No. They're doing what they're doing, in my opinion, in part because they did trade Tarek Scooble.
In fact, I think we're seeing the opposite. I think what we're seeing now is, and I did see some of that initially, but what we're seeing now is people like, I don't care. Good riddance to Scooble. We're fine without him. Look how we're doing. The real ace of this staff is Troy Melton. And now we're seeing other guys raise up their game too, not to mention that the defense has been rock solid for a couple months now. And the bullpen, as we talked in the first part of the show, bullpen has gotten so much better. 248-539-9797. Live from Lions Training Camp, Karsch Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Lottery. Lions center Cade Mays will miss, quote, a significant period of time, according to Dan Campbell today after he suffered a wrist injury in practice over the weekend. Ian Rappaport has a source that says Mays suffered fractured a small bone in his hand, and the specified timeline is at 8 to 10 weeks. From today, that means Mays could return in weeks 4, 5, and 6 for the Lions. That lines up with games at Carolina, at Arizona, and the Week 6 bye. Dan Campbell said in the meantime, they will try to find the best combination of 5 guys to suit up in the trenches. The new battle for the starting center spot in Mays' absence will likely take place between undrafted sophomore Seth McLaughlin and trade acquisition Juice Scruggs. Dave Burkett says guard Tate Ratledge is also expected to take reps at center. Reports from training camp today suggest that McLaughlin started the reps at center today. Campbell also added that backup running back Isaiah Pacheco has a minor MCL strain, and corner DJ Reed has a short-term soft tissue injury. Detroit opens the exhibition season this week down in Cincinnati for its first preseason game on Thursday against the Bengals. The Tigers are off today after beating the Giants yesterday. Their all-important 6-game homestand against the Guardians and White Sox starts tomorrow. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 971theticket or Odyssey.com.
And good afternoon. It is a nice, warm, humid day out here at Lions training camp, but it's fun to watch the guys get back out there in pads and hit each other and kind of see what's happening. Unfortunately, we read it with horrible news to start the show that Cade Mays, the starting center, hurt his wrist. He's going to be out for the next 8 to 10 weeks. There's other news that the Lions have signed Josh Dobbs as a backup quarterback. He is in there getting reps as well. Dan Campbell talked about Luke Altmaier, who's the third quarterback on this team, the rookie from Illinois, that they like what they see out of him, and he just needs a ton of reps, and he's going to get, as he said, 1 million reps, getting him in training camp, because once the season starts, it's just going to be Jared Goff, hopefully. But in the meantime, you're hoping to develop somebody, and maybe they can. Dobbs comes in. He's got some familiarity with the Drew Petzing offense, working with him in stops in Cleveland and Arizona, so I think that kind of gives a nod to why they went and signed Josh Dobbs as a backup quarterback. But Mark, we've seen a lot here with the Lions. With a lot of changes that are having to happen. We talked with Kelvin Shepard, the Lions defensive coordinator, about the defensive side of the ball and what's going to happen there. And I still have concerns. I've got real concerns with the secondary. I'm feeling pretty confident, pretty chesty about how good the front seven can be, but the secondary, we're hearing great things about some guys that just aren't like big names, but they're guys, right? Whether it's Avonte Maddox, Nick Whiteside, these are players we're hearing good things about. That Ennis Rakestraw is looking good. He's healthy. Stay healthy, please, God, stay healthy.
The Legion of Whom has to step up again. And look, I think the frustration of fans is it's felt like the secondary, as long as they followed this team, has been secondary in importance from these guys. Average Super Bowl champion has had the last 10 years the 9th ranked pass defense. Over that same stretch, the Lions have been 25th. Even when they invest in it, you have a Terrion Arnold situation. You have an Ennis Rakestraw injury situation. But DJ Reed has flat got to step up. I mean, if you say to me biggest disappointments of last year, it was him falling off and not looking like the number one corner they signed him to be. We don't know what's going to happen with Kirby Joseph. We do expect the return of Brian Branch. But DJ Reed has got to be a guy capable of containing number one wide receivers, and he didn't look like that last year.
Well, I agree with you. He's going to have to step up his game for sure. He's dealing with a soft tissue issue, but apparently nothing too serious. They're not terribly concerned by it. But they did bring in Trayvon Diggs to work out yesterday. I haven't heard anything to say that they've signed him or that he's, ready to sign with his team. But I think that's interesting. It's a name I've brought up for a long time.
So he's 27.
Yeah, but just to kick the tires on because he hasn't been healthy. I mean, he tore his ACL a few years ago.
But why is the rest of the NFL treating him like he's done and damaged goods?
Because maybe he is.
Right, but the reality is he's 27. The athletic prime is 28. I just refuse to believe that he can't return to a good level of football for a guy that was a first-team All-Pro, right?
I would agree with you. That's why I always wanted them to kick the tires on him, and now they've kicked the tires on him. They've seen him in person, and if they make the determination that he's going to help this team out, they'll sign him. Otherwise, they won't, and we'll know what the deal is there. And it would be disappointing, right? Because as you said, 27 years old, you expect him to be ready to hit that prime of your career, and he's already dealt with a big injury, but he should be fully recovered from that. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. DJ is next up here in 97.1. Hey, DJ.
What up, though, fellas? How y'all doing?
Doing well, man. DJ. How you doing?
Oh, I'm great, man. So, number one, real quick, Gator, where do you think I'm going with this Cade Mays thing? You from knowing me over the years, where do you think I'm going with this?
They got to find somebody on the offensive line that's going to make this team better. It's all about the offensive line.
Absolutely. I'm going DEFCON 2 with Mark Ryan. This is DEFCON 2 because coming into the season, we were already DEFCON 3 because since Frank Ragnow left, the offense has not been the same. Jahmyr Gibbs didn't have the holes, and last year we got exposed by Brian Flores' defense right up the middle. So coming into the season, that's why we gave him all the money. Now that he's gone, this is potentially DEFCON 2. That's number one. And then number two, Mark, I'm going to go back to something that you said just real quick to throw this out because Gator know I've called and said this for years now. Penei Sewell is our second most important player. It ain't Hutch, it ain't Amon-Ra, it ain't Jamison Williams. It's Penei Sewell because each week he takes the Micah Parsons out the game. What's the edge rusher in L.A.? He takes those guys out the game. So imagine what life is like without Penei Sewell protecting our most important asset, which is Jared Goff. It's Penei Sewell. We don't want that. But this is DEFCON 2, fellas.
All right, thanks for the call, DJ. Appreciate it. And, offensive line is key. And, DJ and I are in lockstep. We've always been talking years and years about I want to put resources into that offensive line. And, they're putting some resources into that offensive line. And they did it in the offseason by adding Cade Mays, and all of a sudden this happens.
This was the big offseason acquisition, the number one name on the list of, transactions for this team this year. And, it's on an otherwise sunny, hunky-dory day filled with optimism. This has really kind of rained on the parade of, my first day at Lions training camp this year. But, again, you should have him back by the bye week. And look, man, if you're of the mindset that every trial and tribulation offers opportunity, the opportunity here is to see how versatile Tate Ratledge is, to see what you have elsewhere. Right, you might be surprised by what you get. You might be surprised by what you see. But at this particular juncture, no David Montgomery, short yardage situations, still a ton of turnover on that offensive line. I'm kind of expecting a slow start in the ground game this year. I mean, am I being a Debbie Downer by saying that?
No, I don't think you're being a Debbie Downer. I mean, I think it's realistic to think that. You lose your starting center, right? Started training camp. I think already people were concerned with the offensive line. How long is it going to take before they gel as a unit? Because you've moved Penei to the left side. You got a new starting center. You're going to have a new right tackle, regardless if it's Borum or if it's Miller. It's going to take a while before they get that continuity and they can gel together. I think it'll happen sooner than later. But now that they've thrown this curveball in there, I'm not sure. I think it's a legit concern to have. But they do have resources in-house to address it. I'm just not sure how they're going to do it. My gut would tell me, like if I were constructing this team, which I have not, but if I were to set things up, I think I'd move Ratledge to center because you thought about it last year as a legitimate option that he could be a long-term guy. Maybe I do that, and then Juice Scruggs goes and plays right guard, or Miles Frazier plays right guard. One of the other backups can go to the guard, and you move Ratledge over to center, but I don't know if Tate has taken a bunch of snaps in today's practice. We haven't seen a whole lot of it. We have obstructed view here. But I have seen him out there. I think at center in one of the previous drives there. But it's been Seth McLaughlin. It's been Michael Neese. Those are the two guys we've seen a lot of. But, I mean, that doesn't instill a ton of confidence when you're going with an undrafted rookie, basically, or a second-year player, I guess, is technically your first year on a roster with McLaughlin, because he tore his Achilles while at Ohio State, but had played at Alabama prior to that, then went to Ohio State, had the Achilles injury, went undrafted, played last year, or was at least on the practice squad with Cincinnati or on the roster, and now he's a Lion, but that's not a ton of experience. Neese doesn't give you a ton of experience, but they do have some guys in the offensive line that do have experience, and Barch is another one who plays guard. Maybe he gets in the guard mix if you're going to move Ratledge over.
Yeah, he was some added depth this offseason, but if your offensive line is a donut with a hole in the middle, especially with what Dan Campbell wants to do offensively, you've got some significant issues. And now this is the first pain point for the 2026 Detroit Lions this year is what do you do? How do you keep this engine moving, this engine humming with your big free agent acquisition, Cade Mays, starting the year on the Pine. Now, let's be fair. Cade Mays was not listed as some, Pro Bowl caliber center, but he was a capable center that Carolina was pained to lose, and he was supposed to get in and really solidify things here this year. And now at that very important position, you have a storm yet again. And I'm the glass half full guy. And I can't believe the misfortune of who was injured and when he was injured as you're putting this whole thing together. Again, this is going to be a situation, I think, Gator, where they're piecing this together, they're building the chemistry. If they can be right, and you and I both expect this team to be a contender, certainly a team in contention for the division, if they can be at peak performance by the end of the season, you and I would both take that at this point.
Yeah, but here's the reality, though. This isn't the first thing that they've been dealt with. This is the latest thing they've been dealt with. You look in this offseason, that's when we learned about Kirby Joseph, that this might be a more debilitating injury than we know. We don't know how he's going to come back from it. The Terrion Arnold situation came out of nowhere, and that has you going, uh-oh, what are we doing there? And they've had to move on from him, and now you've got this. And I know there's an injury or two elsewhere that I'm passing over, but unfortunately they've already been hit with several things, and now it's to the offensive line, to the starting center, and they're going to have to adjust and see what happens there. 248-539-9797. Telephone number, same or to text as well. Let's go to Randy. Randy, you've been patient. Thank you very much. Oh, Randy dropped off. Well, I don't blame him. He was hanging on for quite a while. That's my fault. We'll take more calls and texts as we continue here on 97.1. Touchdown pass, Jared Goff to Amon-Ra St. Brown in the red zone. Oh, and then Amon-Ra went to throw the ball to some people in the stands in front of us here.
He bricked it.
He didn't break it. It just got a little high and ended up hitting the base of the third tier up here and then bounced back. But so I was doing some research on Seth McLaughlin during the break.
Okay.
Who is now looks like he's got the inside track to start, or at least get the first opportunity to be the starting center now that Cade Mays is out for 8 to 10 weeks with a wrist injury that we found out this morning. And he played college ball at Alabama from 2020 to 2023. And I'm reading about this, and he started all 14 games the 2023 season. He was on the Remington Trophy watch list, where they were the top center in the country. And it played very well. But it talks about it. It said he did have some errant snaps in the 2023 season. This is according to Wikipedia. It said one occurred in the 2023 Iron Bowl when Auburn safety Zion Pickett clapped before the snap on a critical second down play, which Alabama left guard Tyler Booker confirmed on film, in which head coach Nick Saban said should have been penalized as illegal simulation. The resulting bad snap, now I remember how this happened. The resulting bad snap and a subsequent penalty helped create a 4th and 31 situation at the Alabama 31.
Oh, boy.
And this is when Jalen Milroe came in and threw that miracle touchdown pass to Isaiah Bond. I totally remember that. And he was part of that game, which was pretty cool. He then ended up going to Ohio State through the transfer portal for the 2024 season. Started 10 games in 2024, and then had the injury, I believe. He ruptured his Achilles on November 19th in practice.
And the question is, to what degree did that play the role in him not being drafted, or where would he have been drafted otherwise, right?
He was a semifinalist for the Outland Trophy despite having that injury at the end of his season, where he played just the 10 games. But
those are the guys I'm cool with taking a risk on, though. Like, give me the major college experience guy who was up for the awards that might be missing a measurable in the NFL that they feel like you need.
Yeah.
Because I know that guy knows how to play the game. And a guy that knows how to play the game, I mean, there's a reason he's the next guy up today. He's getting first crack at it to see if he can hold it down.
Yeah, I mean, you and I both say we love the pedigree. Alabama, Ohio State center. I mean, the best programs in the country, and you've played for both of them and been on the watch list for the Remington Trophy. You were the finalist for the Outland Trophy as the overall top lineman. So there's a lot to like there. The Achilles, it takes a while. It takes a long time to recover from Achilles. I don't look at 1 year to the next. I think that's like a 2-year injury as far as I'm concerned. But he seems healthy. You know, how much of a lift is this going to give this team? We'll see. I don't know. I don't know where he would have been drafted had he not gotten hurt. Would he have been a third-round pick, second-round pick? Would he have been a fifth-round pick? I don't know. You know, I have to do a deeper dive, and I'm sure the next couple of days there's going to be a lot of people doing a deep dive on that and finding out maybe more concretely. But for right now, he's getting the first crack at it, and hopefully it works out for him.
And if he can do it, you don't have to move anybody else around.
Well, that's the key, right? Because now you're not doing musical chairs there, and then do you have to move guys back? Like Ratledge goes from guard to center, then he has to go back from center to guard. I'm with you. It'd be so much better if you find somebody in-house that goes right in there at center and gets the job done. Oh
boy,
had an interesting weekend.
I did.
You were with the boys.
I did. I've complained about my group of guy friends because we never get together. And I don't know, like college friends, you're supposed to get together, and finally I imparted upon these guys, we're going to get together. And I need to ask you guys, am I a bad friend?
Okay.
Where do you come out on this? So one of my friends, and I've got the picture here in front of you, Gator. I can't. I'll point it out to you off the air. Which one? So one of my friends works in a business where he's got one other partner, and he just took weeks off to go to Europe. Okay, and then he did not want his partner to know that he was again going on another vacation. And is this your boss? No, it's not my boss. I'm a 50-50 partner. He's a 50-50 partner. But I just took a trip to Europe. I do not want him to know that I'm doing this. So a few of us in the house kind of didn't really buy that excuse. So are you going to get fired for doing this or what? So a day into the trip, I posted the picture you see below. Okay? I posted the picture.
Six guys hanging out on a beautiful beach in South Carolina, looks like.
That's right. He finds out I posted this, and it went to DEFCON 1 real fast. It went to...
a lot of DEFCON education.
Yeah, very much indeed. It went to, I bleeping told you not to post anything, and so on and so forth. And I said, look, this isn't Facebook where facial recognition is going to tag you and you're going to have a problem. This is an Instagram where something's going to happen. Oh. Big play right in front of us.
Did he hang on to that? He did.
How about that?
Is that J-Mo? That was Jamison Williams. That was a bomb. That was like a 50-yard bomb from Jared Goff to Jamison Williams in a post pattern. J-Mo got the step. Goff threw it perfectly, cradled right in the arms of Jamison Williams in the end zone.
That's a great sign.
That was beautiful.
That is a great sign.
People are talking up Jamison Williams this year a lot. He is the go-to guy when people say, oh, who's improved? Jamison Williams. Jamison Williams is going to have a major impact on this team this year. That's what everybody's saying. I like it.
He's already top 15 in production. So in essence, I did something I was asked not to do.
This guy said don't do anything, and you did it anyway.
And I said, who in the hell is going to know who he is from this picture, from some partner of his in another state?
Why not just wait?
Yeah, I didn't want to. I wanted to let our audience know why I wasn't in the building this last week. So the question is, a few other guys were complaining about his policy, but you're like, dude, is this your boss? No. Are you going to lose your job? No.
It's his business partner, though.
Well, it's his business partner, and he wants to, keep something on the DL from him. So in other words, would you respect the friend's request that, like, what happens in quote-unquote Vegas stays in Vegas, even though this was a beach in South Carolina? I did not respect it. I got reamed, but I got the sense that a majority of the other guys appreciated that I did it. So where do you come out on this, Gator? Where do you come out on this? I'm a bad friend, right?
Yes, I think you're a terrible friend. I don't understand this. The guy literally tells you don't post anything, gives you the reasoning because his business partner, he doesn't want him to know about this just yet because he took extended vacation and doesn't want it getting out that, by the way, I was hanging out in the beach. It really isn't that hard to just honor that wish and not post it. I don't understand why you posted it.
Well,
you say for you because you want people to know.
Right.
You don't have to send a picture to let people know that you're on vacation or that you're at a boys' weekend.
Yeah.
All you do is simply you tweet it out. It's the same thing.
Yeah.
Hey, having a great time with some old friends or hanging out at the beach in South Carolina. Be back on Monday with Gator. That's all you have to do. You don't have to post the actual physical evidence when the guy said specifically don't do it.
The other thing I could have done is just cropped him out of the photo. And I didn't even do that.
Or just don't post the photo.
No, don't post the photo. Yeah, I didn't do that either.
I don't understand you.
So, yeah, it's do you want to respect the ask or do you not, right? And some would say if your friend is asking you.
Do you not like this guy?
He's one of my best friends.
Really?
He's one of my best friends.
Is this how best friends act towards each other?
Mark, come on, dude.
I mean.
But okay, if it's like, hey, man, I can't have my wife see this or I'm going to lose my job, then it's an absolute no. Just you don't want your partner to see it?
So you want to create a rift between he and his business partner?
No.
Or the ability to create a rift?
It's more that I don't think there's a 1% chance that's going to be seen.
But it's not your gamble to take.
Yeah. I made it.
He specifically said don't take the gamble, don't do it, and you did it.
I did it. Yeah.
I'd be livid with you.
Yeah, he was. Yeah, he was.
Yeah.
There was separation that was needed, and I wasn't the one who was upset.
You know, Mark, it's a good thing you don't know anyone on witness protection.
Right? At the very least.
To say the least. But I did ask.
No, that guy fourth from the left, though, he is.
I did ask him, do you want me to take it down? And he said no. So, like within an hour of posting it, he saw it. Didn't ask me to take it down because I think he understands he's going to be all right. But, yeah, like I don't know.
Or he's just dealing with a brick wall, and he figures, I can't reason with a brick wall. Because they'll probably post something else from the trip.
Yeah.
Oh, not this one. How about this picture? We're all hanging out and
I think
shotgunning beers. How about that? Is that a good picture?
I think you may have even convinced me
that you're a terrible person.
Yeah, I think you may have convinced me.
Yeah,
on this one, Gabe.
I'm pretty sure I've convinced the audience. Although it's not me convinced; it's just your story.
It is. No, it's my story. And does a friend have the right to tell you not to post pictures of your vacation?
248-539-9797 is a telephone number. Same number to Texas if you want to comment that way. I'm curious about this. We'll hear from you next year. 97.1. I don't know if I'm I don't know you well enough to say I'm surprised.
Well, I have, we're telling about the apparently friendship foul that I made. But there's one more fact that I did not share in the last segment, right?
Oh, okay.
So you're on vacation with the guys. one of my friends asked the guys not to post any pictures of the trip until after the trip.
And you were one of the guys on the trip.
I was one of the guys on the trip.
You were told don't do it.
Right. So an hour before I posted, one of the guys was arguing with him about that, right? And just didn't understand, like, is this your boss? No. Then, like, what's the problem? And he said, look, just no Facebook or Instagram, okay? So that's what he said. Just no Facebook or Instagram. The previous instruction had been no social media. But then he changed. He said, well, no Facebook or Instagram. So then I post to X.
You don't think it was implied that Twitter was part of that?
That's the problem. Yeah, that's the problem. So I'm like, I'm going to plead innocent here. I'm going to do the Tarek Skubal victim angle. And I'm going to say, look, you said no Facebook, no Instagram. I posted to X. Well, it didn't exactly work out. Kissed and made up. We're fine. But
you think you're fine?
I hope.
guys can hang on to grudges.
Oh, you
here's
think
the thing.
so?
Well, guys don't forget. So
Okay.
I think this has a real chance of affecting your friendship moving forward. I do. I think there's some damage done. Now, if there's no harm, no foul, let's say that nothing happens out of this,
right?
Which is probably likely given what you're telling here. That who's going to see? Does this business partner, is he friends with you? Do you know his business partner?
No.
Okay. So then he's not going to see. It's not like
Correct.
you tag people.
Correct.
So I can understand that. So maybe it just blows over and you're going to be fine. But in the meantime, it did go against his wishes.
I did.
Jason is in Shelby Township. Jason, welcome to 97.1. Oh, Jason just dropped. I'm sorry. Nathaniel's on the cell. Nathaniel, welcome.
Hi, how you guys doing this afternoon?
Doing good.
Bud.
Good. I just wanted to put some input that I think you need to get some new friends. If your friends are asking you not to put, their stuff online and hiding from their wives and hiding from their jobs, I feel like maybe new friends is an option.
Wait. There's somebody on my side here? I am Tom Cruise in the movie Jerry Maguire, and I'm holding up the goldfish, and I'm saying, who's coming with me? And I didn't know there was a Renee Zellweger in the audience. I didn't know that guy was out there. I appreciate it. Dude, listen, we thought it was kind of a ridiculous ask because, like, if it was like going to cost him his job, hey, man, I called in sick. I'm not supposed – we're not going to cost him his job, right? We're not going to get him in trouble with his wife. We don't want to screw up his life. But you don't want a business partner that isn't your boss to know that you have taken an extended vacation, and as a result of that, the rest of the house can't post anything.
Where do you think business partner ranks among the hierarchy of people you work with?
I mean, it's up there.
It's co-owner, basically, or co-boss is what it is, man.
Yeah.
So it's like you keep saying it's not like his boss; it's just his business partner. It's his business partner. You're both bosses.
Yeah, that's true.
So maybe you don't know the whole backstory, what was going on with, maybe there was an issue that they had in the past where things got out, and hey, you said you were going to be here, and I saw when you were there.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's a lot of what ifs, though.
I don't think it's a lot of what ifs. I think that the guy just said, "Don't do it until after you get back."
Yeah, I didn't do it. I didn't.
I don't know what the compulsion is to have everybody know that you were out on the beach in South Carolina with a group of 6 guys.
No, but it was like you have the desire to share with people what's going on, what you're doing. Here's where I'm at this week. It's fun to say, look.
But if you have one person saying don't.
But do they have the right to say that?
I think they do.
Okay.
I think everybody's got the right to privacy.
Bobby, where are you on this conversation?
Look, it did sound like your friend was hiding something that maybe he didn't want to say, but I am against you. If he requests that you don't post it till, you can at least hold off till the trip is done.
Okay.
Right? Because, you don't need to post a picture that you're hanging out with your buds. You're taking the picture for your own memories. So you want to hold on to that picture for yourself. There's no real reason to post it to X or Facebook.
How about just a selfie of you hanging out at the beach? That works. Hey, life really sucks for me right now as you got the selfie going. I mean, sarcastically. That's fine.
I mean, what are you trying to say about Mark's life right now?
A friend of mine said last night at 7:30 on a Sunday night, the moratorium has officially been lifted. And I said, what moratorium? There was no moratorium.
I already
for me.
posted. Don't you guys know?
Yeah. So anyway, guys, am I a bad friend? Did I stick up for my other friends in opposing kind of, in my opinion, what was a kind of a ridiculous ask. 248-539-9797 is where you guys can get to us on the show.
Yeah, I think it's pretty cut and dry. What I would have done, and I think if I were the friend that asked for the little brief privacy, and I had been betrayed, like you betrayed him, I'd be livid about it.
Yeah, he wasn't happy.
Regardless how stupid it may seem, But hey.
So the question is, though, I mean, is that an ask you feel you can make?
Yeah.
You do?
I do.
Okay.
I do. It's like, hey, look, guys, we're here for a week. We're going to have a great time. We're going to take some pictures and all that. But can we at least just wait? Let's just let it breathe a little bit before you start posting on social media.
I will say this. After he kind of exploded and we were out at a restaurant and he exploded, he was doing a lot of this to me, and I was making
what?
Just like patting on the back and just doing kind of like physical contact to kind of show like, hey, we're still cool, right? I have not delivered a formal apology for that yet. I was looking for an opportunity on the last day. There was only one day after that. I was looking, and the opportunity didn't present itself. And what I decided was, if the majority are against what I did, I will deliver a formal apology.
You don't need to do the formal apology in front of everybody else. Just talk to your friend. That's it.
No, I know, but I was looking for a one-on-one chance with him the final day. It didn't present itself.
So you were waiting for everyone else's opinion to whether you're going to apologize or not?
No, I, intuitively, honestly, Bobby, I didn't feel like I did something that bad.
So this is the problem with the whole thing. It's because he still doesn't
Right.
He still thinks he's fine and he did nothing wrong in this situation.
Right.
When clearly he did.
Okay.
All you had, I mean, the out was right there. Just don't do it. It was simple. You were asked not to do something and you did it. But
I did.
But
Guilty as charged.
nothing's going to change your opinion.
Well, no.
I mean,
I feel like
you still.
I value what the people have to say.
The ticket texter so eloquently said, "Good thing you're not calling more attention to this situation, Mark."
Which is exactly what I thought I would be doing when I put this on the rundown, right? Exactly. Like this was. Hey, look, if there hasn't been enough attention drawn to this already, right? Here we go.
Yeah, there's attention being drawn to it for sure. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. It's Champ or Chump Mondays. Offer up your Champ or Chump. People had a great weekend. People had a bad weekend. And let your feelings be known. We posted after the show to the 97.1 account. You will be able to see that. We've been talking about the Lions because we're here at Lions training camp, right? Big news today. Cade Mays, the starting center, hurt his wrist. He's out 8 to 10 weeks. That's according to Ian Rappaport. Dan Campbell earlier said that it's a significant wrist injury. He's going to be out a while. Looks like half a season. That's not good, or close to half a season anyway. In the meantime, Seth McLaughlin is getting reps as the starting center. They've given reps to a couple guys, but Seth McLaughlin's the one that kind of stood out to us today. He's a first-year player out of Alabama and Ohio State. Played his final year of college football at Ohio State, and unfortunately for him, he tore his Achilles in, I believe it was the 10th week of the year, and missed the rest of the season. Went undrafted in 2025. Spent part of the season last year with Cincinnati. I don't believe he got in any game time, but free agent and signed by the Lions, and now he might have a chance to be the starting center for the Detroit Lions. Undrafted to starting center. Well, we'll see. It looks like he'll get plenty of playing time on Thursday, as will the quarterbacks for the Lions, because Jared Goff is not going to play. They just signed Josh Dobbs. He has familiarity in the offense of Drew Petzing, having worked with him in Arizona and also in Cleveland. And then Luke Altmaier is the rookie out of Illinois that has done a nice job in training camp so far, getting lots of praise from the coaching staff, and to say he needs 1 million reps. He's going to get lots of reps, and imagine that's going to be the case for him when it comes to Thursday night's game against Cincinnati.
Has today's event, today's news, impacted your feeling on the ceiling for this season, impacted your feeling on what this season will be in any significant way?
We'll answer that question next. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Before I get to answering your question, I want to get to some phone calls because a lot of people on hold here want to talk to you, Mark.
All right. Maybe I'm making more friends here. Maybe not.
You might be. Let's find out. Jay is in White Lake. Jay, you're next up here in 97.1. Hey, Jay.
Hey, boys. How are you?
Hey, Jay.
So I got a champ and chump for you today, but first of all, shame, Mark. Come on.
Uh-oh.
One question I wanted to ask you is even if you did you didn't want to refrain from posting,
right?
You could have just. Couldn't you have just said, "Hey, I'm going to get a picture of all of us. I'm going to put it on my Facebook or whatever. Why don't you step to the side because we don't want to get you in trouble." There are so many things you could have done not to step in it, but you stepped in it anyway.
Well, I don't. But to me, there is a 0.0% chance he would be outed by that.
But you're not. Again, you're being selfish about
it. That's his decision to make. I've had business partners in the past, and there've been a couple where, there's a personal dynamic that you maybe don't know about. That guy could have made this dude's life a living hell for a month. Depending on what kind of relationship they have, and you don't know about any of that.
Fair.
Maybe that's why he's a little spooked about it. You know what I mean? So, but you know what? In the end, Mark, you're still a really good guy.
Well, thanks, man. I appreciate that. I don't feel like it right now. I don't feel like it, but look, man. Look, mistake, right? It seems like I made a mistake. I didn't feel like it right away because a couple of my friends were kind of dapping me under the table for doing it. But it's in my mind, the question was, does a friend have the right to prevent you from using your own channels, right?
Well, because you're such a nice guy, I'll bet you the entire city of Detroit will forgive you eventually.
All right, eventually.
Listen,
thank you, my man.
I got a quick champ and chump.
Quickly, Jay.
My champ is just the Tigers in general. You can't stop watching them. It's so enjoyable. And chump, of course, Tarek Skubal, like the total opposite of that, mirror opposite. Just close your mouth. Play baseball.
Thanks, Jay. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Let's move on to Maurice, who's in Detroit. Maurice, you're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Maurice.
Hi, Maurice. Do I want to say hello to you?
Yeah, you want to say hello. The other guy made me change my mind somewhat. I was going to make you chump, but I decided against it. I decided against doing that because you are a good guy. You just made a stupid mistake, and you don't think you made a mistake. It's the worst part. And here goes the other thing. You actually threw your other friends out under the bus and said we were dapper under the table saying, good choice. You just threw them under the bus as well. Man.
Well, I'm just telling you what happened. How is that throwing them under the bus?
Well, if that guy's listening on the Odyssey app, then we got problems.
Right, you have a problem. Bart, I will say this. You just have to apologize. Regardless of whatever they say, hey,
okay.
But I will say this. Why does everybody have to post everything on Facebook, Instagram, whenever it happens?
I posted one thing. One thing. We're there for a week. I posted one thing. Okay.
One thing is
all right.
I was in South Carolina. I just got back, and I got to see my granddaughter for the first time. But did you think I posted on Facebook yet? Did you think I posted on Facebook yet? Not yet.
I didn't post on Facebook. All right.
Well, you should. People like those likes.
Yeah, but I will put that out now. For Chump of the Week, I'm going to make the Schoolboy again, and then for the person, great person, we're gonna go for our new pitcher who just came back from surgery. He did a great job on the first thing. I still don't think the Tigers are gonna go to the playoffs, but hey, good chance. We can have a feel good moment for the summer. And just remember, they have the worst schedule or the easiest schedule for the worst of the year. So because they're winning, that's one of the reasons they're winning. They're playing one of the worst schedules the rest of the season.
Well, I mean, it helps. It's nice that it balances out after a disgustingly bad
I avoided
May.
Chump of the Week. Whew.
Well, just barely. Daryl is next up here on the cell phone. Hey, Daryl. Welcome to 97.1. How are you doing?
Hey, what's up, Gator and crew?
This is not a good start for me.
Champ and chump. I got champ, and I got two chumps. The champ is Caleb McBride for hitting 10 threes in that game the other day. My chump is Caitlin when she missed her free throws because it beat Vegas. Watched a lot of basketball.
All right.
And my other chump is Mark.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I like you, Mark.
I get it.
Oh, no.
But you need to acquiesce on this one.
Okay.
You don't know how far that rabbit hole goes with him and his partner, man. Come on. And then this acquiescence, just wear this and let it go. Wear it. It's your size. Wear it. Let it go.
Wear it in my size.
There it is. All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Scotty is on a cell. Scotty, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Scotty.
Hey, gentlemen. How you doing this afternoon?
All right.
All right, cool. Hey, first of all, bummer about losing Mays, but on to the subject at hand. Mark, I don't know, man. It might be questionable at best, the decision you made, but hey, that's not what I called to talk about. What I called to talk about was the possibility. Let me give you a real quick story. I went on vacation one time.
Oh, boy.
And I had to come home early because of a business obligation, so I came home 2 days early. My best friend who had a key to the house, I come home and he's having a party in my house. So I don't want people to know I'm gone when I'm gone. Maybe that's a possibility.
I see, but if you lay that out ahead of time, that's something else, right? But if we're already taking pictures and then you're already on vacation and at the time you're giving a reason that doesn't really seem like it cuts the mustard. I mean, that was my feeling. But what you guys are telling me is a friend can give you any reason, and you should respect it.
Well, perhaps. I mean, come on, friends are friends. Now, here's the funny part. That best friend of mine is no longer because they were partying in my house without my knowledge. But anyway.
Yeah, I can understand it. But, yeah, I would think that anytime a friend gives you a request like that, you'd probably honor the request. But that's me.
Okay.
You know?
Okay.
I would expect that my friends would respect me enough and my wishes enough to just don't post the picture.
Okay.
It's that simple.
Okay.
Kenny's in Kalamazoo. Kenny, welcome to 97.1. How you doing, Kenny?
Hey, guys. Really enjoy the show.
Thank you.
I just wanted to comment about a solution to the Cade Mays dilemma.
Yeah.
How about Kevin Zeitler? You mentioned moving Ratledge back to center. They were debating that a year ago. Kevin Zeitler was the number 4 ranked PPF guard last year, and we really missed him. And I think it's the way to go.
Well, I mean, it's a possibility.
There's options out there, man, for sure.
By the end of the season, Tate Ratledge was actually, if you want to go by Pro Football Focus, he was actually graded quite well in the run blocking scheme and had improved dramatically as a pass rusher as well.
But last year they were debating. Do we move Tate to center and do another option at guard? Well, what they decided basically is we're going to keep Graham Glasgow and we're going to let Kevin go. Kevin was a much better player, much more productive.
Well, he had a great year last year. There's no question about that. I would argue that his year with the Lions was not great. So maybe they've already gone through that and they don't want to do that again. But there will be plenty of options available. Thanks for the call. We appreciate it. We have one more we can get to. Jeremy is in Detroit. Jeremy, welcome to 97.1.
Please be kind, Jeremy.
What up, the boys? How you doing?
Hey, bud.
Hey, Mark, man, you my guy. I usually try to defend you, but, man, you way wrong on this one. And this is the biggest reason, though. If I come to you and be like, hey, Mark, I got some stuff going on, man. Try not to post nothing this week. All you got to do is tell me when I tell you, hey, man, I'm going to post. But don't ambush me and then post some stuff, and I came to you and said, hey, please don't post. I got some stuff going on. It seems like you arrogantly just think you know better than the guy and not taking into account. Look, man, there are variables that you might not
ignored
know.
the request. That's what happened. He brazenly ignored the request.
But even if you're saying about ignoring it, Gator, even if you're not going to do it, then just tell me when I ask you.
Yeah.
When I ask you and say, hey, man, try not to post, you could have been like, hey, man, I'm not going to not post because you got some stuff going on. Then at least he knows. But when I come to you and say, hey, man, don't post, and you be like, yeah, whatever, I'm assuming you're not going to. So then when you post, it's like, bro, you could have just said, I'm going to post. You could have told me you weren't going to go by what I asked you.
My mistake was I put too much stock into him saying no Facebook, no Instagram. I put too much stock into that.
Prior to that, he said no social media.
Right, and then
it's the same thing. It means it also includes X or Twitter. It 100% includes that.
So to you, it doesn't even matter that he's not going to see it.
No, it doesn't matter at all.
Okay.
What matters is what he asked you to do, which
Okay.
was don't post it.
Okay.
That's it. He actually said you can do it after the trip, but not while we're on the trip. That was a simple request.
Okay.
248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Mark did ask a Lions question that we want to get to. He didn't get a chance to answer it there. We will next on 97.1.
Brought to you by Twin Peaks. Lions dealing with multiple injuries at camp today, according to Dan Campbell. The biggest bean center, Cade Mays, who could miss 8 to 10 weeks, according to Ian Rappaport, with a possible small bone fracture in his wrist. Campbell called it a freak injury for the Lions' biggest acquisition this offseason. He also added more minor injuries were suffered by backup running back Isaiah Pacheco, who has an MCL strain, and starting corner DJ Reed, who has a soft tissue injury. Both are expected to be short-term. Campbell said no matter who is out, it gives the other guys an opportunity to step up, specifically on the offensive line. The starting center battle is now likely between 2025 undrafted O-lineman Seth McLaughlin, who spent last year on the Bengals practice squad, and 4-year NFLer Juice Scruggs, who Detroit picked up in the trade for David Montgomery with the Houston Texans. Lions have their first preseason game this Thursday down in Cincy against the Bengals. Dan Campbell had already said the starters will not play in that game, but he did say today that first-round draft pick Blake Miller will participate at right tackle. Tigers are off today for travel, coming back from San Francisco. They're back tomorrow with the opener against the Guardians. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Final hour of the Karsch and Anderson Show. Mark Ryan in for Doug Karsch. Gator with you, of course. We're on location at Allen Park, the Lions headquarters out here. We just got done watching Lions practice today. You heard in the update, tough news that Cade Mays is out for a substantial amount of time. Looks like could be 8 to 10 by some reporting. Hurt his wrist, and he's out. So that leaves the Lions with, frankly, they got a bunch of options what they can do. If they want to deal with it in-house, you heard Update Kid say Seth McLaughlin is going to get an opportunity. Played college ball at both Alabama and Ohio State. Tore his Achilles his last year at Ohio State. Went undrafted. Spent last year on the practice squad at Cincinnati. And now is latched down with the Lions. Look, we get to see a limited number of snaps, and we've got an obstructed view and all that from here. But I will tell you that I did see him take a couple snaps and look fine. But I don't know. This is something that I think we're going to get a much better feel for on Thursday. I'm guessing he was probably going to get a lot of snaps anyway because they're going to hold most of the veterans out for the game on Thursday. But now that just ramps it up. He's going to get a lot of snaps. In fact, I think they're going to have several people take snaps snap the ball at center on Thursday because they got to find something. Another possibility could be Juice Scruggs, as you mentioned, as the Update Kid mentioned, which would be really kind of ironic. That's a guy you gave up a piece to get, right? I mean, he got a draft pick in return, I believe, as well. But, I mean, Juice Scruggs was a piece coming back to add depth to this offensive line. We'll see how that shapes up. But they've got a bunch of options.
So the other thing is, Bleacher Report's got an article where what might some of the big names wind up. They say Mekhi Becton. Watch for him potentially with some Lions interest there.
He's a free agent? Is that what?
Yes.
These are free agents are still on the market?
Correct. And so he's available. He's out there on the market, and they suggest he could be a fit here, especially now more so. Or will they look for more of a prototype center if they can be so choosy? But I was wondering, Gator, if you feel like today's news at all impacts how you feel about this season, because the loss is one of the most indispensable players on the team. The loss is at the one spot where a non-free agency team dipped into free agency.
I think, in the terms of how this is going to affect the outcome of the season, I'm optimistic that it won't affect it terribly because I think the first part of the season is an easier part of the season, easier part of the schedule. And I'm hopeful that that doesn't really change things. In the first 5 games, could they go 4-1? Yeah, I think they can. Can they go 5-0? Sure, I guess they could. And you can do anything. But I think 4-1 it's actually it's likely, I think, given who they play. Then it starts to get a little tougher. But by the time Mays is ready to come back, hopefully, if things go right, healing-wise and rehab-wise and all this, that he'll be back for the second half of the season for the last 8, 9, maybe 10 games. That maybe at that point that, okay, Lions actually are in pretty good shape. They didn't take on too much water with the injury. They were able to get by. And then they could just hit the ground running again. I suspect that when he's ready to come back, it's going to be a little bit of time for him to get readjusted, not only because he's been out for all that long, but because, the injury, it's going to take a while for the wrist to get strong enough where you feel like you're back close to 100%, and who knows if he'll ever be there. But I don't think it affects the long-term outlook for this team for this season, for me. And short-term, maybe not for the first 5 weeks. Maybe it affects it for weeks 6 through 8, I have to take a closer look at it, but right now I feel pretty confident they're going to be okay.
Yeah, I think I had the Lions at 12 wins, and I think now I might have them at 10 or 11. I do think this affects you up until the bye week, and I everyone's one-loss equation right at the beginning of the season. I had this team 4-1. Now I might go 3-2. But no, I don't think this derails your year, and I think the opportunity is you get other guys on the team. You test your depth, and you allow guys to play at other position, and that's only going to help you, quite honestly, in the long run. It just absolutely sucks that it happened, because with this schedule, this team really had the opportunity to hit the ground running this year. Now I do not know if that opportunity presents itself. Are you in a more of a survive mode now than a thrive mode, which you were hoping to be in when the season began?
Well, and I guess this adds on to a question I had coming into today with what Dan Campbell had to say over the weekend after they signed Jahmyr Gibbs and, going to make him the bell cow running back, and he's going to get a bunch of carries, and they're going to use him a lot. And, of course, they already do use him a lot, but now you're talking about using him more. When I hear the term bell cow, I think that's a running back that's going to carry the ball close to 300 times in a season. And that used to be commonplace. It isn't anymore. There's one or two guys do it each year, maybe, still to this point. So is he going to approach those numbers? I hope not, because it's not that I think Jahmyr Gibbs is fragile. I do not. I think he's a stud on this team. But because he is used so much in the passing game as well, I hope that the usage, it can go up. I just don't want it to go up significantly, because I don't want to put out the risk of him getting injured and raise the percentages up simply because you're going to get him the ball 5 more times a game or 8 more times a game if that's the case. And I just hope that's not the case. It's up to the Lions to develop a second running back, and Isaiah Pacheco is the guy.
And I like the fit.
Yeah, I like the fit too, but he's got an MCL sprain right now, and he's going to miss the next couple weeks, and hopefully they have him ready to go before the season starts. But that's a guy that you like to hear. They had signed his teammate from Rutgers, Blackshear, as well, and I saw he had a nice run in practice today. Broke several tackles, actually, getting to the end zone. It was nice to see. So the running game is going to be key for this team. I think anytime you have a replacement on the offensive line, specifically to someone on the interior of the offensive line, I think that means that you should probably lean on running the ball more. That's just my gut tells me that. I don't know if the Lions will do that. I don't know if that's Drew Petzing's DNA or not, or if it's just they do a lot of in his offense in Atlanta and in Arizona anyway. They did a lot of short passing, but we'll see.
Do you believe that moving off of Dave Montgomery is something necessarily the Lions needed to do for Jahmyr Gibbs' long-term happiness? In other words, would Gibbs have been okay with kind of the platoon, the 60-40, 65-35 long-term, or was he chomping at the bit to have the opportunity that he's going to have now?
I don't think – my gut tells me it wasn't about Gibbs. It was about Montgomery. Was Montgomery going to be okay with staying in that role when he wants to get out there, have the chance to be a lead back, and maybe get lead back money? I like David Montgomery a lot. I think he's a heck of a running back, and if the Lions didn't have Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery would be just fine. But they do have Jahmyr Gibbs, and he deserves to get the lion's share, no pun intended, of what goes on with this offense for a running back. But no, I don't think that affected Jahmyr Gibbs at all. I think Jahmyr Gibbs, I think he's happy as hell to be here. He's happy he's got this contract. He loves his team. And it seems like a happy-go-lucky guy. But I want to protect a little bit against the easy button to say, hey, now that we've got him signed, let's give him the ball. Let's get the ball to him 20, 25 times a game.
See, I think he is excited about the fact that there's nobody else really on the team that's going to be taking care, because now he's got a chance to set records. And you appreciate taking the wear and tear off of the guys, and it's in vogue to have the, platoon thing. But, man, when you have the quote-unquote thoroughbred that they have, and how many guys are on that list, right? Yes, you can have a guy like David Montgomery and be fine. But there's 25 or 30 guys like that in the National Football League. What running backs and how many of them are in this class of player where you're like, yeah, that guy's a difference maker? And if you have a difference maker, to me, I don't understand why you don't come off of this archaic stance that you quote-unquote don't pay running backs. Jahmyr Gibbs is the playmaker. It's an insult to him to call him a running back, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think too many people think that it's a position that you dime a dozen and you could find somebody else to pick up the carries. Not like Jahmyr Gibbs. It's because he's not just a running back. He is exactly what Brad Holmes said he was when he drafted him. He is a weapon. That's what he is. You don't just say, oh, he's a guy who carries the football. He catches the football. He blocks. He does everything this team asks of him. He's 2,000 yards a year waiting to happen. And, oh, by the way, 15 touchdowns a year waiting to happen. And I'm selling him short on the 15 touchdowns because he's had 49 for 3 seasons, which is averaging more than 15 by my quick math. So I love that they got him in camp. I think it makes all the sense. Will they be more focused on the running game with Cade Mays out? That remains to be seen. I'm curious how that shakes out. Today is, we always do the national days. Today is National Whatever Day. Today's day is an interesting one. I want to get your take on it, and I want to see if the people have a story to tell. I'm going to have to say what the day is going into the break here because I want people to think about this. Today is National Lazy Day. So I want you to think about what's the laziest thing that you have done that you can remember, and hopefully you're embarrassed by it. Come clean. This is what we do on the show. Look, Mark admitted an embarrassing mistake he made over the weekend.
I'm what's for dinner right now. I'm getting cooked.
So, do the same. Admit what was the laziest thing that you've done that you can remember. We'll talk about it next year. 248-539-9797. This is 97.1. Hey, looking to upgrade your outdoor space? Well, Builders First Source has you covered. With 4 Detroit locations, they specialize in top-quality composite decking. It's brands you trust, like Trex, TimberTech, and AZEK. So whether you're a DIY enthusiast or you simply need a certified installer, their expert team will help you build the perfect deck that's going to stand the test of time. Visit one of the locations today in Lapeer, Auburn Hills, Clinton Township, or Shelby Township, and discover why Builders First Source is your go-to for decking. Quality, service, and unbeatable value, that's the Builders First Source promise. Make sure you search buildersfirstsource.com. All right, so today is National Lazy Day, and I thought about this, and I'm thinking to myself, okay,
I'm very good at today.
I can be very lazy. I admit it. I don't hide from it. I know who I am, and I can be lazy. And I'm embarrassed by it in some ways. And so I'll start off. The laziest thing you've done. I don't know if this is the laziest thing I've done, but this is something that I could think of right away. And that is, there have been times when laundry is piling up, and it's piling up, and it's piling up. And let's say I'm out of socks, or I'm out of underwear. That instead of just doing the laundry, I'll go out and pick up some new socks and wear. Bobby's laughing at me. It's happened. I'm not gonna lie.
So the cost of the undergarments is less painful to you than actually doing the work.
Yeah.
Because the purchase is not actually work.
I mean, right. Exactly. I mean, does it take time to drive out to Target or wherever in Meijer and pick up some socks? Yeah. Sure it does. But that's how lazy I've been. I'd rather do that than
time is the only thing you can't take back.
You can never have enough socks, right? I mean, socks that they wear out, you get holes in them, then you got to toss them, and hey, I got new socks, But then it's not like be honest with you, it's not like I'm buying a 4-pack of new socks. You're probably buying like a 10-pack of new socks, and now I got 10 more days, and I'm buying myself some time. And if it's a summertime, it's like that's an extra month because I can wear sandals some days. Right?
Funny enough, socks were not on my list of things you cannot ever have enough of. Money, maybe hanky-panky, but socks did not appear on that list of things that you cannot have enough. Pizza,
enough clean socks, clean underwear. I'm just being honest how lazy I've been sometimes.
I appreciate your honesty.
Yeah.
I appreciate your evisceration of me that is coming because one could ask if I'm coming out smelling like roses today. Definitely not, but I'm coming out smelling like something. I worked for a popular chain restaurant. This was job number 2 in my life.
Okay.
Circa 19 and 20 years old. And I'm actually a big fan of this popular chain restaurant, and it rhymes with Millie's and it rhymes with Vanilli's. Okay? It's a popular chain restaurant, and they serve baby back ribs, right? They serve baby back ribs.
Gee, I wonder what you're talking about.
I can't imagine what place I'm talking about. So, I made $2.10 an hour plus tip share. And they said after an 8-hour shift, stay here at 1 in the morning and mop the floor. And I quickly did the math, and I said, there is no tip share for this hour. This is my 8th hour here. I will not mop the floor. You will mop the floor. I will not mop the floor. You will not mop the floor. Do not come back here. I never walked in that establishment again. That was, they say pride is the fall of man. I needed that job. Pride got in the way. There was a very valuable lesson here. I was not going to mop the floor at 1 a.m. for $2 an hour.
That was principle. That was principle. I can respect that.
Oh, you can?
To a degree.
It's really lazy.
I can respect that. I mean, it's part of your job, I guess, description. And you were probably going to get fired anyway, but I understand. Let's go to the phones, 248-539-9797. Vern is in Detroit. Vern, you're next up here, 97.1. Hey, Vern.
Gentlemen, question for Mark. Did your friend pay for your vacation?
No.
Did he pay for your ticket?
No.
I'm here to advocate for you because you have the right to do what you want to do. First of all, does he not know who you are? You're a big deal around here. You should be able to post whenever you want to.
Said no one ever.
Unless your friend,
Said no one ever.
Unless your friend is on the run from the Sinaloa cartel or he has warrants, there's no reason to justify why I can't post. Now, was he in any of the pictures that you posted?
No.
What is he crying about? Tell him to pull his skirt up.
He just wanted him to hold off for a few days. Wait till this weekend is done, and then go ahead and post a picture if you want.
The only time I don't post if it involves children or your wedding. If I'm at a wedding and I take pictures, I'm not going to post that. But anything else, don't worry about me. I do
if
what
somebody
I want to
asked you
vacation.
not to, though, but Vern, if one of your boys says, "Hey, man, just do me a favor. We're out here having a good time, but I got some things going on back at work, they don't need to know that we're doing this right now. You want to wait till Monday to just hold off till then? Is that an unreasonable request?
Hey, guess what? Don't go. Are you a drug dealer? What do you mean you have some things going on at work? Especially if I'm on vacation and I'm looking handsome, I'm enjoying myself, and I want to post some photos, I'm going to post some photos.
Well, and then the other thing was it didn't make sense, like why it was okay to post them afterward, but it was not okay to post them.
What is the difference?
Yeah, and so it kind of gave like, well, what's really going on here? Are we really getting the whole story? Because
you are not getting the whole story. Your friend is lying to you because there's no reason why you.
I don't think he's lying. I think it's a reasonable. And thanks for the call, Vern. I appreciate it. I don't think he's lying. I think he's got a business partner. There was a deal with him being on vacation previously for a couple of weeks, and then recent to that, he's going to take some more time off and go on another vacation with the boys. Yeah, keep it on the down low, man. It's cool.
That just reeked of a bad faith argument right there.
He was kind of doing the thing where he was logging on for like 15 minutes, sending an email, and then logging off. So I mean, I could see his point, but I certainly had the emotional feeling of what was it, JD?
That was Vern.
What Vern just said. Yeah.
Jordan's on a cell. Jordan, welcome to 97.1. Hey, Jordan.
Good afternoon, gentlemen. How are we?
Good.
So I am very lazy, but also this is very innovative. A long time ago, I was out with my boys. We're having, fun time out and about in Kalamazoo, and my girlfriend at the time was specifically saying no strip club, no gentleman's club. And of course, I'm not driving. I was forced to go. We get back 2:00 in the morning. They're dropping me off. I'm standing in front of my apartment going, I don't know how to tell her. I don't know what to do. So the only thing I can think of is I just got to pee my pants. And
come on.
I walk in and I said, babe, I got to go take a shower. So put the clothes in the laundry, take a shower. Everything's perfect.
Okay, well, in fairness, though, listen, you can't BS a BSer. You weren't forced to go.
That's not lazy.
Okay? You weren't
I had
forced
to throw that
go.
in case he's listening.
Had to throw that in case they're listening. Gator, you're saying it's not lazy.
That's not lazy. That's just that's desperate. That's
yeah.
what that is.
Don't pee yourself to get yourself out of something. Ladies and gentlemen, if you take one thing away from the show today, make it that.
All right, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Yeah, do what you got to do, man. Do what you got to do. Some text coming in. Good afternoon on National Lazy Day. Used a sick day today. Laziest thing I've done is not brush my teeth or change my underwear. That's from Derek in Wyandotte.
Derek is making the rest of us look bad.
Well, if Derek's not going out of the house, your house is your sanctuary. Do what you're going to do, I guess. Didn't feel like getting dressed up for a very formal wedding, so I attended in a T-shirt, board shorts, and Chucks. John in Lake Orion.
And to think on the morning show today, I think it was Jansen had an issue with Rieger not wearing a tie to Chapman's wedding.
Yeah, I would too, a little bit. Unless it's a really nice-looking jacket and a good shirt. But you're at a wedding. You can wear a tie and take the tie off at some point. But this guy attended a wedding in a T-shirt, board shorts, and Chuck Taylors? Come on, man.
That's offensive.
That is offensive. I would if that were my wedding and one of my friends showed up like that.
Okay, what's worse?
I would have you removed.
What's worth that or what I did? You would have both
this.
Of
I
us.
think
Okay.
yeah.
Okay.
I think showing up to a wedding in board shorts and a T-shirt. I think that's far worse. Come on, man. I mean that's offensive. Like,
Okay.
get out of here. And we're not talking for a while. In college in the late 90s, we had two TVs stacked on top of each other for multiple football games at once. The leg on the TV stand broke, and both TVs tilted to the right and were leaning against the wall sideways. Rather than be resourceful in fixing the stand, we simply leaned our entire drunk and high bodies to the right of our recliners to watch about 6 games. Last college stoners. That's a Mike and Clarkston.
That's dedication.
That's pretty lazy.
I don't even know that that's laziness. That was harder for them than fixing it.
Well, I mean, they just leaned to the side. That's pretty easy to do. Not what I would have done, but all right. Laziest thing I've ever done is throw away dirty dishes that I waited too long to clean. Maybe one of the glasses had milk too long and it wasn't worth cleaning. threw it away and replaced it. I'm purposely not signing this text. I don't think I've done that.
I've done that.
But I think I've had something that may have been sitting in the sink for too long.
Mold?
And I at least made the effort to clean it, and it wasn't coming as clean as I needed to, and at that point,
So wait a minute. You never left like a dish in the fridge that had leftovers. You forgot the leftovers. The fridge got too packed. You make a grisly discovery a couple of months later and throw that dish away? I'm not keeping that dish.
No, I've always made an effort to clean something first.
Good for you.
That'll make unless it's apparently socks or underwear.
Well, especially if it's like the plastic Tupperware, because you kind of need to get new Tupperware at almost most points of the year anyway. So if it's been in the fridge for a while, it's getting moldy. I've tossed some Tupperware away.
And then I have this. Gator, you're right on the money. I've done the same thing for myself. It's nice to know that I have brothers that's from TT. Yeah, listen, sometimes just too lazy to do laundry. It was easier to go out and buy.
But the decision-making process that it's easier to go buy them than just to throw things. I don't know if I agree with that assessment. You know, that you chose the easier option.
Yeah, that means that's more socks that you have to wash.
Well, but like I say, socks eventually they wear through, and then the
But
last
it's
person.
longer until he has to do the wash.
That's right. Laundry room floor had 2 piles, clean and dirty. My dressers always stayed empty. Oh, there you have it. We will hear from Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard next on 97.1. Our thanks to Lions defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard taking time out to talk with us. It's an intense dude.
I couldn't have been more impressed with how he comes off. I couldn't have been more impressed with his positivity, his excitement. You know, all the characteristics of great leaders, he's got them all. He's legitimately got them all. Doesn't have a negative word to say, and has complete and total faith in his unit. Now, if he's nervous about the secondary the way that we're nervous about the secondary, you wouldn't know by talking to him.
No, he's a motivator, and I imagine he's not thrilled with how things went last year. Maybe he's not going to outwardly tell people that he's upset by that, but I imagine that there were some things that it's a learning process, right? He's new to the job. It's not like he's had the defensive coordinator job for 5 years and been with 3 different teams. I mean, he's getting to cut his teeth here, and there's a lot to work with. Like I said, I love the front seven of this team. I think the defensive line in particular is going to be a real strength. I think Wanham is going to be – we're going to look back at the Wanham pickup and be like, wow, that was wise.
I'm hopeful, man.
Yeah.
I saw a lack of production a year ago.
I need to see guys stay healthy. I need Derek Moore to stay healthy. Look, I'm a Michigan State guy, but I can appreciate talent. And Derek Moore's got talent, and I want him to stay healthy. And if he can, I think he's going to be a problem. I think he's going to be a little up and down this year because he's a rookie. But as a pass rusher, I think he can get after it. I think he absolutely can. I think Hutch will have a big year. But I think the real difference in this team and the defensive line is going to come from the middle with Tyleik Williams and Aleem McNeil. Aleem McNeil is healthy, and Tyleik Williams, from all accounts, has seemed to really pick things up, changed his whole body, and he's ready to roll this year. If the guys can stay healthy, that's going to be big. And the linebacking core is going to be sick. You know, Jack Campbell's the best in the game, and then you add Devin White to the mix. Like, how does that fall into your lap? And nobody wants Devin White.
One of the
second in the NFL in tackles last year. You don't want him.
One of the more underappreciated guys in the entire league. I mean, you could make a point that so goes the middle of that defense. So goes the entire defense. To what degree are McNeil and Tyleik going to allow you to kind of hide the secondary back there for a period of time? I like the point you made about Derek Moore, too. Do you let it go, let the rivalry go when it comes to the pro team?
With Michigan State?
Yeah, Michigan State. Like, do you welcome them the same way you would a Stater?
For the most part, yeah. I mean, like, Hutchinson, I'm a huge Hutchinson fan with the Lions. Look, I knew what he was in college. He was great, but he played for that other team. I couldn't stand him in college, but love him for the Lions. I'll give all the credit in the world to guys. Once you step into the pro ranks, it doesn't matter. You know, like with the Pistons, all those guys from Michigan, I'm cool with it.
Cool with it?
Yeah,
it's not hard for you to let go?
No, not at all. Not at all. And if it is, then I guess you know different priorities. You know, it's your pro team is different than your college team. The pro team is going to be comprised of all types of people that went to schools that maybe you didn't like. You know, I'm sure that people grip the club with different degrees of tightness. And I think there's some people just way out of bounds with how they view it. I'm sure there's some people here that will refuse to. They probably never liked Taylor Decker or Tyleik Williams because Ohio State guys, and they'll tell you the only Ohio State guy they ever liked is Chris Spielman, because of the whole Michigan-Ohio State thing. But I don't know. Maybe it's different from a Michigan State perspective. Maybe we can let it go. At least I can only speak for myself. I don't want to speak for a whole group of people.
No, like growing up, the closest team to me was the Buccaneers. And I wanted the Buccaneers to have every single Seminole because they wrecked our season every single year, right? I mean, you're not interested in Derek Brooks?
Right, exactly.
Do you want to win?
You want the best players you can get. And when it comes to the secondary, he mentioned a couple times, Chuck Clark's name. And Chuck Clark's this guy who's going to come in and play safety. Will he start from day one? He might because of the injuries with Branch and what Joseph is going through. But he's getting an opportunity. He's making the most out of it. In fact, he tipped a pass today that ended up getting picked off, and it was on a Jared Goff throw down in the red zone area. So that was a bright spot for the defense, and I think there's reason to be somewhat optimistic about parts of the defense. I'm still skeptical when it comes to the corners. I'm still a little skeptical when it comes to the safeties as well because I think there is going to be a big drop-off. You're talking about two all-pro caliber players in Joseph and Branch. So there's going to be a drop-off no matter who's playing there, more than likely. You don't have other all-pros that are backing them up. So we'll see how that ends up working out. But the news today that Cade Mays is out for 8 to 10 weeks. He's got a wrist injury. That sucks for this team. But they've got guys they're going to give an opportunity to, and the one who gets it is going to be Seth McLaughlin. Played at Alabama, played at Ohio State. He's got a good pedigree. Started a bunch of games. His last 2 years in college was on watch lists for Remington trophies as the top center. Made I think a semifinalist for the Outland Trophy, despite getting hurt at the end of towards the end of his season at Ohio State. A lot to like, and hopefully he is everything that he's billed to be. And then you kind of forget, Ohio State, he played there, so he knows Tyleik Williams, and they have a relationship, and they're like really good friends, and we're in each other's weddings, or we're at each other's weddings and stuff. So that's kind of cool as well. But as far as the Lions are concerned, we got to see just a little bit. Jamison Williams on display again. Hauled in a pass from 52 yards out, as it was reported. I'm like, that had to be like 50-yard pass. I mean, Goff had time to set up, throw it. It was a deep post pattern, and J-Mo would beat the secondary, as he'll beat every secondary. If you give Jared Goff time to throw, and that safety is biting on somebody else, J-Mo was a real problem, and he showed up, and it was a perfect pass from Goff. Just dropped it right in there, and right into the cradle and into the end zone, and J-Mo held on to it. It came up with it. The crowd went nuts, and it was one of those plays. This is the fun part about being out here at Lions practice and then training camp, is that you get to see some of those things, and it translates because you'll see it in the game too. Lord knows we've seen some amazing plays in games with the catches, like Isaiah Tesla. I still can't believe the catches he made last year.
Well, and then you figure that this team might have to outscore some teams early on in the season, especially with those injuries. Now, Christian Izien is another new player in that secondary from Tampa Bay. I reached out to a colleague of mine in Tampa Bay who said, solid football player, man, can play nickel or safety, probably best in the slot, good dude, tough player. Y'all will like him. Look, I'm at the point now where if I like one secondary player, that might be the first one I like in the secondary.
Well, we'll see how it works out. I imagine that the rest of this week, we get into it tomorrow. The Tigers are back home for a series against the Guardians starting tomorrow night. Look, they haven't beaten Cleveland, so this is a tough test for them, and it's a real test anyway. We want to see just how good this team is coming off this fantastic road trips they've been on. They've won 7 straight road series, which is a team record. That's incredible. The teams they played the last 3 haven't been great teams, but you take what you take. And
Cleveland's a fraud. They get destroyed, and somehow they give up 13 hits, and the Tigers only have 2 runs every single time out.
We've fortunate to beat Cleveland last year in the playoffs. That was great to see, and we'll see how it goes this week. But it's a big week for the Tigers. We'll certainly talk about it as the week goes on. Cleveland followed by Chicago, who's on top of the division by 3.5 games as it stands right now. Mark, thanks to you. We'll see you again tomorrow.
Time. See you tomorrow.
Thanks to Bobby here and Jake and Paul back at the studios. Valeni is next up with Rico here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Rapid Roofing. Lions coach Dan Campbell announced that new center Cade Mays suffered a wrist injury. He just swapped that out in the break and would be out a significant amount of time. Here's Dan Campbell. ESPN's Ian Rappaport says he fractured a small bone, which will keep him out roughly 8 to 10 weeks. Running back Isaiah Pacheco also has a knee sprain. Dan Campbell made it sound like he would be back for the regular season, though. Elsewhere in the NFL North, the NFC North, I should say, Bears wide receiver Luther Burden is expected to miss preseason with a groin injury. He should be back for the year, though. Michigan football coach Kyle Whittingham spoke to the media today. He said they're not looking to add any new players after the eligibility rules changed this offseason. He also noted that safety Rod Moore and edge rusher John Henry Daly are 100% cleared to play. Both are still on a snap camp, though. Woo! The Tigers have the night off as they wait an important week against the Guardians and White Sox. They sit just one game out of the last wild card spot below the Texas Rangers. Texas just 4-6 in their last 10, but they start a series with the lowly Angels. Tonight, Major League Baseball announced their postseason schedule. Game 1 of the wild card for both leagues will be September 29th. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Hello, 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 hello. Very excited to be here. I don't know where Rico is. I don't know. He'll be back at some point. Is he back tomorrow? Wednesday? When is he back?
I think tomorrow.
Okay. Maybe is there a comic book convention in town? What the hell's going on? Somehow I just envision him, like, is he running around town dressed as the Hulk, or how does it work on days?
Oh, no. It's Spider-Man.
My bad. All right. So, look. We have a lot to, A, talk about, B, catch up on. David, I think the Lions thing is where we begin. I just don't see a way around it, and I've had a chance to listen today, and I don't want to disappoint people. I'm not going to minimize it. What was the missing, what did you lack last year? What was the missing link to that O-line? It was Frank Ragnow. The center position with Glasgow was atrocious. He was terrible. So you go out and you pay Cade Mays. And while I wasn't as hyped about it as some, I certainly was not down, right? Fine enough. You sign one of the better centers available. Elite pass blocker. He was a pretty bad run blocker in Carolina, but okay, fine. We'll clean slate it. He's a solid player. When your starting center breaks his wrist, and he's going to be gone 8 to 10 weeks. The thing that is never accounted for, and I haven't heard it talked about a lot on the station, you're not accounting for the thousands of missed reps with your teammates under live fire, real practices, not OTAs where everybody's in shorts and T-shirts. Camp practices. It matters. Early season development. Look, if TJ were sitting to my right, I know he would agree with this. Offensive lines grow together. And the center position specifically, it is about developing and growing with the man who plays to your left and the man who plays to your right. You got to be a bit of a mind reader. You're going to know, hey, the guy to my left's footwork is better than the guy to my right, or this is a guy who needs more help with this type of player. The center position, you are the point guard. You facilitate everything. You not only do all the checks, but you're facilitating all the assignments up front, and you are the helper, so to speak. Very rarely is a center going to be asked to one-on-one block one of these new NFL monsters in the middle. That's a losing proposition. That's why a guy like Tyler Linderbaum got paid $20 million a year. He can man up somebody. So I say all that to say this. We all, I think, can be arm in arm. Lions are going to be a solid football team. They're going to be a good football team. Now, I don't know if that wins the North. I don't know that. Well, I'm not doing what Mornings does. They're going 13-4. Save it. I had that conversation with Shabath when I walked in today. He was doing this whole Hopecast thing. Well, while he's going to be out, it is Arizona and Tennessee. And I go, Shabath, are we doing this again? We're going to do this whole easy team thing? Shout out the Steelers. Shout out Frank Brosmer. Shout out the Giants almost tapping that ass. We're not doing that. You have not earned the right to take anyone lightly. Okay, you haven't won a playoff game in 2 years. You didn't make the playoffs last year. So why don't we not do that? The Mays thing just adds another layer to what is now a really interesting first 6 weeks of the year, right? You got to get to that bye week. Kirby Joseph's mystery. Brian Branch will not be back. You've already got Pacheco, who has leg injuries with more leg injuries. And now you take, in my mind, it was the most important addition to this team. And you are going to be without him at full tilt just to get on the field until mid-October at best. And then once you do, I don't expect to get the best out of him, because the best out of Cade Mays is only going to happen through 4, 6, 8 weeks of real development, live bullets, and you're out there with your brothers in arms. It's just, I can't minimize that. And I do think it limits this team a little bit. Now, the idea of, well, it'll be next man up. No, it won't. No, it won't. Didn't you learn from last year? There is no next man up for a Ragnow. Just like there's no next man up for a high-price free agent center you paid. What, Seth McLaughlin, the kid who couldn't snap the ball at Ohio State and Alabama? That kid? Stop. And mind you, you're already moving pieces around. You're already starting a rookie at right tackle. I have confidence Penei Sewell will be just fine at left tackle. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He gets carte blanche. You could tell me you're lining up Sewell at center, I'd buy it. Not that you ever would. I'm just making a point. But I would love to know your concern level. I have a high degree of concern with it because the O-line and the running game and the pass pro, it all works together. But the teams that generally go on these runs have the same starting five. Teams that need a ton of different combinations up front, or teams that lose people for long stretches up front, very rarely get home. Very rarely. And I'm not comping this to what the Chargers dealt with last year. I mean, that was Rashawn Slater, Pro Bowl tackle, dead before the season even started. Then in season, they lose Joe Alt for the rest of the season. But in that sense, it's not a vis-a-vis comparison. You lose your center for what could be 2 months of regular season football, month and a half, 6, 7 games. Like, yeah, guys, I'm sorry, but I'm not playing that game. I'm not going to sit here and act like it's not a big deal. I can't. It's terrible. And I don't know who the replacement will be, nor do I care. They're not going to be as good as Cade Mays. Just like Cade Mays was never going to be Frank Ragnow. So you got a rookie on the right side. You got basically a street free agent at center. And no quarterback in football. Almost, if you want to leave some space in that remark and say almost no quarterback in football, needs to have his O-line playing at an elite level more than Jared Goff. Well, guys, come on. We know the score. He has to be insulated. The weapons are there. No one argues it. But having a relationship, having that familiarity with your center, it's vital. You're not going to have it. And it's going to be a challenge to development live. You know, I kind of comp this to, you get a big transfer in college and they miss summer camp. And then they have to, in real time, assimilate to what the team does. There's no replacing that in the regular season. Like, you just can't fake that. So I'd like to know where you guys are at with it. I mean, I'm not sitting here saying it's going to end your season. That'd be ridiculous. But if I thought they were a 10-win team, I probably make it 9. An 11-win team, I make it 10. You're not going to lose expensive players. And by the way, guys, I'm just of the belief in the aggregate, you're down Mays, you're down Branch. I don't see a way Kirby Joseph is Kirby Joseph. And look, the bumps and bruises, I mean, Pacheco, this is live fire. He's going to play a big role on this team. He's missing all of camp. And do you know what missing all of camp does to you? Soft tissue injuries. Buckle up. And that's a guy who's had trouble staying healthy anyways. He really hadn't been any damn good since he broke his leg. So I'll throw the number out. I want to hear from Paul, David as well, 248-539-9797. But yeah, I want to start with the lines. The Cade Mays, broken bone in his wrist, going to miss substantial time. Rappaport says 8 to 10 weeks. When I see things like that, I usually just add a couple to get assimilated, get back, get full strength, and go 60 snaps. I'll say 3 months he's gone. And for me, yeah, that's a problem. David, go ahead, buddy. What's up?
Yeah, it's a major problem here because it's just, to keep it in simple terms for people, it is someone they targeted in free agency, someone that they wanted to go and get in free agency, and now that Christmas gift that you received is now broken quickly. And not only are you talking about the relationship between the quarterback and the center, but the center and the rest of the O-line.
Correct.
Making the calls, protections, things like that. And now you're going to insert someone possibly in the middle of the season, and then that changes the dynamic again with the offensive line.
It does. And
that's
look,
important.
The other thing, and it's not Cade May's fault, I'm just saying a byproduct of the injury is you now have I think three major question marks. I need to see who's playing left guard for this team.
Well, see, that's another thing because Scruggs, who they said may get some attempts at center and training, he's hurt right now.
Right.
So he's banged up, which you may see him at guard as well. I don't know what it's going to look like right now.
The point is you got a rookie who's going to start at tackle. You have Larry Borum, who's a swing, and he's a player TJ does not like. I mean, TJ was nerding out on film the day they signed him, and he sends me 100 different clips, and I'm going, okay, understood. You don't like Larry Borum. Thank you for your service. It's just, I don't understand why people in this town need to try to minimize things. Why can't a dog be a dog? A cat be a cat? Why can't losing your expensive jewel of your free agent class center be a big deal? I'm not going to try to explain it away. I can't. I don't want to.
And we already saw what that looks like for the Lions last year.
We lived it.
Up the middle last year was the problem for the offensive line.
Yes. And now you're basically taking someone off the street. I mean, Gator might be at center for this team. Okay? 248-539-9797. America's favorite place to watch sports. It's Stadium Swim. It's located at Circa Resort and Casino. All the biggest games. Great viewing experience built for fans. 6 pools, 3 levels. Perfect view of the big screen right in the heart of Las Vegas. It's Stadium Swim. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com. Hey, David, what have I've been back for what? 14 minutes? I already got to do a PSA for the texters. Never change, boys. Never change on the text. Let me say this for the people in the back, and I'll do it nice and slow, okay? No one is saying the season is over. Like, what? Guys, what are we doing? I never said season is over. I just said I'd probably take a win off the total. Texters are in mid-season form. I'm sorry. Just before you read the rest.
Oh, boy.
I want to just offer a PSA. So, okay, been back for 14 minutes. We're already in crisis mode. Go ahead.
These people lack comprehension and listening skills sometimes.
All right, let me hear it. And then I want to make sure, because like Paul can be the ombudsman. Paul, I didn't say the season's over. I just said I'm not going to spit shine a turd.
That's what someone texted and said. I guess we're going to fold up the season. We're done now. Like, what?
You
said if you had them at 10, maybe knock them to 9.
You got them at 11, put them at 10.
That's it.
You can't lose a high-priced center and have them be gone for multiple months. And wait. At that point, you may as well go outside, have somebody bleep on your head and tell you it's raining. What? Maybe that's what this industry's turning into. I should just lie to my audience brazenly. Go, continue.
Well, no, but to your point, Mark, just bring up being like, hey, there should be slight concern here.
Yeah.
Isn't saying the season should be over.
No, I think that I started the segment by saying we can all be shoulder to shoulder, arm in arm. Lions are going to be a good football team. I just don't know how good. Season's over.
Lock up Ford Field. No need to play this year, guys.
Jeez, man.
The revamped offensive line and rediscovering their physicality identity was the main source of my optimism for this season. So, yes, I am definitely worried now after the injury.
Yeah, and they can get there. It's just a more difficult path. And when you miss the formative part of a season, now, I totally agree if someone says, I'd rather have this happen now than, let's say, week 8. Totally get it. Because then it's the inverse. Then you have no chance to develop anyone else, and you've probably irreparably damaged the line. But that I can make the best of a bad situation. That doesn't mean it's not a bad situation.
Josh in Livonia texts in and says, guys, this town famously confused realism for pessimism.
I know.
They can't handle the truth. I am nervous, but still optimistic.
I actually, who sent that in?
Josh in Livonia.
Josh, if you're still listening, I want to make one addendum to your text. It's not this town, it's society. That's all. Just swap out town for society, and you're on the ball. Go ahead.
Someone else texted in, and I think they're serious with this one. They say the Lions season is over. No. What is going on with the injuries every year with this team?
It's every team in football, guys. You got to look around. Training camp, you're seeing people blow out left and right. Soft tissue injuries, non-contact injuries. Guys, if you want to have a conversation about the Lions' injuries during the year and the way that they practice during the year, that's a conversation. But I'm not going to knock Dan Campbell or the Lions. Preseason, these guys don't come in ready. And the live fire starts, and not everybody survives. It's every team in football. Why do you think most teams don't want to run their starters out there? But you have to practice. You have to hit. If you do not hit in camp, the minute the violence shows up at your door, week 1, week 2, week 3, you start dropping like flies anyways. This is a blood sport. The healthiest team is often the last team standing. That's generally how it works.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Because there's been players. Fred Warner, I believe, was on the St. Brown podcast, and he's critical of the way the Lions do their practice in the middle of the season.
Different conversation.
But right now, you're in August. You have to ramp up to get ready for the year. So there's going to be injuries. You're going to get banged up.
Now, it also doesn't help when you sign oft-injured players. Like,
very true.
It's a different thing when we talk about Pacheco. That's a guy who runs incredibly violent, and he incurs a lot of injuries. Now, he's had some major, some minor, but that's when I think Isaiah Pacheco, picture of health doesn't come to mind. So you kind of incur stuff like that. It's like when they would sign oft-injured Marcus Davenport. It's the same thing. You got to be able to separate some of it. And then football is bad things happen. I mean, Dan Campbell described the injury. The guy basically got his hand cut off. He got chopped by a 350-pound monster, probably on 300 milligrams of caffeine. And now he's got a busted wrist, and he's out for 2-3 months. Yeah, what are you going to do to proof that? Not have him pass pro? Oh, I know. Have the D lineman put on soft, cushy Guardian caps for his hands? Like, guys. All right, that's it. We'll be back for 20 minutes. We're already doing PSAs. We're in real trouble, Paul. Go ahead, David, and then I'll get some calls.
Richard texts in and says, I'd rather have this happen now with the injury than down the road. He'll be back mid-October. All good.
I use that example. No, you got to leave the last part out.
See?
Don't do the all good thing. We'll go to Chad, 97.1. Chad, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mikey, it's great to finally talk a little football. I am chomping at the bit, man. The question, you talked me off the ledge a little bit because when I heard the news, I'm thinking, my first thought is, until I heard you talk about training camp, and I thought, all right, he's right. But my first thought was, okay, this is not a coincidence anymore. This team seems to incur more injuries than anybody else. So now my mind goes to, what are you doing? It's something that's not. But the more I heard you talk, the more I thought about it. My thought transition is something else. Am I wrong here for thinking this is the second time they have not had a plan in place for losing their center in less than 2 years? Like, if I'm the owner, this is a problem for me. I'm going to Brad going, how are we scrambling to find a center? How was the backup not already on the roster?
Well,
this is the second time.
Look, you're not going to be able to cover every position. Now, the Lions like to have flexibility up front. A guy like Scruggs has taken a few snaps at center before, but he's hurt. You're not going to go out and sign a big money center and go sink draft capital into it. It's hard to do. I mean, Chad, look, when we talk about depth, yeah, you need a swing tackle, one of them. You need 8, 9, 10 defensive linemen. Those positions, it's different. The O-line, your best 5 has got to stay healthy in this league because the backups are never going to be good enough. It's too hard. It's too expensive. I can't kill them on this one. Now, look, if they go into the regular season and it's Pete McLaughlin or whatever the hell his name was, a.k.a. kid who couldn't snap football in college, no, that'll be a huge issue. But we still have cuts.
My buddy texted me and goes, that's what I just said. He texted me about a half hour before the show comes on, tells me about Cade Mays, and goes, they just signed that kid from Alabama. He goes, isn't that the kid who couldn't take a snap? No. And then he texts me and goes, Mikey V just said it.
No, I mean, Chad, I'll be shocked if he's your starter. Remember, you still have veteran cutdown day. There'll be someone
you're
here.
Right. Mike, you're right. I'm glad I did not think about that. There will be cuts at the end of camp. And I'm not saying it's going to be some great backup center.
No, it hurts you.
I was just thinking, can we have someone who played the position?
You will have someone with better lateral quickness than Gator. It's okay. You're going to be all right. It's just, it doesn't mean you're going to be good. And it sure as hell, it does mean you will not be your best self. And that whole point is, even if Mays, let's say Mays is back, I don't know, fellas, week 7, week 8? Okay, fine. He's back. At that point, first of all, are the other 4 guys still healthy? And second of all, how many weeks will it take of practice and of game action for him to really give you the version of him you paid for? That's all I'm communicating.
You're exactly right. And I just told this to Paul. We've had a conversation about this with Evan. This isn't Madden, okay? When a player returns on Madden, it's just, he's back.
70 snaps.
Right. That's not real life. You're right. 8 to 10 weeks. Wonderful. Then he has to practice. He has to ramp up. He has to get things prepared and ready. Like, it's not that easy.
And you got to learn your teammates because reality is camp just started. You're missing all of it. This is the time you grow with your teammates. OTAs and install are one thing, but when you are doing live fire practices, not the games, live fire scrimmages, not the games. That's where you get better. That's where it comes together. And he's missing all of it. Go ahead.
I will say, though, I'm a little bit concerned about some of the remarks about it's better that it happened now than it happened later. I mean, I get that, but you're now adding him to the growing list of guys you hope come back this season to save you, to Branch, to Joseph, to Mays now. It's like you can't keep adding guys to those lists because if they don't come back at 100%, you have nothing to come back and save you.
No, it's Paul, I understand that it's two bad situations and you prefer one over the other. It's like falling down the stairs ass first or head first. They're both bad. It's just maybe somebody decides I don't want to lose my center in week 9. That don't make it great. That's all I'm saying. 248-539-9797. We'll get more to people. I'm sure at some point we'll hit this Gibbs thing amongst other topics missed. We will get to the Tigers in a little bit because now I can have a decent time with it. Broadcast on mute, of course, but I can have a good time with it because they did the right thing, whatever they do or don't do. There's also an ice cream principle with this Tigers thing. And we'll get to it later, but it's very simple for me. Ice cream is tasty. It don't do nothing for you. Sure as hell ain't good for you, but it's tasty in the moment, right? Who doesn't like an ice cream cone in the summertime? Tigers make the playoffs. They ain't win the World Series. You weren't winning with Skubal and Mize. You're not winning it without them. So if you want to have your daiquiris, crush a vape pen, do your thing. Hey, God bless, have fun. But it ain't. I'm not going to take any of it serious. I'm going to have fun with it. Go ahead, screw around, make the playoffs. I don't care. But they traded Skubal. I can now re-engage. By the way, how annoying is he? I was so happy I wasn't here last week. David, he goes to L.A., his bags aren't even unpacked, and he's talking about his ex-girlfriend, basically.
I would love to go back to Detroit.
Hey, Tarek, blow it out your ass. We don't want you. I would love to. You could have got rid of Boris 2 years ago. You dope. Oh, he's insufferable. Okay, 97.1. All right, we'll get back to some of the Cade Mays stuff. If you're just joining, Cade Mays, I would term him the jewel of your free agent class. He broke his wrist. Rappaport said it's a bone in his wrist. I don't know, tomato. He's gone allegedly 8 to 10 weeks, and I think you probably need to add 2 weeks to ramp him up full strength. But what you're missing out on is truly training camp and development time and learning his teammates in the early part of the season. It's hard to just hit the ground running. So again, am I concerned? Of course I am. Not writing this team off. That would be stupid and insane and clickbaity. I'm saying I'm not going to do what other people do and go, no big deal, next man up. No. The center position for this team it's important for any team. I think for this team in this season, where you're moving a tackle, starting a rookie at the other tackle, you don't have a left guard anyone cares about, your center was a stabilizing force. It was the reason you went out and made him the first move of the offseason. It's a big injury. It just is. It's okay to say it. This isn't like we're on the air bemoaning Teddy Bridgewater not wanting to come to work. Who cares? If Goff dies, so does your season. End. I heard Cookies and John breaking down Josh Dobbs. If you have to see Josh Dobbs for more than a quarter, you're in trouble. And yes, I know he was an aerospace engineer at Tennessee and a very nice man. If Josh Dobbs has got to play 5 games this year, you are not making the playoffs. Not a worthy topic. David, go ahead. And then I'm getting the callers. I'm sorry.
Text here says, who's downplaying this? It sucks, and it's going to suck. But what do you want them to do? Go sign another top-tier center? Newsflash, there are none out there.
Sir, this is Wendy's. We're having a different conversation. Why are you attacking me?
He might not be attacking you. He might be attacking some of the texters and callers.
He can do whatever he wants. I'm here till 6. It's just, have you listened to the station? I mean, people are acting like they lost a backup kicker who was getting cut. No. This is a big injury.
Yeah, I think a lot of Lions fans are just coping right now. They're just, everything will be just fine. This is concerning, man. Guys, yes, I'm concerned about the cohesiveness of this line. However, what this line needs more than anything is the guards to step up. I am confident in Ratledge, but we need more from Mahogany.
That's if Mahogany starts. He stunk last year.
Yeah, he did.
But again, you got Cavalier thinking a 6th-round pick who played 10 minutes of good football was an auto slot at left guard.
And all due respect, though, it's like the center's calling out protections.
Correct.
You need a guy that knows what he's doing back there, even if the guard play is decent.
How dare you? How dare you? Know what? Season's over. Paul Sarah.
No, the biggest issue with them last year was not only was Glasgow a huge step down physically, but also the Vikings were eating them alive with stunts, and he was not helping the rookies and the young guys around him at all.
He was terrible. But look, I just got to believe they'll add someone who's got some experience who can just help you out for 5-6 games, and then we start the process all over again. I don't know. Tell you the other one is like, I don't know if Blake Miller's any good. Like, what did I say draft week? I don't have some big, this is a huge opinion. Blake Miller, Clemson sucked.
Amazing tackles that come out of Clemson, right?
No, it's not about. I'm saying we have to see if the kid can play.
You're right. You
can use a 1st-round pick on a tackle. It doesn't mean it's going to work. Signed Eric Flowers and signed Evan Neal. Not that I'm bitter. Let's go to Tom, 97.1. Tom, how are you?
Good. Welcome back, Mike.
Thank you, buddy.
Hear me out before you chastise me.
I'm no chastising.
I know.
Go ahead.
It's a Monday. I'm just trying to think outside the box a little bit, something that Brad doesn't seem to do much of. I saw that Kevin Zeitler is still available. I know he's not a center, but he is a left guard and still pretty productive. And my reason being, it could kind of shield whatever center you put in Mays' place for right now, and you're hoping that Ratledge takes that next step up in year 2. Just wanted to get your thoughts, like I said, because the middle last year was obviously the weak point. Wouldn't you rather go with somebody that's a little bit more proven than an unknown at left guard?
Well, yeah, but Zeitler is an interesting one because everything you had heard and read, Zeitler wanted to go home. right? Tennessee guy, wanted to go home. He signed that 1-year deal with Tennessee. I'm not against anything you're saying. Like, I'm making every phone call I can because they did try Ratledge at center for 5 minutes last year and decided that wasn't going to work. Could you bring a veteran in, slide someone else up? You could. The problem is, if Zeitler wanted to play football, he'd be somewhere right now. So
I mean, for 1 year, Mike, I think he was seeking what, 5, 6, 7 million or whatever.
Yeah,
1
last year he
$10
played for
million.
what? I think he played for 9 or 10 last year. I don't think it's a money thing.
Yeah.
I think you get to it. Does he have anything left in the tank? And it's a desire thing. I don't know. I mean, it's the same thing when you bring in a Trayvon Diggs. Trayvon Diggs hasn't been relevant in the National Football League since 2021. For
Right.
Trayvon
My
Diggs,
only
it's
thing-
all about, do you want to play football for money? Do you want to
Right.
do this anymore?
I just looked at it because 1 year with at least a proven player versus the great unknown.
Sure.
Because that's what you have at left guard is at least try. If he comes to camp and then realizes, hey, I don't have to, at least you try. That's, I guess, the crux of my whole point is, Brad, try.
Yeah. No, I'm not mad at it. Again, I don't think it's happening, but Tom, I'm also not in the business of yelling about it. They should call anyone who has 2 legs and a heartbeat and just see if you can get someone to come in. I mean, look, by the end of the season, I got news for you. You've seen Super Bowl teams. I've seen it with my Giants. They've called up guys off the couch that were starting at middle linebacker in the playoffs. They called Chase Blackburn. Oh, he was unemployed. I think he was painting. They called him in like week 13. He was starting a wild card round in a playoff game. That's the NFL. Call somebody. I don't know. Call TJ. Maybe he can give you 7 good reps. No shot.
I don't think that's going to work.
I asked him. This was, I don't know if it was last year. I was joking with him in the hallway. And I said, I'm being serious with you, right? When Ragnow was thinking of coming back, I go, if you had 2 months to train and attempt to get yourself in some level of shape to play football, how many reps could you give? He goes, I'm being dead serious. He goes, I might get to third down.
might get to third
Dude,
down.
I think the first time a D tackle punches him in the shoulder,
Then you feel it again. Yeah.
he's dead.
Yeah.
Like he turns into dust. It's not, again, it's
like
not
that snap from Thanos. Everyone just
dead. It's not Madden. You cannot sign a player's picture card and have them play 70 snaps 6 minutes later. Any text, and then we'll get to our first blitz of the day.
Someone texted in and says, I'm not panicking yet, but man, this is frustrating. Every year it is the same thing. It may be every team, but it seems it's always more critical pieces for us. That is Ryan in Arizona.
It seems that way because it's your team.
Correct.
Trust me when I tell you it's all teams.
Yeah, I mean, the Panthers had 2 key injuries within a week of their training camp. So it happened.
Yeah, didn't they just lose Nick Scorton?
They lost their starting linebacker, and they lost a rookie wide receiver.
Who was it? Yeah, there was another big name.
Laramie Tunsil tore his tricep.
There you go. Thank you. I tell you, people, stump the Schwab. It's tremendous.
Tex here says Paul Sarah knows ball. There he is.
That's it. No, but you get my point. You only. This is, and believe me, I understand it. You guys have lives, right? You're working. You're trying to raise kids. You're trying to pay your mortgage. You don't have time to keep up on every team. I'm making a point. You do have to understand this happens to everyone. Like on basis. This isn't a woe is me thing. 248-539-9797. What do we have? Is it a blitz? Is it a football today?
Let's do a little college football here.
Oh, God. Can we spin the wheel again? What else you got? College football. All right, fine. 97.1. All right, football today, David. Paul, I want your help on this one because I got to tell you, I don't have any good vibes for the sport he's about to discuss. But go ahead, I'll listen. Oh, goody.
So let's go through some bold possibilities for the upcoming season here.
MSU gets a first down.
Okay, that is a bold. That's
bold.
very bold. Let's start here with the first coach to be fired.
Oh, boy. Can I offer one?
Sure. He's probably on this list. They have the choice, but
I'll
yeah,
tell
go
you
ahead.
who's in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
It's not some A-list team, but it's an A-list name.
Oh, okay.
I think Bill O'Brien's in a whole lot of trouble at BC.
Okay.
Because
I can see that.
They had a 2-win year last year. They got raided by the portal. They didn't recruit worth a bupkis. That team could go 2-10 again. He'll get clipped.
Okay.
I know that's not like what were you thinking I was going to say? Mike Elko?
Yeah.
Is Bill O'Brien on the list?
Bill O'Brien is not on their list. They do list Bill Belichick as a possibility. Shane Beamer, South Carolina as a possibility.
Beamer, look, there are 2 jobs in the SEC. Now that Vanderbilt was at least developed by Clark Lee to a certain point. The 2 jobs, it's continual pain. Mississippi State and South Carolina. And Arkansas could be thrown in there too. These are 3 good places, man. Like, these are 3 places. They have passionate fans. It just, look at what you're up against. When you pull up South Carolina's schedule, there are no breaks. You get nothing, and you will like it. That's the difference between the Big Ten and the SEC.
I don't know if he'll be on this list, but I'd like to throw Lincoln Riley's name in the hat.
I want him gone.
Lincoln Riley is not on this one, but I've heard his name in other circles.
No, he should be gone because it's Oppo or Bizarro World Beamer. He has one of the easiest jobs in America. You were at USC. You know what that abbreviation stands for? University of Spoiled Children. You have an immense amount of wealth, immense donors. You have immense tradition. You have all the advantages in the world. You don't even need to recruit outside of 3 hours outside of LA. And he still can't do anything relevant. And they bought this goofball a house when they hired him. I've had enough.
So just because you mention it, after October 17th bye week for South Carolina, they have number 25 Tennessee, at number 13 Oklahoma Sooners, at number 10 Texas A&M, at Arkansas, Georgia, at Clemson.
Yeah.
So just alone.
Yeah, good. Show me that in the Big Ten. And again, the Big Ten has a couple of the best teams in America overall. They have no middle class. It goes straight to poverty.
So their selection here is Mike Norvell from Florida State.
Should have been gone years ago.
Correct.
They couldn't clip him because of the buyout. If Florida State had their druthers, who'd have been fired 2 years ago.
Well, they're in the poor
certainly
ACC.
Would have been fired last year.
Yeah.
And by the way, as a backdrop to it, Florida State would cut off their right leg and hop out of town on their left if they could get out of the ACC. Florida State is a mess as an athletic department and as a university.
They've been trying to get out of the ACC for years now.
Yeah, 100%.
You're exactly right. So the next bold possibility will be that the Big Ten will produce a 4th consecutive national champion. You have Ohio State as a choice, Oregon, or maybe they put Indiana as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Spender of the Year award. I mean, right now, if you want to win a national championship, you have to be spending between $40 and $50 million a year. If you want me to add to that and say 35 to $50 million, that's where you got to be. Texas is going to spend, I believe it's $48.5 million this year. That's what it costs. If you got the scratch, you're going to get in the mix. And if you don't, you're dead. Riveting sport. We'll watch again.
Oh, yeah, I'm with that. I kind of think the winner is going to come out of the Big Ten. That's the way it's been. The SEC beats the heck out of each other. Then when they get to the playoff, they just get picked off by the 1 or 2 good Big Ten teams that didn't really have to do
because in the
much.
Big Ten, you get 3 months off. You play 1 game, maybe 2.
To that point, their next bold possibility, because they beat up on each other, would be that Georgia would be the last SEC team standing in the playoff. They think they're the
Gunnar
strongest.
Stockton. I'm the wrong guy to ask. I also think Georgia's passing game has been broken for a few years.
Yes, it has.
That goes back to being a Mike Bobo issue. I'm out on Georgia. I think the bloom's off the rose.
Their pathway
I don't think it's
to
a money
the-
thing.
their-
I think scheme is a big part of it.
Yeah, their pathway to the playoff, relatively simple. They have Oklahoma, they have at Alabama, and then their other toughest game after that would be at Ole Miss.
And by the way, Oklahoma, I'd put Venables on the list. If they don't do something with John Mateer back, and by the way, he looks like the Punisher. Did you see John Mateer off season?
I have.
Man, he looked like Barry Bonds.
Yeah, Julian Saying looks different too, but not as different as John Mateer.
Not as different as Mateer.
Yeah.
I think Venables would be on the hot seat too. You got to get something done now.
So the next bold possibility, and I don't know if this is as bold, if they believe that a Big Ten team wins the national title, it may not be as bold to say that a Big Ten quarterback will win the Heisman Trophy.
Oh, Saying, Dante Moore.
They have Jaden Mayava on here.
And again,
Demond
if Underwood is a revelation, I don't know if he is or isn't. I'm just making a point. If you play at a blue blood and you are the quarterback and you are going to make the playoff, you would be in the mix for New York. So I don't think that's a bold one at all.
It'll be interesting to see what Josh Hoover does at Indiana now that he's transferring.
What about Alessio Milojevic? Who cares?
I still think you got to look out for Arch Manning with all the hype behind him, the name recognition. If he has a decent season or above average season, they're going to want to force him to get that award.
They said Big Ten. Arch Manning is not.
He isn't, but he could win it because of the name.
I just
agree
like
with
you
that.
two fight. It's tremendous.
I agree with that.
Also, Darian Mensah.
Oh, but you need to stop. You need to stop. Mensa is a roller coaster. Please.
You cannot be serious with that one. And finally, I think this one, we'll see. No team will enter the playoff undefeated.
Without having like a scheduling matrix, my usual answer is no one will get there undefeated.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it's tough.
I'll stick with that. But it's plausible. I would just need to see, like, could Notre Dame be undefeated? Yes. Their schedule's a joke.
It is. Miami
might. The ACC's bad.
I knew it.
Maybe, possibly. I'm not going to guarantee it
Paul.
because Mario Cristobal.
Thank you.
Okay.
Also, why do some people call him Mario Cristobal? It's Super Mario Brothers, not Super Mario Brothers. Hey, half the college football people say Mario Cristobal and half say Mario. Who the hell has ever called an Italian guy Mario? It's not spelled Merryo, Mario, like Jell-O. It's Mario. Sorry, it just always bothers me. Mario Cristobal. What? You're not special. You don't get to change your first name like that. Guys didn't know how to call a timeout in the fourth quarter.
Mario Cristobal and the Miami Hurricanes will open up the season at Stanford September 4th.
At Stanford?
At Stanford.
Oh, I forgot that's
Classic
a conference game.
ACC matchup.
Yeah, it's a bitter ACC rivalry, Mike.
This sport, I tell you.
That is your college football blitz 97-1.
Brought to you by Michigan Auto Law. The Lions offensive line has already taken a major injury blow. Dan Campbell announced earlier that center Cade Mays will miss a significant amount of time with a wrist injury. Ian Rappaport hearing that it's a small bone fracture and will likely miss somewhere between 8 and 10 weeks. The Lions do have a bye week 6, which is right around the end of that range. Juice Scruggs, Seth McLaughlin are two likely replacements. Running back Isaiah Pacheco may miss the rest of training camp with a knee sprain as well. QB Jared Goff has already been ruled out for this week's preseason opener, but rookie tackle Blake Miller expected to suit up. Edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson is ranked 30th on the NFL's top 100 players list. Michigan football has a camp battle going on for the left tackle spot. Kyle Whittingham says that Andrew Babalola, Blake Frazier, Evan Link are the main players in the mix. He also said that edge rusher John Henry Daly and Rod Moore are 100% cleared to play, coming off their injuries. They're still on a snap count. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankofa wrote the following about the Jalen Duren situation over the weekend. Quote, unless an outside team clears salary with the intent of making a run at Duren, which is unlikely, the market won't force the Pistons to meaningfully increase their current offer. So the qualifying offer is Duren's sole source of leverage. It would be a tremendous risk for him to go that route. An injury or underwhelming season would dash his hopes of landing the contract he's seeking, end quote. I think Duren is. The Tigers have the night off as they await the Guardians tomorrow. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
I got to tell you, David, I know we'll try to get to it a little later. That Duren stuff is, I'm fascinated by it. I don't think people are. But, man, I mean, how bad, if this guy ends up taking the qualifying offer, how badly did Trajan misplay his hand? I mean, it's just feels like amateur hour in this town. Now, I'll wait and see. I don't want to bury Trajan Langdon, inappropriately. But also, if Duren took the qualifying offer, how bad do you not want to be here? To leave essentially, if we can make a broad assumption, the Pistons have offered 5 at 150. How bad do you gotta want to get out of somewhere to leave $141 million on the table? You can't even spend that in a lifetime. I mean, you can sign Floyd Mayweather, but you know what I'm saying. Unless you're half an idiot, you can't. At that point, you have now forever changed your family's life and the generations to follow. Unless, again, you're Andre Rison. It's just... holy hell, if he takes the qualifying offer, oh boy. What a sight that'll be walking in the locker room. But we'll get to it later. Give me a few of the texts, and then we can kind of get into this Tigers thing for a little bit. I don't want to go crazy with it.
Text here on the Lions. Scruggs is the guy, and you kind of acquired him to have a backup center. He's banged up now, but he should be back any day now.
Great. Juice Scruggs. That'll do it. It beats McLaughlin. I know that.
On if anyone goes undefeated, someone says Indiana has the easiest schedule. They will go undefeated. Sorry about Miami, Paul, but it won't be Miami.
Yeah, no, not with Mario. A question. Did you guys done it? Did you do any college ball last week while I was gone? Was any of that in play? Like, I feel like there is no buzz locally. Like, not even my friends who still like the sport, like, I think they're getting worn out. But like Michigan and Michigan State, it's all right, State's got a new coach. It doesn't feel like it used to. The new coach, I'm going to have a new program, and it's, no, you're not. I'm going to have a new program? Yeah. Are you? No, you're not. Nah, you're just going to buy and sell whores like the last guy. And then, like, for Michigan, you got a new coach. I don't know if anybody cares. Like, I don't think the team's going to be that good. I think 9-3, 8-4, something like that. Schedule's not easy. I don't know if Bryce can play. You got to implement new systems on both sides of the football. It's so sad because, like, we should be really amped up for college football. And if you are, I'd love to hear from you, but I don't sense it. I don't feel it. I don't feel any pressure that I need to add it to the show sheet and make it a big topic. I mean, David, like, you're a Michigan fan. How would you categorize your excitement for the opener. Okay, good.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. Okay, then. Tremendous.
I can't wait for football, but I'm just whatever with Michigan football right now.
Why is that, though? You have a new coach. You got a $12 million quarterback. You invented the night game.
I don't want to be negative because every time you ask me this question about Michigan, it comes off as negative.
But you were right last year.
I just don't believe in Bryce. He could become something, but right now I just don't see it. And I'm not excited for the season because of it.
What's there not to believe in? He's the greatest Michigan player of all time, David.
All right, take it easy. No, I mean, David, I'm being serious. It's crazy to see what has happened to college football from an excitement standpoint. And like, I understand if people say, hey, Saturdays, I just pretend it's like it used to be, and for 3 hours, I watch my team. I'm not mad at anybody. But if you've listened to this show for a long time, think about our Augusts. We used to do all kinds of countdowns, lists, rankings, bold prediction, different stuff. I don't think anybody gives a rat's ass. And I think you got a lot of people who are kind of lying to themselves that they do because there's no juice. There's nothing it's just not. Everyone knows what the sport is now. It's just whether you're willing to say it out loud. And I think that's the problem. Like Jeremy's update, I'd love to bring up, but we could do this right now with no prep. I'm being dead serious. I don't know that I could name 15 guys on Michigan State. And we did this for a couple of years, David. And you remember these. I could name all 85 scholarship players.
Yes, you could.
And then I would do the same thing for U of M. Can't do it anymore. I don't know that I could name 15 Spartans. And I'd put lunch on that. It's just, I'll watch the opener just because it's what you do. Like, what day is the opener? I know they're going to play Friday night.
They play September 4th. I believe that's correct.
Maybe I won't watch it.
No, but to your
I got
point,
other things to do that weekend.
But
I'm all set.
And to your point about having other things to do.
Yeah.
While I was off, I did have a conversation with my family because Michigan State plays Friday, Michigan plays Saturday. And I mentioned it to them. I said, what do you want to do? You want to do the double dip? What do you want to? They all looked at me and said, I don't want to go to nothing. I don't want to go to the Friday game for Michigan State, and I don't want to go to Michigan. So I'm like, whatever.
So we're basically, 3 weeks out?
Yes.
A little over 3 weeks?
Yeah.
Is that where it is for people? And maybe it's a text-only topic. Like, is this where we've arrived at? Like, for so long, if you go back generations, where the Lions were second-class citizens in their own town and Michigan football really carried the banner. Are we just at a point where college football is completely irrelevant locally? I'm being very serious when I say this. Because nobody cares. We used to be so amped up for Saturdays, college game day. What's the noon kick? What's the ABC 3:30? CBS SEC. With Vern Lundquist. What's the night game? And it was going to be the best game of the day. They've even altered our viewing patterns. The best game of the day is sometimes on at noon now. Nobody's trying to do that. But as we're a couple weeks out, like if you're a Michigan State fan, are any of you excited about this season? Are you aware there's a team? And if you're a Michigan fan, look, Michigan is complicated. It's complicated because the Harbaugh thing took a lot out of people. Then the cheating scandal right when it seemed like you were at the mountaintop and it marred the actual accomplishment. And then you won it, but nobody respects you for winning it. And then you had Sharon and his penis adventures and nobody liked him. And now you get rid of Sharon under scandal. You get rid of your AD under scandal. And you hire a good college. I think Whittingham is a very good college football coach. But he don't fit here. And it doesn't feel like he'll be here very long. It feels like he's a very good gauze pad and bandage for a couple years. But, like, are you excited? I'm asking. You know, we could do the Tigers in a little bit. I'm really interested because when Otto brought it up, it got me thinking, David, you and I in pre-show, there's nothing we plan to do this week with college football. Not a thing. Look at where we've fallen to.
This used to be the exact time we would start ramping things up.
A ton of things. A ton of things. And now you tell me the opener is September 4th and there's a million other things I'd rather do. I don't know. I'll throw the number out. We can do one segment on it, and then I'll move the Tigers. It's no big deal. But I would love to know if I said 1 to 5, your excitement, or if it's easier for you, 1 to 10. We're sitting here about 3 weeks from the opener, and everyone's doing college football previews, and you're starting to see articles and different things. Have you reached scroll by it phase? Have you gotten to a point where you're totally meh about the sport? And if not, say it with your chest. But I don't know. I can only speak for my audience who, guys, I mean, but also, look, my personal life, all the people I know. Ain't nobody talking college football. Nobody cares. It's just that the emotional bond with the game has died. It's inexplicable to watch a college game now because you used to feel everything. Now you feel nothing. And I mean it, David, I would be happy to try, and if I succeed, I'm off the hook, and if I don't, I owe you lunch. I don't think I can name 15 Spartans. I really don't think I could do it. 248-539-9797. That's what happens when you turn the sport into a hooker market. There you go. Only thing missing is Wayne Brady's visit to the ATM. She hit me. All right. Thank you, Ralph. Warm weather is here. Everybody's on the road, distracted drivers including. My God, the things you see. People are flying around. Accidents happen, and if and when they do, you need to call David Femininio, the accident response team. They're going to help you get your life back. And David will fight to get you what you deserve. Do not let the insurance company run the show. That's like letting Dave Warner run your offense. Call 855-65-CRASH or go to getdavidgetpaid.com. That's getdavidgetpaid.com. All right, so we're going to get to the phones here in a second. David and Paul, I feel another PSA coming on. Texters are having a tough day. I don't know if it's I was gone for a week and they got comfortable with stupidity, but Nona's back. So I want to help you with something now. So some of the texters very upset, as if I've been unfair to Trajan Langdon. I want to repeat myself. I said I don't want to be unfair to Trajan Langdon. I want to help you. If you know you have a player who's been unreasonable for going on 10 months and you can't get to a contract, you cannot be in a standoff where the player hates you so much they might take the qualifying offer. That is called misplaying your hand. I don't want them to overpay for Duren. But if you know the odds of not getting a deal done are approaching anywhere near 50%, you don't try to make a trade. There is no try. There's only do. You are in a spot now, no one's trading for him, and he may blow up your entire rebuild by taking a qualifying offer and becoming an unrestricted free agent, which means, in Scooble terms, he gone. So, yeah, not great right now. I still would believe a deal would be done, but here's your problem. You've drawn a really hard line in the sand, and you may have picked the wrong guy to do it to. He might just be crazy enough. And your job as a GM is to understand who you're dealing with at all times. So, just a PSA. I'm not being unfair to Trajan, nor do I want them to pay $50 million a year to Duren. But I don't think anybody with a brain is A, happy about the situation, or B, feels like the Pistons maximized their offseason, because the Duren thing was hanging over their head all throughout it. And what did you accomplish? Nothing. We'd like to welcome Isaiah Joe. We'll get the college football calls in a second. No, David, go ahead, please.
I'm sorry, because I like to be factual as well. It was last offseason they negotiated as well, and that didn't go well.
10 months is why I said
so
this.
When you go into this offseason knowing that, the minute you hit a snag on this offseason, you have to know as a GM, all right, look, we got to do something else here. You have to.
That's it.
My Lord.
None of the stuff they did this offseason made any sense, though.
You still searching?
Paul, you still got your little Burger King crown on? There's got to be more.
They're just it doesn't make any sense, Mike. The moves didn't make any sense. They're clearing out all this space for what? They're not planning on extending Duren. So what were they doing it for?
No, they want to extend Duren, but they have a red line. And Duren, look, it's August 10th. You know, Ramona Shelburne has reported this could go into camp. And if the reports today, and I'm hesitant to use any of this as gospel, but if he's even thinking about the qualifying offer, I think that's pretty damning. So that's all. Just for the texters, you're having a rough Monday. I'm just trying to help you. David, some texts, God help us, and then we're going to the people.
Oh, these texts are juicy. Al in Canton texts in and says the NIL has relegated NCAA football to the equivalent of a baseball minor league team who gets fired up for minor league baseball. I don't. That's why I'm not excited. Kevin in a car texts in and says college football is now a lot like basketball, baseball, and hockey. Check in for the second half of the season to see if it's worth watching. Mark in St. Louis texts in and says, I'd rather hear prep for the next World Cup over college football. Do we have any Cape Verde predictions yet?
Damn.
That's pretty rough. The World Cup over college football? Come on.
Paul, listen, I'm asking people. I'm not telling them how they should feel. Notice I haven't done that. I'm fine if you're still fired up about it. But it is pretty wild. This is a college football hotbed, and I have to tell you, I plan on talking very little of it this fall.
Here's one, but there is an exception to this texter. Sean in Goodrich texts in and says, as a Buckeye, hearing how little excitement there is for this season is almost comical. Going to be a bloodbath this year, finishing with the Natty. It's a different situation. His team can win it all.
Yeah, listen, he can feel however he wants to feel. I don't cater to Buckeyes. I'm talking to Wolverines and Spartans and like 3 Notre Dame fans. I mean, no offense to the Buckeyes out there, but like, I don't know. Your coach is kind of a bum. You're going to roll to the playoff and win. Are you? Are you?
Another text here says, I'm excited for college football because I love to watch it and bet on games. My team blows and I end up watching another game and putting MSU on the iPad.
Oh, MSU. Isn't it sad? Like, not that they suck. It's you hire a new coach. New coaches used to give you hope. Now it's not even about who coaches. It's what did we spend on our roster? And it's as simple as, nope, not enough. Dead.
You're exactly right. It turned out that Brady Hoke wasn't a great coach, but when he was hired, I was excited. Yeah, let's go. We got rid of Rich Rod. Let's do this.
Yeah, but Brady could recruit.
He could.
Harbaugh walked in and
had a ton of talent.
I mean, look, recruiting now. What is recruiting? All you're doing is just throwing bricks of money all over the place. Players don't even know who your name is.
Well, to be fair, that used to happen a lot, too. They just were in duffel bags and they were concealed.
All right, I'm going to say, all right, now see, Paul, now you're stoking the fire because what you're doing here, you're like cable news. You're doing political footballs over here, okay? This has become a talking point for people, and it's driving me crazy. The defense mechanism for this traveling whore market that is college football now is, well, players were getting paid then, too. Stop. Yes, you had some improprieties. May have had a local pastor get an extra envelope at the church. David, we've all seen it. But, Paul, we are talking about teams with payrolls between $40 and $50 million. Do you think I care if U of M or Ohio State, $10,000 to a kid? I don't care. That's a victimless crime. But we can't make it that it was always this way and now it's just come to light. No, it was not. Even when 2 Live Crew was running Miami football, no, it was not.
The White House.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Cowboys. Let's be fair.
But that was Miami before it was in Dallas.
Right, I'm just making a point. Like, that has turned into such a political football. Good Lord.
Text here from Casey in a Fusion. He says, is it fair to say as a Michigan fan, I'm just exhausted from all of the side quests that have gone on? New coach, awesome, but it's hard to get excited anymore.
It's why I brought the topic up. It's why I was asking. We'll go to the people. Scott's in Rochester Hills, 97.1. Scotty, what's good?
Good afternoon, gentlemen. It's all good. I think as far as U of M and Michigan State, I couldn't name a doggone player other than the quarterback that makes $12 million a year. I think it's not going to be as entertaining because all the bullcrap seems to be going on. But I'm still going to watch because I enjoy football. As far as the excitement level the screener was asking me, I'd say between a 2 and a 3.
Yeah, and again, if you comp it out to even 3-4 years ago. I mean, we got out of COVID. I think everybody was super pumped to have it back. And quickly we realized it was never going to be the same. And the erosion from 21 to 2 and 2 to 3 and so on and so forth, I think you've gotten to a point where a lot of people in my line of work are just straight up lying to their audience, trying to like sell them hype that isn't there, an excitement that isn't there. The sport was built on an emotional connection to a place you either went to school or a place you grew up watching, and the ability to follow these players over the course of 2, 3, 4, 5 years. It's all gone. The idea that any of these players play for your school because they actually want to be there is gone. You have Indiana getting the #1 recruit in America. Nobody wants to go to Bloomington. People who live in Bloomington don't like Bloomington. I've been there. Not great. I mean, like, look at what we're dealing in. We've killed this thing, and now what are we watching? Scotty, like you just said, go ahead. Name a bunch of players. You can't even emotionally invest. You don't know if they'll be there. You have kids deciding now they don't want to play a fourth game to preserve a red shirt. What? Yeah, I'll tell you why. Because their agent, has already started brokering their next destination. And before you get all upset and go, how can you say that about agents? There's no qualifications. They don't have to take the bar exam. They don't have to be attorneys. They don't have to have any accreditation. You could hire a Kawhi Leonard's uncle to rep you and negotiate an illegal deal. Oh, wait, it looks like that happened. They're pimps. Well, what's the standard fee? There is no standard fee. Some of these agents are taking up to 30%. It's a joke. Like the fact, David, I was talking to my dad about this when we were gone. And my dad, he goes, can you believe we're using the term general manager in college football? I go, Dad, it's why what do you want from me? I can't help you. I know Sparty will run out of the tunnel. Alessio Milojevic, that's our QB. I don't know who the hell the running backs are. Don't care. I know they got a kid who was supposed to go to Bama, and he didn't play last year. Clarizio. Nick Marsh, gone. He'd had enough. Like, what? I know Connor Moore. He's the kid they got from Montana State who was, depending where they played him, okay. Is Amari Kelly back? The kid from, Middle Tennessee? He was good.
I don't see him on the roster, no.
Whoops. Okay, that does it for the offense. All right, let's go to defense. I know Jordan Hall's back because apparently he's a masochist and just wants to continue to lose.
Yes.
Good kid, good player, fine. I got one other because my buddy lives in Apopka, and we always make jokes because this guy is from Apopka. Nakai Martinez, he's back for year 10.
He is here,
The safety who's never healthy.
Yep.
All right, well, that does it. What was that, 7?
That does it. Yeah, I think you got 7, yes.
That'll do. I mean, seriously, how could I be serious about something like this? We don't know who these people are. And then there's no guarantee they stay. We'll get more to calls. It is wild to hear people, not me, right? Let's say you think I'm just mean and I'm negative. People calling in and going, I don't care anymore. Man, this was a college football hotbed. It is. It makes me sad. I don't even get angry about it anymore. It just makes me sad. 97.1. All right, I may have struck a nerve here with people in a good way, because Jeremy Otto had an update, and I had asked a very simple question. Is there any juice for college football coming up? Michigan State. I mean, storylines abound. You got 2 new coaches. You've got 2 new quarterbacks. You've got kind of a make or break year in the new world of college football for Bryce Underwood, who's a major story. I have no idea if he can play. That alone should have interest, but we are just a couple weeks away, and people are really, I wonder if people have reached the point I reached 2 years ago. They're done. They know in their heart this sport is a joke. And their passion is just gone. I mean, look, part of the reason, I mean, there's a myriad of reasons. A lot of them reside with this company who's god awful at podcasting. The point is, part of the reason I didn't want to do Cash Ticket is college football. Like, I don't want to watch 25 games. I don't want to prep 25 games. You know, you start a project where you love something, and then 4, 5, 6 years later, you're going, I loathe this. Like, I'd rather just do an NFL podcast, because at least I'll watch the NFL. The NFL still has a level of sincerity to it. College football is completely lost. So that's been the conversation, and I've asked, what is your excitement level? And if you're pumped up about it, you don't need to apologize for it. You don't need to feel bad about it. I don't think you're a weirdo. You can do whatever you like. I just don't know any of those people. David, text coming in. We'll go to the people. What do you got, buddy?
If Michigan State had any buzz or relevancy, then I would be excited for the season. But at best, they're going to go 6-6, so there's just no reason to get hyped up. Not really excited about football in general. It's just become too long of a season and too much. Ask me again in mid-September. That is Drew in Milford.
And then, Drew, I got bad news for you. Let the Big Ten and the SEC get what they want and go to a 24-team playoff. Go ahead. Watch how long the season gets there. See, this is the problem, guys. The people making the decisions about this sport will not have to live with those decisions 10 years from now. It's all a grift. They're cashing in now. And I've always made this example, if you've listened to the show for any amount of time. You can make 90% of the decisions about your business about money. But there has to be that 10% space where you ask yourself, is this good for the long-term health of my business? That's the question college football has not asked itself in years. And we've arrived here. The other problem is you have useful idiots like Tony Petitti, who are TV executives now, pretending to be conference commissioners. Tony Petitti was a Fox executive. Tony Petitti, the networks run your league. The NFL, Roger Goodell runs the league. Then they parse their media rights to their media partners. And certain things take place so that you can make more money as a league, mind you, that has a CBA, has a union, has antitrust exemptions, has contracts. Cool. That's not what's happening in college football. College football is run by no one. There are fiefdoms. And the networks are running the sport. There's no middleman. And you're seeing the effects of it. I mean, think about it. What an absurdity to have the best football game of the day on at noon. What an absolute crock. Why did it happen? Because Fox is your pimp. I mean, we have teams from Los Angeles in the Big Ten. We have teams from San Francisco Bay Area in the Atlantic Coast Conference. God, David, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I got to get to the people. I can't help it.
Oh, man. Tex says, I used to favor the NFL at 51-49. I'm at a solid 95-5 now.
Yeah. And again, that's like when it comes to non-radio stuff, I'll put all my attention in the NFL stuff. Man, I'm not doing this. Let's go to Paul, 97.1. Paulie, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, Mikey P. Man, I have to give
college football 20% excitement. I didn't realize I wasn't excited, Mike, until you brought it up.
Oh, no.
I was like, where? I thought it was coming. I said, it's going to hit me. I'm having a good summer, and I said, is it going to hit me yet? And I'm like, it hasn't hit me. And then when you brought it up, I said, I'm at about a 20% of excitement level for college football. And then to think about Carl Whittingham as bosom buddies with Urban, it just doesn't get me excited. I'd rather go back to the days when Michigan beat Ohio State every other year and went and lost 23-7 to Washington or something like that. I mean, I'd rather go back to the purity of college football again. I mean, I just don't like this, man. I don't like this model, as you indicated. It's not my thing, man. And I like you said, man, after COVID, I was excited, man.
Of course.
And it's been going down the hill ever since.
Because, Paul, like when I do stuff like this, Paul, like if I ask you, can you name the redeeming qualities of it? I can't.
I'm stuck. Nothing. I'm not pulling anything up.
No, and Paul, the other problem is you got to zoom out on it. The product stinks because you can't bring in 40, 50 new players every year. These are not professionals as much as they want to pretend to be. The product stinks.
I know we're talking college football, but that Michigan championship that just happened in basketball, the Wolverines, I felt nothing. I felt nothing after that. Nothing at all. I didn't know the guys. I'm like, man, I didn't even know the players. I'm a Michigan guy, man. I'd rather watch Ricky Green lose to Indiana in 76. At least I knew the guys.
But I mean, Paul, you're not wrong. I mean, like David and I, we did this last year. It's like I can talk about U of M for their misdeeds and different things, and I hate that. I hate that part of the university. I hate what they get away with. But if I watch Michigan and Michigan State this year, I don't feel anything because the players that line up for U of M, they're not even Wolverines. They're not. They're just escorts in a Michigan t-shirt. They're not there. They're not Wolverine. They're not Mike Hart. They're not Jake Long. They're not Mike Martin.
Mario Manningham.
Yeah, man, they're not LeVar Woods. They're not these people. Those dudes were Wolverines. Those dudes were there for years. Oh, I hated them. This? No, man. Just because you put a hooker in an amazing blue dress, it doesn't make her a Wolverine. It's just, I can't even muster up the hatred. I don't care. Just like my guys aren't Spartans. Who are these people? I don't know. I don't know who you are. I'll watch that opener. I'm going to have a media guide. Number 73. Okay.
Everybody's going to have to do that. Even if you don't want to admit it, you're going to have to do that. Who is that? Who caught the ball?
You could put fake names. Sure. It'd be like an unlicensed video game. Wide receiver number 86. Nice play. All right, we'll get more to people because people want to rap about it. It's football season. Elevate your tailgate. Moran Chevrolet, proud sponsor of all training camp coverage here at 97ontheticket.com. Great tailgate starts with the right truck. 26 Silverado 4x4 Crew Cab V8. Ready for game day? Haul all your summer toys too. If you're tired of these gas prices, beat them in style. 26 tracks. There's a reason Moran Chevrolet is Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You need service? They got free loaner vehicles. MoranExpress.com. You can stop by anytime on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. It's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Straight to the people. Just having a conversation like, is there any excitement for college football locally? And look, people are into it, but not in the way you think. We'll go to Dennis. He's out in Novi. Dennis, what's the good word, brother? How you doing?
Michael, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. What's going on?
Beautiful. Welcome back. I missed you.
It's good to be back.
Yes. No, first of all, I want to say thank you for picking on my Wolverines years and years ago. And I would get angry at you listening to you on the radio. And then you would bring in those awful, nasty facts. But it prepared me for the garbage that we have today. I've completely lost interest in college sports. Used to follow Michigan football. I went there. Not anymore. Why? Boats and hose. Boats and hose. I'm done with them. It's like, if it's on TV, I might tune it in.
Yeah.
But I'm not going out of my way for any of it. I'm just not.
Isn't it
Even
crazy?
the national championship, because it's all boats and hose.
Dennis, we used to design our weekends around it. You know, it used to be a happening. And look, and all slander aside, like the Big House that's a special place. And it's like, now I have friends who had season tickets. I couldn't get them to go there with a handgun to their temple.
Nope. It ain't worth the effort. It's no longer worth the effort. You know, both college and pro football, I think, are going to choke fan interest to death in their pursuit of every last dollar.
Yeah. No, I think you're right. I do.
Sooner or later, you got to give it up and go, hey, man, we make enough money. We're just gonna relax here. We've got a great deal going, and we're gonna live with this particular salary cap, and we're done.
And Dennis, before people scream, well, that's capital. No, capitalism is fine, but there has to be a self-awareness with capitalism, and it's like not every dollar is a good dollar. Not every decision. Like, right. I don't need to squeeze that last 1% for the P&L if it's going to destroy the very product.
Yeah. But see, that comes from Wall Street, Mike. Wall Street, I used to read Barron's and things when I was going to college and after. And you would see companies that would go out and beat their earnings estimates by like a nickel or a dime. And their stock would go down. It was because, well, you're lying to us. This is Wall Street thinking everything has to grow. They don't understand the idea of just managing a business that makes really good money.
Correct. Nurture.
Break in the box.
And Dennis, I think the best part when you bring in what the NFL's doing, it's the perfect example, right? College football has just run aground, but the NFL, they don't have to have that same fate. Because I listed the CBA, antitrust exemptions, a union, the college football, there are reasons it's ended up here. The NFL is doing it on their own volition. They don't need to continue to grow.
To it.
Right. Well, and here's the other thing. Dennis, this is the other thing people are not going to be comfortable with. Private equity has something to do with it. Teams are now breaking off little dinner rolls, 7% here, 10% here. I'm telling you.
Culture capital is not your friend.
No.
And they do not care about your traditions. They don't care about your sport. They care about rolling things over, making money, and walking away. Vulture capital destroyed Mervyn's years ago because they went in and disrupted the business model, ripped off the real estate and sold it all, and then the Mervyns couldn't exist because the real estate was part of their business model. And you know what? You're going to do the same darn thing to college football with these little dinner rolls you're breaking off. It's just not right.
No, yeah, Dennis, you've said it. And I mean, it goes beyond, and I admit it, I've whined about it, like seeing certain rivalries stop for no other reason than what? A TV network. Think about that. Didn't Michigan just cancel a huge basketball game because, quote, the networks couldn't figure it out? Who are they supposed to play? So Michigan and Duke isn't happening because, quote, the networks couldn't figure it out. What are we doing? Seriously. That's insane to me. But I'm also the same person. I think it's insane that Texas and Texas A&M don't play every year, or Oklahoma and Oklahoma State are in different conferences and don't play anymore. It's insanity to me. College football was built on that stuff.
Yeah, seeing Oregon and Oregon State, I enjoyed seeing that.
Oh, the Civil War.
Yeah, I really did.
Elite uniform game. Dead.
That will never
Doesn't matter. 248-539-9797. David, couple of texts real quick.
Someone says, you're right. College football is like hot dogs. Good, but you wouldn't want to know the details of how it's made. That is from Geyer.
Wow.
Chris in Bloomington texts in and says, faithful daily listener down here in Bloomington, Indiana. Comments about Bloomington, very hurtful, Mike.
It's
LOL.
not meant to be hurtful. I've been there multiple times. Not ideal.
A 4 out of 10 for college football. 5 years ago, I was a solid 9 at this time of the year.
Yes. I mean, you would be, as Wojo puts it, turgid. You'd be poring over your schedule. You'd be the new recruits, the players, who's back. I can't wait for this game. I can't wait for this game. Who cares? Who cares?
It's rough. It's a rough time, man. From Kyle, I'm a lifelong MSU fan. I like Fitzgerald and think he will prevent the ship from fully sinking. But right now, I have zero interest in the team.
Paul was there when I said this, and I don't know if you were. If he's evolved, okay, fine. If this guy does what he used to do at Northwestern, if it's 4th and 2 at the opponent's 39-yard line and he punts, I'm hitting the portal right there. Fitz better understand analytics to a certain level. I swear to God, David, if it's 4th and inches and this guy's kicking a field goal, I'm going to lose my mind.
I'm going to be entertained by it, but yes,
no,
I hear
you know
and
what I'm saying.
What you're saying, yes.
Oh my God.
Dan in Milford texts in and says, my level interest is a 1. Wow. I can't even tell you when Michigan's first game is or tell you who they're playing. I used to count down the days to the season and know the schedule by memory for the entire year.
Honest to God. Well, it's September 5th, isn't it?
It is September 5th for Michigan, yes.
Okay, I know that much. And I can also tell you it's closing weekend at Saratoga. I think I'd rather be there. Honest to God. David, I swear to God. I mean, who's Michigan open up with? Don't know. Who's State open up with? Don't know.
They open up with Toledo.
Probably get beat. Nick Moore is their head coach now, isn't he?
Well, somebody did text in and says, I'm at a 5 out of 10. Curious to see how Fitz plays out, how it turns out to be looking on TV. 3 and out for our Toledo goes and scores on a 7-play drive.
Can't wait. What's that kid Rico's friends with the family? Stinks. The quarterback. He was started at Toledo. Then he transferred to like 7 other places.
Daquan Finn.
He was at Miami, Ohio last year. I think it was like stop number 7. He was the opening act for Bruce Springsteen. He was on a tour. Kid was 30. 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Lions coach Dan Campbell announced that new center Cade Mays suffered a wrist injury. He'll be out for a significant amount of time. QB Jared Goff offered his thoughts after practice. ESPN's Ian Rappaport says he fractured a small bone, which will keep him out roughly 8 to 10 weeks. With Juice Scruggs still sidelined, Seth McLaughlin took first-team reps today. Running back Isaiah Pacheco also has a knee sprain. Dan Campbell made it sound like he'd be ready for week 1, though. Teddy Bridgewater officially announced he's retiring today after the news yesterday that he was stepping away from the Lions. Michigan football coach Kyle Whittingham spoke to the media today and said they're not looking to add any new players after the eligibility rules changed this offseason. He also noted that safety Rod Moore and edge rusher John Henry Daly are 100% cleared to play. Both are still on a snap count as they ease their way back into camp. The Tigers have the night off as they await an important week against the Guardians and White Sox. They sit just one game out of the last wildcard spot below the Texas Rangers. Texas just 4-6 in their last 10 games. They do start a series against the lowly Angels tonight. Major League Baseball announced their postseason schedule. Game 1 of the wild card for both leagues will be September 29th. The World Series starts October 23rd with a possible Game 7 on Halloween night. At the Corwell Hall Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, let's get a little blitz, see what the hell we're talking about. We'll get back to business in a second. Music, please. Oh, what? Okay, what? You're going to bust my balls here?
So this is a bit of a blitz here. David wanted me to do a blitz to catch you guys up to speed because you guys were both on vacation last week of what happened in our area over the last week.
Nice area.
So we'll start off with Max Clark made his major league debut Friday night, the 31st of July.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Made no sense. You wait till August 14th, you preserve his rookie status. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I'm happy he's here. Let me be clear. But it made no sense to do it the way they did it. Why would you do that 2 weeks early? You could have waited the 2 weeks. At this point, we've known center field's been a problem for how long?
The entire year.
Yeah, you could. If you're gonna screw over to rookie status, you bring them up early. So I don't know. It kind of felt like our fans are going to be mad at us. Let's offer them sprinkles. I don't know. I don't get it.
That's exactly what it was. Is they knew or had an idea of what they were going to do at the deadline and said, "Oh, but this shiny thing over here, don't forget about that."
It's again, not mad about it, but I was asked a question. I owe you an answer.
All right, the second thing that happened was the very next day, the Tigers traded Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers, and then they also traded Casey Mize to the Padres.
Yes, right move. You can't lose these assets for nothing. And now, did they get enough? I mean, those are different conversations, and a week later, I don't think they're worth having. I mean, I wasn't overwhelmed. I didn't understand trading them 2 days early. And I got my answer when Scott Harris seemed very sensitive and triggered by the question. So that kind of tells me it hits a little close to home. That's garbage. Is it? You sure about that? What I didn't understand, how do you not trade Gleyber Torres? Okay. You're not getting anything for him. Yep. This goes right back to what we said from the beginning. They were going to try to thread this needle, get your parking money, get your daiquiris, get you down there to have a little pulled pork or whatever the hell they're serving, and sell but not sell. Compete, but not compete. Not mad about it, but it doesn't really add up. You gave him the qualifying offer. You're getting nothing for him when he leaves.
Thank you.
And right-handed bats were in short supply at the deadline. Like to think you could have got something for him.
They needed to trade Skubal. They absolutely needed to do that. I was a little worried as it got towards 6 o'clock that they weren't going to trade Mize. But they did that. Glad they did that, got it done. Yeah, I don't understand not trading Gleyber as well, but trading those two, fine enough.
It was the right move.
Yes.
And guess what? We talked about it. You could trade them and still compete because the AL's a garbage can. But it's the ice cream principle. Ice cream's tasty. Who doesn't like an ice cream in the summer? I got in trouble this past week because I bought my niece and nephew too much ice cream. I digress. The point is, it ain't good for you. So, great, go ahead, make the play. You're not winning the World Series. Oh, you think you're winning the World Series? But do whatever you want.
The next thing that happened was the first AP Top 25 coaches poll came out. Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Texas 4, Notre Dame 5, and for some reason, Michigan 16.
Because I hate to break this to you. You said the coaches poll?
Yes.
It's more like the sports information director poll. Coach, you think coaches are sitting? You think Kyle Whittingham is sitting in his office and going, all right, time for my coaches vote. You know, who do I like better, Georgia or Texas? Bro, they're having interns fill these things out. Look, Michigan is Blue Magic. It's a brand name. When are they not ranked to start the season? It's fugazi.
Michigan at 16 makes a ton of sense. Love that.
It could.
Should have been higher.
Okay. All right.
Should have been higher, but the rest of it, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, let it all play out. We'll see in a couple months what they really are.
John.
So another thing that came out was that, unlike what was originally said, Steve Yzerman is not, in fact, involved with any hockey operations anymore, and Sean Horkoff is actually running things as the GM, and there's going to be a third-party search firm in place to find a new GM.
Yeah, one problem. You hire an outside firm to hire an inside guy. Now you're getting reports Jeff Greenberg, who's the general manager of the Tigers, which is a no-show position. Scott Harris runs the damn thing. So it's like outside firm to hire a guy who already works for the Illiches in a different sport. I don't know, man. I just view the Red Wings at a different level, that if I call to hire somebody else's GM or assistant GM, I got a good shot of getting them. It's an Original Six franchise. They do have a beautiful arena. It's the Red Wings, man. What are we doing? How do you end up on Jeff Greenberg? And I know he was the assistant, what was it? The assistant GM at the Blackhawks for 17 minutes? Yep. Is that really what we're doing? I just, you know what? I think Charles Ramsey said it best. With the Red Wings, it's just, I don't know, man. Something is not right.
Something is wrong here, because we say the Detroit Red Wings and we think history, tradition, and I don't think a lot of people see that outside of this area anymore. So I think that's where they say, the Red Wings? I'm good. They think go.
Wojo, please.
Wow, Wojo. Just trying to talk here about the Red Wings, man.
Can't believe he said that.
It is, it just seems, this whole search thing, it just seems weird. You're just going to yell down the hall, Jeff, come over here. We want you to run us.
Hey, baseball or hockey? What do you need? Let me grab a different binder. I'll be right down. It doesn't make sense to me.
The other thing that happened was during crosstalk of the morning show and the midday show, we have a strong contender for next year's drop tournament. That lit up the text communications.
David will have to find a spot on our board of shame. That's an immediate addition, much like Wojo's.
Why is Doug saying this?
Paul, why did this happen?
In Heather's news, there was a restaurant in Hollywood, Florida, that apparently once a month is going to allow nude dining, so you can dine in the nude.
In Hollywood?
Yes.
Florida?
Yes, and I'm from Hollywood, Florida, and I mentioned that, and I guess when Gator came in for crosstalk, he misunderstood and thought that they were talking about I was a nudist in Florida for some reason, and then Doug said that. And the world exploded on Ticket Text, essentially.
Wow. That's got Costa written all over it, doesn't it?
That's a real strong contender.
Doesn't he leave from like the Port of Lauderdale for some of his little pineapple cruises?
Yes, he does.
I mean, my God, he could stop over there, get wild.
Enjoy a nice dinner first.
So the next big thing that
Paul,
happened...
I have to tell you, Hollywood's a strange... I know Florida's strange, and I spent some time down there in the Fort Lauderdale area. Like, dude, Hollywood's a weird place, man.
It's kind of weird, yes.
Very weird.
The boardwalk,
Yeah, but you go from like a McMansion to a guy with a meth lab in his front yard back to a normal home, to a McMansion, to a homeless encampment, to a casino, to apparently a hang-dang restaurant, nudist night, to, like, dude, Hollywood, Florida's a weird-ass place.
It's a mansion to like the house that used to be next to LCA.
Yeah,
and then it's...
Florida's strange, bro.
There's like an abandoned seashell like stage thing that you could have concerts at, but no one ever uses it, so it's kind of like graffitied over.
Isn't Michael Irvin from Hollywood, Florida?
I don't think so.
I double check that for me. I think he's from Hollywood, Florida. I do. Wasn't Cedric Irvin, former Michigan State running back, from Hollywood, Florida? I don't know. Weird place.
Michael Irvin's from Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. Sorry.
Close enough.
So
Sorry.
The other big thing that happened that week was the Lions extended Jahmyr Gibbs and made him the highest paid running back in the league.
I mean, we all knew it would happen. What do you want me to say? I mean, it looks team friendly on the front end. Fine enough. I don't care. I fine. Guy, like, what am I gonna do? Be upset about something I knew was gonna happen? What did I tell you for months? He was gonna get $22 million a year. Like, it's do whatever you want. I mean, they keep doing this. He had 2 more years left on his deal. I don't understand the need to do it, but they did it. They'll save a little money on the cap. Also, they could do nothing in free agency again. Fine. Get your jerseys now.
I'm just glad Lions fans are happy. I'll just leave it at that.
And the last major thing that happened was Jackson Jobe returned to the mound to pitch for the first time in 14 months and got 5 innings, got the win.
Okay. And?
Well, how'd you think he looked?
I don't know. I didn't watch. He was on vacation. I just want his arm to be attached. Look, I'm fine with all things Tigers. They traded Skubal, had to. I'll roll with it. And maybe they make a little pennant chase and people can buy their daiquiris and have a good time. But I don't think it results in anything. So for me, I view it as very light entertainment as I count down to the NFL.
I think they're a much more likable team to root for now that the trade deadline's passed.
They are. Because Skubal was insufferable.
But yet somehow we still have to hear him talk.
Dude, the insecurity's wild. Like, you don't need to be liked, man. Like, the oldest phrase, like, I get it if you're in your early 20s or something, and you're in this blast furnace of celebrity of like a Skubal, but man, you're grown, you're 30. Just let him talk. Who gives a damn? You're going to go sign for $400 million. Oh, shoot, golly geez, maybe I'll come back to Detroit. No, you're not. No, you're not. Just stop, dude. Like, we broke up. You just got to the new girl's house and you're talking about your ex. What are you doing? Can't stand him.
Well, you know, she used to do this. Like, why? Just stop.
Dude, enough. It's like that guy in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Stop talking about her.
Nice reference.
It wasn't a half bad movie. It was goofy. I like Jonah Hill in that movie.
And that was the While You Were Away.
Sorry,
Blitz.
yeah, and thank you. Sorry about the slander to Hollywood, Florida. 97.1. David, a couple texts, and we're going right back to the phones. I've asked a question. We covered the Cade Mays stuff at the start of the show. Happy to get back into it. We can take calls on it all day if you want to, but I will get into it more in the 5. College football. Jeremy Otto had a couple, adorable little updates in his update, and I'm like, guys, does anyone give a damn? Like, what's your give a damn with college football? Michigan and Michigan State. Both schools have new coaches. You got new quarterbacks. Obviously, Underwood year 2, he's not new, but like you chalk up year 1 to just blast radius. This is going to be fascinating, allegedly. Like, no one cares. I don't know anybody who cares. And we have had the phone lines flooded with people just saying straight up, I miss it. I miss the sport. I miss caring. I miss the passion. And it's wild because on the other side of it, obviously, like we're in the media space and you see these people that are just up and lying to their audiences about how great it all is and how exciting it. No, it's not. Like, who's excited? Everything we've loved about that sport has been taken from us, and it is now this artificial synthetic whore market. And it's like, if you're good with it, that's fine. But I think a vast majority of people are not good with it. And what I'm not going to do is, Big Noon Kickoff has drawn the highest noon ratings ever. No, that's because good games were never on at noon. That's saying like I'm the smartest dumb guy in the room. That's not a compliment. Of course you're doing better numbers because noon should be Louisville at Va-Tech on ESPN2. It shouldn't be taking a whiteout away from Penn State playing Ohio State. So we're going to get to those people. But David, text first. Go ahead, bud.
Level of interest is a 2, but that's because I still have good memories of the opener from back when the sport was fun. Probably won't watch a game after the opener. Someone says there was a time that I was very interested in college football. Michigan, Notre Dame. The game was great. Always looked forward to it. Now they play a bunch of nobody schools and charge way too much money. I'm not going out of my way to watch it. Thank you, Rico Beer, for killing college football with your TV contracts and paying the players. Y'all are going to say players needed to get paid, but look at what the slippery slope set off.
The problem is no one is running the sport. The networks are. I don't want to go down that monologue again. Let me get to the people. We will go to Jeff, 97.1. Jeff, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, Mike. Long-time listener, first-time caller. A little backstory. So I'm 33. I grew up listening to you, and it makes me sad because I will never forget the epic Notre Dame rant. I was literally in 7th grade.
Oh, dear.
And the passion that you had.
Yeah.
They're choking on the applesauce. Like, I will never, ever forget that as a Michigan fan. But same thing. I got to say my level's like a 4. I mean, everything you're saying is true. They've taken away the passion. They have taken away everything. And it's just money.
So like, as we approach this, you will still watch, but you don't feel nothing. You're just watching because you know that's what you always do.
I mean, that's what you grew up on. I mean, it's different when the fight song comes out. But, like, for example, my first time a season ticket holder was 2021. And, you had to wait for COVID. You're on the field. It's snowing. We finally beat Ohio State. It's magical. Mm-hmm. And each year it's just more BS, more stuff going on. And like you said, it's like I can probably name, 12 players.
That's the crazy part. Jeff, that's because when you're invested in your program, you're excited about who's coming back. You're excited about maybe who you've added, but the development phase of you can't even develop players anymore.
No, and it's sad. And it's like they're not. Are they really your guy?
No.
Did they go through the struggles? Did they go through all that? Or did they just come over here for a year, you win what you have to win, and then goodbye?
That's all it is. And the weird thing, Jeff, because people will go, well, that's how the NFL is. No, it's not. The NFL, I have well-defined terms of how long that player is going to be around and whether I'm going to care or not.
Mm-hmm.
This college thing, okay, I like a player. Let's say he gets off to a hot start. How do I even know he'll continue to play? You got players saying, I don't want to blow my red shirt. And they sit it out. Like, you got to be kidding me. So, yeah, Jeff, 4 out of 10. And again, you're a Wolverine guy. Like, you have a lot of things to look forward to. You got a new coach. You got Underwood year 2, where it's show or go. You don't get 3 years anymore. You have to be good.
That's the thing. We're going to find out week 2. So, I mean, if they beat Oklahoma, all bets are off. It could be a 1-2 loss season if all the buttons are pressed correctly. But if he looks the same, you're looking at a 4-loss season, and then whatever happens in the bowl game.
What bowl game? Jeff, no one's going to play in it.
Well, I know. Yeah, well, it was a joke last year, but you know what I mean.
I do. No, Jeff, I do.
Games.
I do. And that's the problem in all of this. It's now, if you don't make the playoff, there is no purpose. Once again, they have taken away incremental joy. Like, no one was happy making a Silicon Valley Bowl. But it was, all right, at least we're not total ass. Then you work your way like, all right, we're in the Music City Bowl. Not great, but it's better than Silicon Valley. All right, we're in the Outback Bowl or the Citrus Bowl, or okay, now we're up. It's all gone. If you're not one of the schools in the playoff, it was for nothing. At least in the NFL, I get a draft pick. I don't get nothing in college. College, you can now just look at the payrolls. I mean, if you're out there driving around, I want you to think about this. The Texas Longhorns have a $48 million roster. Think about that. $48 million. If you want to be well-placed as one of the top 10 spenders of the year, a.k.a. the only schools that'll have a chance to win anything, you got to be spending north of $40 million per on a collection of players that have no contracts, no loyalty, no union, nothing. And midway through the year, let me be clear about this. Jake Long ain't walking through that door. Now, I hated Jake Long, but I loved him as well. Jake Long was a Wolverine. That's the type of dude you rooted for. He was there for years. Big number 77. Mike Martin. Like some of these old school, the old heads now. Like these players now, you get a kid there, you pay him, he gets off to a hot start. Let me tell you how that goes. His pimp, a.k.a. his agent, he's already working on the next deal. And then you pay him. And then 2 weeks later, he wants more money. You got to pay him again. And then if it's the Nick Marsh, if you will, or the Keon Coleman, he's going to come back to the breadline again. It's laughable. Like I miss the Mike Harts of the world, or like the Spartan equivalent, the Javon Ringers. Like those were the dudes. They were there, and they developed. Like if you're a Spartan, you know exactly what I'm talking about. That Rose Bowl team, Tony Lippett isn't there year 3. Connor Cook isn't there. The minute he doesn't get the quarterback job the first go around, he calls the ambulance and transfers. Like, think about it.
See, and the problem is it now changes the way you watch the sport, meaning last year, both Michigan and Michigan State opened up different teams. I think there was a tight end that Michigan played against, and my first thought it was a defensive end that Michigan State played against. My first thought
hold on. It was Western Michigan.
Yes.
They played. He was number 11.
Yes.
They couldn't block him.
Correct.
At that point, I said either this kid is Khalil Mack or our offensive line blows, and it was kind of both.
But my mind went to, he ain't going to be there next year. Because it's like, somebody's going to buy this player if they continue to go and look this way all year.
I think it was Nadine, was it Nadine Tucker? Is that the kid's name? He was hell on wheels. They couldn't block him. I go, this is going to be a fun year. It was not. 97.1. I'm going to go right to the people. I want to just give you one thing. I was just reading something during the break. This is case in point. This is another one that drives me crazy. All right. So, Paul and David, I know I can lean on the two of you. You'll know who this kid is. I think you will. Do you remember Justin Flo? He's basically like the number one player in America from 2020. He went to Oregon. He was a linebacker, right? 2020, he played at Oregon. 21, Oregon. 22, Oregon. 23, he goes to Arizona. All right, I mean, whatever. He transferred. I knew he blew his knee. Fine, no big deal. Doesn't play in 24. All right, I guess he left school. No, he didn't. Went to UNLV in 25, and he's back at UNLV for year 7 in college football this fall. That means you could have been, in 5th grade, and you're a college freshman now. And Justin Flo is still in college football.
No, what?
And before Paul Sarah says anything, that Frank Torre kid at Miami's in like year 12 too. He's like Kevin McHale year 12. So I don't want to hear nothing out of you.
And what's wild is they list him as a redshirt junior right now, which means he'll be back next year.
A grown-ass men playing college football. It's a joke. Okay, I'm done. We'll go to Mark, 97.1. Mark, take me off speaker, brother. There it is.
I'm, yep. I was just holding.
You're all good. You're good, man. Right. What's going on?
Hey, welcome back. Welcome back, Mike. The Detroit sports scene missed you when you're out betting horses. So
I appreciate that. What's good?
I care.
Okay.
I'll go on record. I care. I'm at an 8.5 or a 9, and I just, it's still college football to me. And the interesting question you ask is, like this idea about the NFL is, still closer to what it was in college. I disagree with that. And every time I watch the NFL, I think I get more and more entertainment instead of competition. And there's still a place in college football for all the little cool nuances, the different offenses, the RPO stuff, the stuff that quarterback running more than in the NFL. And I mean, I can go nationally or I can go locally with my take, but
no, you're fine. I'm happy we've got someone who's still engaged because you've been listening and obviously like that's not the call we're getting. What is it that keeps you going? Is it the
It's Penn State, Oregon last year. It's Iowa, Oregon last year. It's Indiana, Penn State last year. It's Georgia, Ole Miss. It's that. I mean, if you ignore the fact that your girlfriend's, cheating on you and whatnot during the week, and you just, you realize how good it is Saturday night when you guys are in the sack together. I mean, the games are still great. The games are still awesome. As a Michigan fan who was, at the national championship game in Houston and at the 21 Ohio State game, the 23 Ohio State game, I went to the game against Northwestern last year in Chicago. Cool event. I mean, that's the kind of stuff you get in college football. You know what I mean? And I will tell you that as a Michigan fan, look, I was not a huge fan of the Whittingham hire. I wanted a flashier name, but it kind of seems now, as a Michigan fan, that they got an adult in the room. I'm really excited to see what the defensive coordinator does. I mean, he's very, very well thought of. I know it's a complicated defense, so maybe it's going to take a year to install and get going, but hey, I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to see what Bryce Underwood does do.
That's what I was going to ask you before we part ways. Mark, right here, right now, if I said you got to plant a flag, can this kid play?
It's so... Boy, I mean, yeah. Mike, look, you're laughing at me, but look, I mean, is it, talking about the adult in the room, I mean, isn't it, I mean, look, you take all your shots all you want, but isn't it unconscionable that kid didn't have a dedicated quarterback coach last year?
I thought it was ridiculous he played. I'm being very serious, and I said that before the season last year. I thought they did him a disservice. 100%. I don't know if he can play. I'm open-minded that he could be amazing or he could be awful, but I thought it was absurd what they did last year. It was an absurdity. They were out there playing him, but they were afraid to let him do anything. Then why is he out here?
if I'm excited about anything, I put on the tape of Utah's offense last year and realize that's our offensive coordinator.
Yes.
And do I think Bryce Underwood can do that? Yes, I think Bryce Underwood can do that.
Yes. And Mark, look, the big thing for them at Utah, and I love Whittingham. I know you weren't amped about it. My only misgiving would be, I don't think you're going to be here very long. But I thought he was a West Coast Antonio. What he did at Utah, I mean, they had a pig farmer at quarterback, and they were able to win games. And they maul you up front. You got to have an elite offensive line, and you've got to have a lot of tight ends. That offense can work. And they mix in QB run. You know you got the running backs. It's just, are you going to be good enough up front? And is Bryce Underwood going to be, again, this is a kid who on read options never kept the football. The DNs come crashing down the line, and he never once decided, you know what? I'm going to go the other way. I didn't understand. Then again, I mean, your coach was busy sexting during huddles, so it doesn't really matter, does it? David, you don't get to be offended.
I can't be. You're right. I can't.
My God.
I just wish it wasn't true. That's all.
Fair enough. 248-539-9797. Tim's in Clarkston. He's up next. Tim, what's the good word, buddy?
Well, the good word, Mike, is I'm in total lockstep with you on the deterioration of college football in the last 4 to 5 years. And, you said you've hit a nerve. So, as far as you doing this field research with fans, I was hoping to share an anecdote with you that might add some flavor to your thinking on how people care so much less about college football.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, so I used to live for those preseason college football magazines,
The Phil Steele. Yeah.
And a lot of your listeners, right, exactly. Whether it's Phil Steele, Lindy's, Athlon, Street and Smith back in the day.
Don't forget the mid-'90s classic Bob Greasy's college football preview.
Yeah, right. All of those, right?
Don't forget.
Right, but to your point, Mike, 3 or 4 years ago, I used to hunt those down for 30 years, hunt them down, get them in the house, spend hours on those things. They're dog-eared throughout the season. But 3 or 4 years ago, I stopped trying to find those. Well, this year, and here's the anecdote. This year, I'm in line at the grocery store, and in the rack there with like Better Homes and Gardens and Weekly World News, was a college football preview magazine. So I'm like, yeah, all right. I'll grab that. What the heck? So here's the thing. So I get it home. I sit down with it, Mike. I glance at their top 25. It's like, yeah, okay. I turn to their Big Ten preview, the teams. I'm like, yeah, okay, that makes sense to me. And then I read the Michigan page because I am an alumnus, class of 85. And I'm like, yeah, that's good. Okay. And then that was it, Mike. It's like 10 minutes into the magazine. It's like, that's all I want out of it. I don't give a crap about Kirby Smart and Gunnar Stockton or about DJ Lagway transferring to Baylor. None of that means anything to me. And that's how I feel about college football. I'll watch a little Michigan, but all this other stuff that I used to just love and absorb, and I love to analyze that, Mike,
No,
I'm sure you're the same.
Tim, I was the same way. And again, I could appreciate the sport at all different levels. I enjoyed the styles that made fights. I enjoyed, a senior-laden, non-Power 5 team being able to go on a road and, you see an Old Dominion go to Blacksburg and beat VTech, but like now, it's all gone. What non-Power 5 teams? Like it's all gone. All right. Well, if you do like college football and you still tailgate, well, I don't know. Go buy a truck. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights. I don't know what to tell you. The idea of tailgating for a college football game at this stage in my life, it seems like outer space. One of the biggest Sierra inventories in Michigan, including Denali's. Moran's got the truck you're looking for. Or you can lease a 26 Envision for $200 a month. Both leases 24 months, $999 down, 10,000 miles a year. So whether you're loading up for game day or heading up north one last time this summer, It shouldn't say one last time. There's plenty of time left. Plus, September's a lovely time up there. Whatever. Moran Buick GMC of Sterling Heights, where you always get the best price, period. Visit them on Van Dyke, south of 18 Mile, or shop anytime, MoranExpress.com. It's Moran Buick GMC. We are professional grade. All right, football today, David. Paul, I want your help on this one because I got to tell you, I don't have any good vibes for the sport he's about to discuss. But go ahead, I'll listen. Oh, goody.
So let's go through some bold possibilities for the upcoming season here.
MSU gets a first down.
Okay, that is a bold. That's
bold.
very bold. Let's start here with the first coach to be fired.
Oh, boy. Can I offer one?
Sure. He's probably on this list. They have the choice, but
I'll
yeah,
tell
go
you
ahead.
who's in a lot of trouble.
Yep.
It's not some A-list team, but it's an A-list name.
Oh, okay.
I think Bill O'Brien's in a whole lot of trouble at BC.
Okay.
Because
I can see that.
They had a 2-win year last year. They got raided by the portal. They didn't recruit worth a bupkis. That team could go 2-10 again. He'll get clipped. Okay. I know that's not like what were you thinking I was going to say? Mike Elko?
Yeah.
Is Bill O'Brien on the list?
Bill O'Brien is not on their list. They do list Bill Belichick as a possibility. Shane Beamer, South Carolina as a possibility.
Beamer, look, there are 2 jobs in the SEC. Now that Vanderbilt was at least developed by Clark Lee to a certain point. The 2 jobs, it's continual pain. Mississippi State and South Carolina. And Arkansas could be thrown in there too. These are 3 good places, man. Like, these are 3 places. They have passionate fans. It just, look at what you're up against. When you pull up South Carolina's schedule, there are no breaks. You get nothing, and you will like it. That's the difference between the Big Ten and the SEC.
I don't know if he'll be on this list, but I'd like to throw Lincoln Riley's name in the hat.
I want him gone.
Lincoln Riley is not on this one, but I've heard his name in other circles.
No, he should be gone because it's Oppo or Bizarro World Beamer. He has one of the easiest jobs in America. You were at USC. You know what that abbreviation stands for? University of Spoiled Children. You have an immense amount of wealth, immense donors. You have immense tradition. You have all the advantages in the world. You don't even need to recruit outside of 3 hours outside of LA. And he still can't do anything relevant. And they bought this goofball a house when they hired him. I've had enough.
So just because you mention it, after October 17th bye week for South Carolina, they have number 25 Tennessee, at number 13 Oklahoma Sooners, at number 10 Texas A&M, at Arkansas, Georgia, at Clemson.
Yeah.
So just alone.
Yeah, good. Show me that in the Big Ten. And again, the Big Ten has a couple of the best teams in America overall. They have no middle class. It goes straight to poverty.
So their selection here is Mike Norvell from Florida State.
Should have been gone years ago.
Correct.
They couldn't clip him because of the buyout. If Florida State had their druthers, who'd have been fired 2 years ago.
Well, they're in the poor
Certainly
ACC.
would have been fired last year.
Yeah.
And by the way, as a backdrop to it, Florida State would cut off their right leg and hop out of town on their left if they could get out of the ACC. Florida State is a mess as an athletic department and as a university.
They've been trying to get out of the ACC for years now.
Yeah, 100%.
You're exactly right. So the next bold possibility will be that the Big Ten will produce a 4th consecutive national champion. You have Ohio State as a choice, Oregon, or maybe they put Indiana as well.
Yeah, I mean, the Spender of the Year award. I mean, right now, if you want to win a national championship, you have to be spending between $40 and $50 million a year. If you want me to add to that and say 35 to 50 million, that's where you got to be. Texas is going to spend, I believe it's $48.5 million this year. That's what it costs. If you got the scratch, you're going to get in the mix. And if you don't, you're dead. Riveting sport. We'll watch again.
Oh, yeah, I'm with that. I kind of think the winner is going to come out of the Big Ten. That's the way it's been. The SEC beats the heck out of each other. Then when they get to the playoff, they just get picked off by the 1 or 2 good Big Ten teams that didn't really have to
because
do
in the
much.
Big Ten, you get 3 months off. You play 1 game, maybe 2.
To that point, their next bold possibility, because they beat up on each other, would be that Georgia would be the last SEC team standing in the playoff. They think they're the strongest.
Stockton. I'm the wrong guy to ask. I also think Georgia's passing game has been broken for a few years.
Yes, it has.
That goes back to being a Mike Bobo issue. I'm out on Georgia. I think the bloom's off the rose.
Their pathway
I don't think it's a
to
money thing. I think scheme is a big part of it.
Yeah, their pathway to the playoff, relatively simple. They have Oklahoma, They have at Alabama, and then their other toughest game after that would be at Ole Miss.
And by the way, Oklahoma, I'd put Venables on the list. If they don't do something with John Mateer back, and by the way, he looks like the Punisher. Do you see John Mateer
all
season?
I have.
Man, he looked like Barry Bonds.
Julian Sayin looks different too, but not as different as John Mateer.
Not as different as Mateer.
Yeah.
I think Venables would be on the hot seat too. You got to get something done now.
So the next bold possibility, and I don't know if this is as bold, if they believe that a Big Ten team wins the national title, it may not be as bold to say that a Big Ten quarterback will win the Heisman Trophy.
Oh, saying Dante Moore.
They have Jaden Maiava on here.
And again,
Damon
if
Wood.
Underwood is a revelation, I don't know if he is or isn't. I'm just making a point. If you play at a blue blood and you are the quarterback and you are going to make the playoff, you would be in the mix for New York. So I don't think that's a bold one at all.
It'll be interesting to see what Josh Hoover does at Indiana now that he's transferring.
What about Alessio Milivojevic? Who cares?
I still think you got to look out for Arch Manning with all the hype behind him, the name recognition. If he has a decent season or above average season, they're going to want to force him to get that award.
They said Big Ten. Arch Manning is not.
He isn't, but he can win it because of the name.
I
agree
just
with
like
that.
you two fight. It's
yeah,
tremendous.
I agree with that.
Also, Darian Mensah.
You need to stop.
Come on.
You need to stop. Mensa is a roller coaster. Please.
You cannot be serious with that one. And finally, I think this one, we'll see. No team will enter the playoff undefeated.
Without having like a scheduling matrix, my usual answer is no one will get there undefeated.
Yeah, I agree. Yes,
so I'll stick with that. But it's plausible. I would just need to see, like, could Notre Dame be undefeated? Yes. Their schedule's a joke.
It is. Miami
might. The ACC's bad.
I knew it.
Maybe, possibly. I'm not going to guarantee it
Paul.
because Mario Cristobal.
Thank you.
Okay.
Also, why do some people call him Mario Cristobal? It's Super Mario Brothers, not Super Mario Brothers. Hey, half the college football people say Mario Cristobal, and half say Mario. Who the hell has ever called an Italian guy Mario? It's not spelled Merryo, Mario, like Jell-O. It's Mario. Sorry, it just always bothers me. Mario Cristobal. What? You're not special. You don't get to change your first name like that. Guys didn't know how to call a timeout in the fourth quarter.
Mario Cristobal and the Miami Hurricanes, who open up the season at Stanford September 4th.
At Stanford?
At Stanford.
Oh, I forgot. That's
Classic
a conference game.
ACC matchup.
Yeah, it's a bitter ACC rivalry, Mike.
This sport, I tell you.
That is your college football blitz 97-1.
Brought to you by National Benefit Plans. The Lions offensive line has already taken a major injury blow. Dan Campbell announced earlier that center Cade Mays will miss a significant amount of time with a wrist injury. Ian Rappaport is hearing that it's a small bone fracture. He'll likely miss some time between 8 and 10 weeks. The Lions do have a bye week 6, which is, come on.
What'd you just say?
Week 6, where the longer end of that range falls. Juice Scruggs, Seth McLaughlin. All right, let's move on. Running back Isaiah Pacheco may miss the rest of training camp with a knee sprain. QB Jared Goff has already been ruled out for this week's preseason opener, but rookie tackle Blake Miller is expected to suit up. Edge rusher Aiden Hutchinson is ranked 30th on the NFL's top 100 players list today. The Cowboys have extended pass rusher Quinnen Williams with a 3-year, nearly $106 million deal. Michigan football has a camp battle going on for the left tackle spot. Kyle Whittingham says that Andrew Babalola, Blake Frazier, Evan Link are the main players in the mix. He also said that edge rusher John Henry Daly and Rod Moore are 100% cleared to play coming off their injuries. They're still on a snap count, however. Pistons beat writer Amari Sankofa wrote the following about the Jalen Duren situation over the weekend. Quote, unless an outside team clears salary with the intent of making a run at Duren, which is unlikely, the market won't force the Pistons to meaningfully increase their current offer, so the qualifying offer is Duren's sole source of leverage, end quote. Tigers have the night off. At the Corwell Health Sports Desk, I'm Jeremy Otto.
Five o'clock. Good to have you with us. We have a couple of things. So we're going to roll in a secondary topic. I want to bring back the Cade Mays news. But one we have got a lot of people calling in about. I had just asked the question, which is, what is your amperage here? What is your sizzle, your excitement, your passion for the return of college football? I mean, you heard Jeremy Otto there, and Jeremy's doing his job. I'm not breaking his balls. It's just, God, in the not too distant past, Michigan having a battle at left tackle, or Michigan bringing in the number one running back in America, or Michigan having Bryce Underwood, or a new coach. These will be headline shows in the month of August. Now, we don't even put them on the show sheet. Michigan State's got a new coach. And, I wanted to know, what is your passion level? And I let people determine, scale of 1 to 10 or whatever it is. We've had one caller call in saying they're still excited. Dozens others are like, no, it's sad, it's annoying, and it's just a loss of something that used to be awesome. So that's there, and I'm going to continue those calls. But I do, for the 5 o'clock audience, I'll give you my spin on the Cade Mays deal, and it's simple. I'm not going to do what other people do. I'm not going to minimize it. I don't think you can. He was the crown jewel of your free agent class. He was the most important position you needed to fix, which was center, which you didn't do after Ragnow retired. Glasgow was atrocious. And now Cade Mays has a broken bone in his wrist. He's going to be gone for roughly 10 weeks. And I don't think that tells the whole story. Because, look, part of playing offensive line and, building a good O-line is cohesiveness. And that's over years, of course. But when you add a new center, now you're the captain. You're the guy organizing protections, organizing the checks, but you have to learn how to do the dance with your teammates, because the center is the ultimate point guard. You are assisting each of your guards. There are very rarely are you head up against somebody. I mean, that's why a Tyler Linderbaum makes $20 million a year. He's one of the rare centers who can do that. Also a center who can pull, which is wild to think that you're going to snap a ball and pull and get out on the edge and block. Whatever, it doesn't matter. Cade Mays was supposed to fix the biggest problem. He is now missing the most important time of the year, which is all the practice reps, all the scrimmage reps, all of training camp. And then you're going to tack onto it at least through the bye week. You are missing 33% of the games you were paying him to play. Then he will come back ice cold. Call it a week of practice, maybe 2. And you have to go out there with completely new teammates in the middle of live fire in the meat of the NFL schedule and I need you to play 70 reps a game of high-level football. That's really difficult. So a 10-week injury really ends up being like 12. It's devastating. Now, this team's got enough talent where they can be okay. I still think they're going to be a good football team. But if you had them at 12, drop them to 11. You had them at 11, drop them to 10. No quarterback and maybe no franchise needed a center more than Jared Goff. And losing that, I'm just not going to do that next man up garbage. There is no next man up. Juice Scruggs is not next man up, and he's hurt right now. Seth McLaughlin, the kid who couldn't snap a football at Alabama and Ohio State, that kid? I'm not going to freak out, but it's a pretty big blow. And you add Cade Mays to Kirby Joseph to Brian Branch. Pacheco's got an MCL issue. He won't play at all this preseason. He won't practice at all this preseason. And you start to line these things up and go, look, we're not off to a great start. If you are interviewing Trayvon Diggs, you are not off to a good start. He tried out this weekend. That's a player that hasn't been relevant in 5 years in this league. He was trash in Dallas. That's before he got hurt, missed half of 2 years ago, and essentially all of last year. So, yes, I'm concerned. And again, it's a line where I have full trust in Penei Sewell going to left tackle. He's a first ballot Hall of Famer. He will be just fine. But outside of that, I don't know what Tate Rutledge is. I have no idea if starting a rookie at right tackle is going to be good. I could tell you TJ doesn't think Larry Borum's any good, so I'll take TJ's word. I didn't specialize in Dolphins football and watching their, Fugazi backup right tackle play. But yeah, it's a big deal. That was the centerpiece. That's the most important guy to your quarterback pre-snap. That's a guy you paid a lot of money to, and that was the first thing you did in the offseason. And now you're right back to having maybe the worst center position in the league. It's a problem. You got the talent to overcome. You got the talent to be okay. But by no means is this just a blip. This is a massive pothole, and you just blew a tire. So you got to hope he can get back and get right and then offer the best version of himself in time for the stretch drive. If your coping mechanism is, I'd rather have this happen now than week 8, respect. You're allowed to cope like that. But don't tell me it's not a big deal. It's a very big deal. It's not Gibbs or Goff getting hurt or Amon-Ra or Sewell. But it's right there in that classification underneath those guys. Like outside of your quarterback and Sewell, a Gibbs, you could sustain an injury at wide receiver and be just fine. You have Tesla. You have Laporta. You have J-Mo. You could. Nobody wants to see that. I'm just making a point. You lose this type of player at this type of position, you don't have another option. And it's not on Brad Holmes. Please, I don't want to deal with Brad Holmes' pinata show. I don't need it. What was he supposed to do? Sign one of the most expensive centers out there and use draft capital? You're not living in the real world. You're not. So I'd love to know your concern level. So you got Cade Mays' injury concern, and then where are you at for the return of college football? And again, I'm not making fun of Jeremy. It's just, Michigan has a left tackle back. Cool. Who cares? It's all stupid. 248-539-9797. David, did I miss anything?
No, you didn't miss anything at all. It's just the thing with Cade Mays that's important to me is that we already saw this last year with down the middle, the protection. That was an issue for Jared Goff, and everyone wants to be excited of what they've seen and heard in camp about the deep balls to J-Mo, the passes to St. Brown, and what he's doing there in practice.
Are we seriously doing that?
But what I'm bringing it up for is what's important, though, Mike, is if you want to see more of that in regular season play, you need the protection to be right. You need to be able to give Jared Goff time to be able to throw the ball deep to J-Mo so he can look like that, and Amon-Ra St. Brown. That's why this is important, people. This isn't, we're not sitting here saying, oh my gosh, like you said, Sewell, no, it's not him. No, it's not Jared Goff. But this is pretty important. Protection, calls, All of that comes from the center and the quarterback, that relationship, and then the relationship with the center and the rest of the offensive line. This is pretty big, significant.
Yeah, and again, season not over.
No.
Save those texts. It's okay to have a concern because you're missing some serious players, and they're not going to be back anytime soon. And I did say this earlier. Like I just can't do this. If you didn't learn after last year, you're never going to learn. There are no easy games on paper before you hit the field. If you see a team over the course of 6 weeks and they look terrible and you want to feel a little chesty, that's fine. Guys, you lost to the Steelers. You lost to Bob Brosmer and the Vikings. You should have lost to the Giants at home. Those are 3 bad teams, all right? If you're going to play this game, well, we play the Titans early in the year. You don't get to do that. You didn't make the playoffs last year. Who are you? You didn't win a playoff game 2 years ago. You don't get to do that. Respect your opponent. Take them serious. And will you end up dummying somebody? Do what you did to a Jacksonville a few years ago? I'm sure you will at some point. But there are a lot of new pieces on this team. And there are a lot of pieces missing. I just, that I'm not doing. Well, the schedule hey, remember when the schedule looked difficult early and easy late last year? How'd that work out? It was the complete inverse. 248-539-9797. Text, and then we'll go callers next segment.
A text here says, I was almost going to go to a game and buy in with the Lions, but now I can relax and enjoy my Sundays.
That's not
Mark and Carlton.
Oh, my God. I hope that's sarcasm.
I hope it is
that's
as well.
That's insane behavior.
Josh in Flushing texted in and says, if there's any silver lining, I'd rather have it earlier in the season than later. Don't get me wrong. This isn't good, though.
Yeah, no. That's a good way to cope with it, and you move on. I have no problem with that line of thinking.
John and Taylor text in and says, after this weekend, guys, all I keep thinking about was at the end of that San Francisco game when Dan Campbell got up at the press conference and said, we may never get this close again, and now you see why.
Yeah, it's real. It's all very real. And I mean, like right here, right now, are you Branch and Kirby? They're going to be back and balling? Like, that's one of the storylines. And when you're bringing in a Trayvon Diggs, like, here's another one. You're relying on Izien, the guy from Tampa. That's a guy who played his way out of Tampa. He was so bad last year, they essentially paid a guy to leave. Now he comes here, you're relying on him. Now it might work. New faces, new place happens all the time.
Different scheme.
I'm not writing it off.
Yeah.
But this idea, like, oh, we got Jonathan Izien. And? You brought in Trayvon Diggs this weekend. What's next? You're going to bring in Jimmy Powers to rep at safety? Trayvon Diggs hasn't been good in 5 years. Hey, they got to write. They can canvas the wire. They can try. Hey, do what you got to do. But I'm just saying, I'm not turning any of these things into these perfect solutions. Cade Mays being out, you're not going to be as good as you need to be. So let's see how long he's out and what you do without him. But yeah, I got a little PTSD. That offensive line, can you imagine if Blake Miller is just a league average rookie? So now your right tackle's average, your center stinks. I have no idea if Mahogany's any good. You start to look at that retooled line and go,
you're
okay,
right back
wait a
to
minute.
where you were.
And again, they've built better depth. If Miller struggles, they'll play Borum. Don't tell TJ that, but they'll play Borum. All right, maybe if Mahogany stinks, they'll play Juice Scruggs. Fine. I'll grant them the depth. But an injury like this, you cannot lose your best 5 linemen. Those, to me, the health of your O-line is sacrosanct to everything else. If you start losing pieces, you will never be the team you think you can be. You cannot lose the big uglies up front because they're not replaceable.
Well, yeah, because if you end up playing Scruggs at center, he comes back and you play him at center. But what if you had seen some things and he would have been better at guard for you? Now you're weaker at guard.
That to me is the obvious part.
Yeah.
He is better at guard.
Correct. And now you're weaker there because you have to play him now at center because of the injury.
Right. Northville Lumber, Largest Trex decking outlet in the country. Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. Brand new warehouse. It's the size of Ford Field. Everything's in stock all the time. And if you're a contractor, you're not doing business with them, you are missing out. Guys, it's simple. Stop by, take home some samples. Nobody beats them on selection, service, or price. It's Northville Lumber. Go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, we'll get to the people. And Tigers, we'll get to them tomorrow. They don't play tonight. I mean, you're missing absolutely nothing. We'll talk about it, and I can absolutely engage because they did the right thing. They traded Skubal, who I couldn't stand him anymore, and traded Mize. But my problem, it's not a problem. Let me walk that back. The issue is, it's like ice cream. Sure, it's tasty in a moment. It don't do nothing for you. You're not winning the World Series. You weren't winning it with him. You're not winning it without him. So if you want to have fun, make the playoffs, go to the ballpark, do whatever you want to do. But I'm really not sure what we're talking about. Like, oh my God, it's like Western Michigan making the BCS. Okay, you're not winning anything. But if you want them to make the playoffs, you're excited about Max Clark, I don't have any slander for you. And I'll absolutely watch more because I think they're a more likable team. Sans the narcissist, yeah. I mean, they could get it done. I still have doubts that they will. You don't get to play the A's and Giants every night. Two teams that are combined 50 games under 500. But sure, let's play Cleveland and Chicago. See what the hell happens. I can watch more of the games on mute. Let's go to Gavin, 97.1. Gav, how you doing, bud?
Hey, Mike. How's it going, dude?
Good. What's on your mind?
I'm just thinking about college football, and I can't believe this is the first time I'm calling in to talk about something that I'm extremely apathetic about. It's just there's no juice to it anymore. You've been using the word passion, and the word that comes to mind for me is juice.
Yep.
Like there's the big games just aren't that big anymore. It just doesn't feel like, I don't know who's on the teams, so why do I care to watch?
No, and it's also very rare where you get to know these guys long enough and they stay in the same place long enough to develop the emotional tie, whether they play for your team or against your team. That was the magic of college football. Like when Michigan would have a new player and he'd bust your ass, you'd be like, oh, God, I got to deal with this guy for 3 years. Now, it doesn't even bother you. The guy's already getting pimped to a new destination by halftime.
Spot on.
That's the issue. So, like, Gav, do you still watch or are you totally out?
I feel like I do. I'm going to because I'm just like, obviously, like everyone else, so bored at this point. Like the Tigers, they can only do so much. So I'm definitely going to tap into it, but it's just, it doesn't have the same juice as like, I'm thinking of the Connor Cook days. I'm an MSU guy. So that's what I think of when I think of the glory days of college football. And it just doesn't scratch the itch anymore,
No. And just wait till they go to a 2014 playoff. Oh, they're not done ruining this thing. Don't worry, Gavin. They're going to keep wrecking this thing, and only until it's too late. Then and only then you'll hear the pundits who are out there lying to their audiences how great the sport is. Gavin, I cannot imagine being in the college football space and having to lie to my audience and saying how great the sport is right now. I mean, that's embarrassing. But again, these guys got bills to pay. God bless. Do whatever you need to do. I don't need to do it. And as far as the Tiger thing goes, no, I'm with you. The Tigers are in a tricky spot, man. I mean, okay, they sold, but it's a historically bad AL, and you just got, a zillion games against the A's and Giants, and you racked up a bunch of runs and wins, and it's like, okay, well, what are we supposed to do? Not try? No, that's why I never worried about trading Scoop. Get rid of him. Do what's right. Now, go for it. Do whatever you want to do. But the problem is, and this is me, it's a me thing, not a you guys thing. If you know you have no chance to win at all, what the hell's the point? We've made the playoffs the last 2 years. This is about, we need a World Series. We need a championship. You're not winning a World Series. I mean, it's just, that's an absurdity. I mean, you're probably plus 5,000 to get it done. That's the problem for someone like me with, a pro sports championship mentality. It's hard, like the Pistons making the playoffs again. That doesn't matter to me. It's about winning an NBA championship. Like once the Lions made the playoffs and got rid of the, one playoff win in 1956, winning a couple of games, getting to the NFC title game, they follow it up, they make it again. Now making the playoffs doesn't mean anything. I want to win a Super Bowl. That's where the Tigers are at for me. So if you want to enjoy the rest of summer and go, look, I'll rally around it, want to see them win more than they lose, let's see if they can get in. I don't have anything negative to say to you. But, again, it's ice cream. Doesn't result in anything. Let's go over to Duke, 97.1. Duke, what's going on, buddy?
What's up, man? Great show.
How are you?
First, I'm good. First, I want to start. I'm going to go Lions, college football, and then my prediction when it comes to Bryce Underwood.
Sure.
First, the Lions. The Caden Mays news sucks. I'm not going to lie. It's a big deal. It sucks. But those corners and those safeties scare me. I feel like they might end your season before you even get Caden Mays back. Like those corners really, really scare me. I'm going to just leave that there, though. college football. As a Buckeye, I the juice is still a little bit there. Like I'm excited because I look at my schedule and like there's exciting games I can look forward to, but it's just like what we talked about a couple months ago with the kid from Kansas and Bill Self. It's these kids, they have this just I don't care to them, or just no gratitude to the universities that they play for. Like every year by week 8, I got to worry about losing somebody in a portal or a player's not happy or whatever it may be. Like that part of college football, just I'm a guy who likes to fall in love with players. Like I really want to fall in love with a guy, really support you, be there. I want to buy your jersey. But these days you can't. They're there for 1 year, and they're probably, if they're not a Jeremiah Smith, like Bo Jackson almost left to Oregon for a little extra money, a little extra money. It's just that's the part of college football that I just hate.
Right. If you care so little about being at a program like U of M or Ohio State or Bama or USC, Texas, whatever, that a 5% raise is worth hoeing out your brothers in arms and playing for the scarlet and gray and all that crap. Duke, that just tells you where we're at, brother. That's the problem with it all.
And my prediction when it comes to Bryce Underwood is he will never beat us. He will be at Michigan his whole career. He's not the guy. He's not built to beat me. He's just – my prediction is he'll be at Michigan his whole career and leave, and he'll be one of those quarterbacks who just never got the chance to beat me. And it'll just be that.
I'll say this. If Duke, and I have no idea what he's going to do. I said before last season I called my shot. He shouldn't be out there. He didn't have the coaching in high school. He didn't come from some IMG football, playing elite competition. The dude, they lost to Howell. Are you kidding me? He shouldn't have been out there last year. He didn't have a dedicated quarterback coach. His head coach was busy chasing tail. I mean, he shouldn't have been out there. Then they had him out there, and you could tell early on they didn't trust him to do anything. So flowchart it back to, why is he out here? I have no idea. He might be awesome. He might be terrible. Not fair of me to tell you what he's going to be. I guess I got to see the Oklahoma game. But the rest of what you said, I'm with it. I mean, it's look, it depends if Uncle Mike is going to take the niece and nephew to a game. That would be one. I would do it because I love my niece and nephew. Or the only other, going to a game, maybe I got something lined. Maybe. I would always do my college football trip, and it's not really about the game anymore. It's about just seeing someplace new, spending time with my dad, spending time with my brother-in-law, who I consider a brother. Like we might go to West Virginia. Why? Country roads and pepperoni rolls. I don't know. I just want to go. I just want to see what the hell this place is and see if I can get out alive with all my teeth. But that's it.
That's a great reason.
You know what I'm saying, David. It's just at this point in my life, it's about making memories with people I love. The game is. I used to chart out a matchup, and we're going to go do this, and it's like, I don't care. You could tell me we're going to Nippert Stadium in Cincinnati. I don't give a damn. It'd be a nice dinner with my dad, and we'll go see a bunch of idiots play football.
Just the experience at this point. Everything around it, that's what it's about.
That's it.
Now.
That's it. And maybe a little fall foliage in Appalachia or whatever the hell West Virginia is. Is that considered Appalachia?
Yeah, I drove by it last year.
Milan Putzker Stadium?
I did.
What the hell were you doing in West Virginia?
Well, I was coming from D.C., so I decided to make a reroute.
I got it.
Yeah.
How the hell did West Virginia become like pepperoni land?
I have
doesn't make
no
any sense.
idea.
I don't know if I'm okay with that. All right, well, we'll figure that part out potentially in the fall. More of your calls, 97.1. All right, let's get a little blitz, see what the hell we're talking about. We'll get back to business in a second. Music, please. Oh, what? Okay, what? You're going to bust my balls here?
So this is a bit of a blitz here. David wanted me to do a blitz to catch you guys up to speed because you guys were both on vacation last week of what happened in our area over the last week.
Nice area.
So we'll start off with Max Clark made his major league debut Friday night, the 31st of July.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Made no sense. You wait till August 14th, you preserve his rookie status. I don't know what the hell they're doing. I'm happy he's here. Let me be clear. But it made no sense to do it the way they did it. Why would you do that 2 weeks early? You could have waited the 2 weeks. At this point, we've known center field's been a problem for how long?
The entire year.
Yeah, you could. If you're gonna screw over to rookie status, you bring them up early. So I don't know. It kind of felt like our fans are going to be mad at us. Let's offer them sprinkles. I don't know. I don't get it.
That's exactly what it was. Is they knew or had an idea of what they were going to do at the deadline and said, "Oh, but this shiny thing over here, don't forget about that."
It's again, not mad about it, but I was asked a question. I owe you an answer.
All right, the second thing that happened was the very next day, the Tigers traded Tarek Skubal to the Dodgers, and then they also traded Casey Mize to the Padres.
Yes, right move. You can't lose these assets for nothing. And now, did they get enough? I mean, those are different conversations, and a week later, I don't think they're worth having. I mean, I wasn't overwhelmed. I didn't understand trading them 2 days early. And I got my answer when Scott Harris seemed very sensitive and triggered by the question. So that kind of tells me it hits a little close to home. That's garbage. Is it? You sure about that? What I didn't understand, how do you not trade Gleyber Torres? Okay. You're not getting anything for him. Yep. This goes right back to what we said from the beginning. They were going to try to thread this needle, get your parking money, get your daiquiris, get you down there to have a little pulled pork or whatever the hell they're serving, and sell but not sell. Compete but not compete. Not mad about it, but it doesn't really add up. You gave him the qualifying offer. You're getting nothing for him when he leaves.
Thank you.
And right-handed bats were in short supply at the deadline. Like to think you could have got something for him.
They needed to trade Skubal. They absolutely needed to do that. I was a little worried as it got towards 6 o'clock that they were going to trade Mize. But they did that. Glad they did that, got it done. Yeah, I don't understand not trading Gleyber as well, but trading those two, fine enough.
It was the right move.
Yes.
And guess what? We talked about it. You could trade them and still compete because the AL's a garbage can. But it's the ice cream principle. Ice cream's tasty. Who doesn't like an ice cream in the summer? I got in trouble this past week because I bought my niece and nephew too much ice cream. I digress. The point is, it ain't good for you. So, great, go ahead, make the play. You're not winning the World Series. Oh, you think you're winning the World Series? But do whatever you want.
The next thing that happened was the first AP Top 25 coaches poll came out. Ohio State 1, Oregon 2, Georgia 3, Texas 4, Notre Dame 5, and for some reason, Michigan 16.
Because I hate to break this to you. You said the coaches poll?
Yes.
It's more like the sports information director poll. Coach, you think coaches are sitting? You think Kyle Whittingham is sitting in his office and going, all right, time for my coaches vote. You know, who do I like better, Georgia or Texas? Bro, they're having interns fill these things out. Look, Michigan is Blue Magic. It's a brand name. When are they not ranked to start the season? It's fugazi.
Michigan at 16 makes a ton of sense. Love that.
It could.
Should have been higher.
Okay. All right.
Should have been higher, but the rest of it, yeah, it is what it is. I mean, let it all play out. We'll see in a couple months what they really
John.
are.
So another thing that came out was that, unlike what was originally said, Steve Yzerman is not, in fact, involved with any hockey operations anymore, and Sean Horcoff is actually running things as the GM, and there's going to be a third-party search firm in place to find a new GM.
Yeah, one problem. You hire an outside firm to hire an inside guy. Now you're getting reports Jeff Greenberg, who's the general manager of the Tigers, which is a no-show position. Scott Harris runs the damn thing. So it's like outside firm to hire a guy who already works for the Ilitches in a different sport. I don't know, man. I just view the Red Wings at a different level, that if I call to hire somebody else's GM or assistant GM, I got a good shot of getting them. It's an Original Six franchise. They do have a beautiful arena. It's the Red Wings, man. What are we doing? How do you end up on Jeff Greenberg? And I know he was the assistant, what was it, the assistant GM at the Blackhawks for 17 minutes? Yep. Is that really what we're doing? I just, you know what? I think Charles Ramsey said it best. With the Red Wings, it's just, I don't know, man. Something is not right.
Something is wrong here, because we say the Detroit Red Wings and we think history, tradition, and I don't think a lot of people see that outside of this area anymore. So I think that's where they say, the Red Wings? I'm good. They think go.
Wojo, please.
Wow, Wojo. Just trying to talk here about the Red Wings, man.
Can't believe he said that.
It is, it just seems, this whole search thing, it just seems weird. You're just going to yell down the hall, Jeff, come over here. We want you to run us.
Hey, baseball or hockey? What do you need? Let me grab a different binder. I'll be right down. It doesn't make sense to me.
The other thing that happened was during crosstalk of the morning show and the midday show, we have a strong contender for next year's drop tournament. That lit up the text communications.
David will have to find a spot on our board of shame. That's an immediate addition, much like Wojo's.
Why is Doug saying this?
Paul, why did this happen?
In Heather's news, there was a restaurant in Hollywood, Florida, that apparently once a month is going to allow nude dining, so you can dine in the nude.
In Hollywood?
Yes.
Florida?
Yes, and I'm from Hollywood, Florida, and I mentioned that, and I guess when Gator came in for crosstalk, he misunderstood and thought that they were talking about I was a nudist in Florida for some reason, and then Doug said that. And the world exploded on Ticket Text, essentially.
Wow. That's got Costa written all over it, doesn't it?
That's a real strong contender.
Doesn't he leave from like the Port of Lauderdale for some of his little pineapple cruises?
Yes, he does.
I mean, my God, he could stop over there, get wild.
Enjoy a nice dinner first.
So the next big thing that happened.
I have to tell you, Hollywood's a strange. I know Florida's strange, and I spent some time down there in the Fort Lauderdale area. Like, dude, Hollywood's a weird place, man.
It's kind of weird, yes.
Very weird.
The boardwalk,
Yeah, but you go from like a McMansion to a guy with a meth lab in his front yard, back to a normal home, to a McMansion, to a homeless encampment, to a casino, to apparently a hang-dang restaurant, nudist night, to dude, Hollywood, Florida's a weird-ass place.
It's a mansion to like the house that used to be next to LCA.
Yeah,
and then it's
Florida's strange, bro.
There's like an abandoned seashell stage thing that you could have concerts at, but no one ever uses it, so it's kind of like graffitied over.
Isn't Michael Irvin from Hollywood, Florida?
I don't think so.
I double check that for me. I think he's from Hollywood, Florida. I do. Wasn't Cedric Irvin, former Michigan State running back, from Hollywood, Florida? I don't know. Weird place.
Michael Irvin's from Fort Lauderdale.
Okay. Sorry.
Close enough.
So
Sorry.
The other big thing that happened that week was the Lions extended Jahmyr Gibbs and made him the highest paid running back in the league.
I mean, we all knew it would happen. What do you want me to say? I mean, it looks team friendly on the front end. Fine enough. I don't care. I fine. Guy, what am I gonna do? Be upset about something I knew was gonna happen? What did I tell you for months? He was gonna get $22 million a year. It's do whatever you want. I mean, they keep doing this. He had 2 more years left on his deal. I don't understand the need to do it, but they did it. They'll save a little money on the cap. Also, they could do nothing in free agency again. Fine. Get your jerseys now.
I'm just glad Lions fans are happy. I'll just leave it at that.
And the last major thing that happened was Jackson Jobe returned to the mound to pitch for the first time in 14 months and got 5 innings, got the win.
Okay. And?
Well, how'd you think he looked?
I don't know. I didn't watch. He was on vacation. I just want his arm to be attached. Look, I'm fine with all things Tigers. They traded Skubal, had to. I'll roll with it. And maybe they make a little pen and chase and people can buy their daiquiris and have a good time.
Whether it is your AC.
But I don't think it results in it.
It'll probably snow
for
in 2
me,
weeks.
I view it as very light entertainment as I count down to the NFL.
And they'll get you taken care of.
I think they're a much more likable team to root for now that the trade deadline.
Free on check.
They are.
You don't need to call.
Because Skubal was insufferable.
But yet somehow we still have to hear him talk.
Dude, the insecurity's wild. Like, you don't need to be liked, man. Like, the oldest phrase, like, I get it if you're in your early 20s or something, and you're in this blast furnace of celebrity of like a Skubal, but man, you're grown. You're 30. Just let him talk. Who gives a damn? You're going to go sign for $400 million. Oh, shoot, golly geez, maybe I'll come back to Detroit. No, you're not. No, you're not. Just stop, dude. Like, we broke up. You just got to the new girl's house and you're talking about your ex. What are you doing? Can't stand him.
Well, you know, she used to do this. Like, why? Just stop.
Dude, enough. It's like that guy in Forgetting Sarah Marshall. Stop talking about her. Nice reference. It wasn't a half bad movie. It was goofy. I like Jonah Hill in that movie.
And that was the While You Were Away.
Sorry,
Blitz.
yeah, and thank you. Sorry about the slander to Hollywood, Florida. 97.1. All right, so if I'm understanding this correctly, we have Wojo and Rieger for like a little bit, and then there's Lions Review, and that'll actually be very timely because of the Cade Mays news. And then Rieger follows it because Wojo can't bear to do 4 hours. Do I have that correct?
That is correct.
Also, for Rieger, I want to play 2 new drops that I think are going to be very relevant in the coming year. One of which is your co-host, one of which is Doug Karsh. Which would
I'm
you?
intrigued.
I want to let Wojo get in here first.
Wojo, they got a drop of you.
I just think, Bob, we are less than a month from having crowned a new Drops Tournament champion. I think we have 2 submissions here that are going to be powerful for the next year. Now, one is you, and one is Karsh. What would you like first?
Let's go Doug.
You want Doug's first?
I want Doug first, and then Wojo will be the grand finale.
All right. Here's Doug Karsh.
Wow. Did you ever realize he felt that way about you, Paul?
Oh, my God. Wait, did the station have like a party that everybody wasn't invited to? What was going on?
Was that on the air, or did somebody catch him in like a private
was
moment?
that legitimate, or you guys pieced words together?
That is the sentence.
So what was his reaction after he saw you?
Now there's one from you.
Yeah, was he impressed?
Okay.
Are you ready for yours?
No, but go ahead.
This is powerful.
Oh, no.
And salacious.
Ooh.
Okay, you put that together.
I did not. That was not edited at all.
No, come on.
No, you were talking about the Black Sox. And look what you said. Look what you did,
remember
you
that
little
conversation.
jerk.
The Blacks. You're TJing me.
I mean, that's salacious as we head towards the midterms.
My
Wojo is just out here.
You just can't help yourself. You keep adding.
Wojo.
One more time, if you don't mind.
Yeah, there's a nice. You can hear that little
there's
hitch
no
in there where
no.
there was a word taken out. Was it really Black Sox? I don't remember.
It was from Friday's show. I was made aware.
We were talking about the Black Sox?
Friday? I don't even remember that. Normally, I know if we've
that's
said
normal
something.
with you and the amount of alcohol you consume.
No, not that day. No, that's.
Those are 2 pretty good drops.
I would say both are 1 seeds.
I just want to be able to explain it every time, like you do with your. I like the white ones.
Right, because I was talking about NC State's helmets.
Right.
I know.
I'm
You know
just
the
curious.
problem?
So
that
what-
wasn't even taken from radio. That was
whites
taken
are
from the
much better.
pod.
Well, what would Doug's region be called? Paul Sarah's Naked?
No, it would be like the bike helmet region or
Cal. It'll be Cal.
Guy doesn't eat red meat region or kale eating person
Relatable
region.
human.
Candy ass region. I don't know.
Now, I am told, Mike, I have been apprised of this on the social media, which I know you are all over the place.
Oh, yeah.
On social media. I have been apprised and I have been ordered to ask you this.
Sure.
Can you please leave town? Again.
Yes.
While you were gone, the Tigers won every game 11-0. And upon your return, the Lions lose their starting center to injury.
I mean,
out!
I can't.
That's actually a good point. The problem
It's
is,
a great point.
Do the Tigers get to play the Giants and the A's again? If Mike
now
leaves?
he's going to root it this week, now that they're home.
I'm not going to ruin anything. They traded the malignant narcissist. I can watch this.
I'm just curious.
I know
Did you
were
talk
happy
about
with
that? Did you talk at all about that? His comments to the Barstool podcast today?
Whoa, there's more today?
Scooble. No, I'm talking about the original one.
Oh, yeah, the ones where he hadn't even unpacked his bags in L.A.
Yeah.
at the new girl's
He didn't
house,
cry
and he's
at his
talking about his
wedding.
ex.
Yeah.
And it's
I
like, dude,
hope they
shut
get
up.
involved,
Oh, I
yeah.
hope Detroit's a part of the bidding.
Well,
No, you know what? Oh, maybe I'll go back to Detroit.
Did you hear the LA radio host that was all pissed off?
No.
Yeah, he did a whole spiel on how Scooble was just thinking about the 6 that is his ex instead of the supermodel, the Dodgers, his new team.
Well, no, he was just talking out his butt again about...
Right, he's a narcissist.
Yeah.
And he needs to be loved, and it's annoying.
And he wants the Tigers to bid on him.
I don't think he does. I
Yeah.
think he's tweaking the Tigers there because he knows they won't.
You know the funniest thing, Paul Sayre said this, and I actually co-signed this.
Was he naked or not?
No, clothed. How hilarious it would be if the Tigers made the World Series and the Dodgers didn't.
Oh, my God. How about if the Tigers make the playoffs and the Dodgers don't?
They're struggling. They're 1-7.
Okay.
Skubal pitches tonight.
All right, that's not going to happen.
Okay.
Does he really?
Yeah, he does. What about if the Tigers beat Skubal in the World Series?
Okay, I'm leaving now.
What about that?
These guys will tell you why
What about
Cade
that?
Mays' injury doesn't matter.
Doesn't
All
matter.
right, we'll be.
We'll be fine.
I hear Ragnow's.
Oh,
Is that
God.
a hamstring fix from Ragnow?
Oh, God.